One more, you could attack for this, just about pennies there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep!
From that GS
Close combat onto Amogus, is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout, defeats Pokémon!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down, K, you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left. Oh! What HP left, I know, it's over!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, trainers, and welcome to Utrecht, Netherlands. Fire up your Pokémon GO app and get your fingers ready for tapping if you're doing the battles and your hands ready for clapping if you're going for the competition here, because today is the day that we are crowning a champion. My name is Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside three of the most dapper gentlemen I think we have in the scene here. We got Koning, Lionheart, Arceus Aurelius, and Adelian ready to bring you the action. Now, this is actually our second special championship of the season, but there's been so many other tournaments so far this year.
Yes, indeed, there have, as Amanda said, second special championship. Let's not forget the first one was only last month in Seville in late April. What an amazing championship that was, with HK Assassin being the winner there. We are looking now to Utrecht, where we're looking to get 16 players down to just one to work out who will be the Utrecht champion. But of course, in 2 weeks' time from here, there will be Bologna, the final special championship of the European season, and of course 2 weeks after that is the North American International Championships. That is going to be on the 13th to the 15th of June, and regardless of which of these you attend, if not all of them, all of these roads lead to one place, Anaheim, California, for the Pokemon World Championships in the middle of August.
That's right, look at all of those grayed out events. We are nearing the finish line here, and of course all of the trainers who are at these competitions are hoping to be able to make it to that championship in Anaheim, California. One way to do that is to win a tournament and get your direct qualification, but the other way is through championship points.
So you need to finish high up in the tournament to acquire some of these championship points. For example, top 16 gets 160 points, and then there's a big jump up to the top 8 that gets 280. And the top players from each region will qualify for the World Championship. In US and Canada, you see, they are very privileged with 75 spots for all the trainers there. Well, Europe and Latin America gets 50, Oceania gets 10, and Middle East and South Africa gets 5 spots in this year's World Championship.
And if that wasn't enough, you can also earn some amazing prizes at these tournaments. Me personally, I love ripping up booster pack journeys together right now is making my boy Darmanitan good, and that's what Pokemon should all be about, Darmanitan. If you get 33rd until 64th, you still get 36 booster packs.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it really ramps up there as well, right? 72 boosters from 32nd to 9th place, and then when you're going to that big top cut, it's 108 boosters.
Check out those prizes. Keep an eye on those championship points as well, because as the trainers accumulate these points, they are not only going to be used to get them their world's invitations, but also kind of a little bit of an incentive for travel awards. So all of the different championship points give you a standing within each region. I'm seeing a couple names on this list that look a little bit familiar. We maybe have seen a couple of them at this specific tournament, both behind the desk and in front of the desk. Marcus, why don't you kind of walk us through what the travel awards mean for competitors?
So the top 8 will get their entire trip to the World Championships covered by the Pokemon Company. And then you have that is the Tier 1 travel award. And then you have the Tier 2 travel award, where TPCI helps the players with a stipend if they play at least one round in the World Championship. And there are a lot of trainers competing, just scratching and itching to get into those top 12 places. And we also can see Nickname in the Tier 2 travel award. He is still in the winner's bracket in this tournament, and he's looking to jump into the Tier 1.
Now keep an eye on the standings here, because I have a feeling after this weekend it will be shaken up just a little bit. Some of these names, I'm also looking at 4th place, Zzweilous, still in the tournament as well, wants to keep his spot comfortable for Worlds. Now, we talked about it a little bit, you just brought it up. Day 1, Nickname, Zzweilous, they're in it. Is there anything that really stood out to you from day 1 before we get into the big battles for day 2?
I mean, it was the mind reading of Zephymastyx versus Bats that just amazed me so much. The way that he deliberately shielded a Grass Knot, saying, I won't shield your Primeape with my Clodsire, and then the next move you saw was a Rock Tomb thrown at the Clodsire, and Zephymastyx was just, yeah, I'm not gonna shield that. I know it's a Rock Tomb now, and then that completely took Bats off guard. It was in his head, especially with the line calls as well, with the Clodsire in the back, breaking that difficult core of Cradily plus the Shadow Galarian Weezing. Top-notch plays.
I am noting from day 1, what really stood out to me was the amount of upsets that we got. We have a lot of established trainers here in Europe, but we don't see a lot of the top players from the top of the leaderboard in the winner's bracket. It's only Nickname that's in the top 12, barely even in the top 16. And then you have Zzweilous that's in the loser's bracket. Other than that, there are so many excellent trainers that aren't going to as many tournaments and therefore maybe not have the same reputation as some of the top leaderboard players. But they are not, they are equally strong, and they are showing it here today in Utrecht.
Yes, and riding on your point about trainers that don't have perhaps the reputations, that very first battle we saw on day 1, we had 2 relatively local trainers who went head-to-head against each other for the Skelledurge to survive on 1 HP to launch a blast. But I don't think I've ever heard a shout or a chant in the crowd as loud as I have throughout that entire day as that first match. That was excellent play, excellent talent from 2 relatively new trainers to the PvP scene, and an excellent crowd supporting them and cheering them all the way.
And that's an excellent point, because I want to bring it to that from the very first battle of the day yesterday to the very end, we had some really incredible matchups. And to your guys' point about all of the different trainers who have been there, let's take a look at the winner's side of the bracket, because we're going to get a viewpoint of all the different trainers who are still in this. This means that they did not lose their battles day number 1. Coming in, it's in a double elimination tournament. You know, you feel a little bit more confident knowing that you have a little bit more flexibility.
I mean, if you keep winning, it's not that many matches that you will have to play. The quality of the matches will be the bigger obstacle, I want to say. But we have Sneeuwman versus Zephymastyx. Honestly, that's Zwolle locals. I've seen that matchup time after time again. And then StrangehToP versus AMindJoke, a titan of Pokemon GO PvP who hasn't had the result that he wanted in this season so far, but he's here. And then Koksiak versus Nickname, also a local matchup, not from this area, but from another area. And then Maximilian P versus Fatalisnex. Fatalisnex with this Hisuian Electrode, big upset. And Maximilian P also defeating Zzweilous yesterday. He was playing out of his mind.
Yep, knocked him down to the loser side of the bracket, and we're not going to forget about that. We won't be able to see all of the matches on this side, but there's still some that are going to be played offline, and then we'll see the rest of the battles here. It's a little bit smaller. You might have to get a little bit closer to the screen to see it, but there are a lot of good competitors on this side of the list.
Yes, Elepfandflasche and Howie are both fighting to keep their place in the top 16. We also have Bats versus Wieland in the second pairing. Keelio, who is Colin Six's brother, is actually doing better so in this tournament compared to Colin. So a little bit of a surprise there. We talked about upsets and some of the big names not making it, but Keelio going, you know what, I'll take some tips from my brother. I'm now going to build a legacy for myself. But he faces off against Zzweilous, who we know has been so strong this season. And then finally, two names that we are very familiar with, Stone Collection versus Paulasha, the queen of PvP, but Stone is facing against Stone, but Stone, we know, has a tendency to run something a little bit different, a little bit unusual, and he is a player to be not to be underestimated.
Yesterday, we talked about our caster fantasy draft, where we kind of gave an indication of the players that we thought would do well in this tournament. I have to say, normally I do pretty good at this, and I picked some strong competitors here, but unfortunately, all mine are grayed out.
Yeah, now I want to say, Slash played on stream, so it was a very nice performance with the Shadow Mightyena. The Gengar Life had a little bit of bad luck registering his team, I want to say, so that was a bit of an issue. And Howie just played phenomenally all day. We only saw him on stream, but he beat so many other opponents. I wonder how he did that.
And that is eloquently put. So the only two players out of the 12 that we picked that are still in the running is Maximilian P and Howie. And out of the players to watch, it's just Zzweilous that is still remaining. Colin and Inadequance has been eliminated. So that just proves the quality of players that have come here to eliminate all of these top players. So all the players that are remaining in the tournament are absolutely of top quality.
Yeah, you are not going to want to miss these battles. You're not going to want to miss any of the broadcasts that are going on for these different tournaments all around the globe. So you want to make sure that you are following the channels here. You want to be able to go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's where you're going to find all the information about all of the different games. Not only do we have Pokemon Go, we have the card game, we have the video game as well. And while you're at it, you're going to want to make sure that you're also following the brand new YouTube channel that is at Play Pokemon. And I believe that, Zzweilous, you said that you were one of the first 500 people to subscribe?
Yes, I was number 498. And so...
That's cap.
It's not, it's true. So one of the first to ever subscribe to that YouTube channel, that was me. But you can be the next, and I recommend you go do it. There's a lot of battle content and a perfect place and all the stuff that you want to see if you're into competitive Pokemon.
Another thing that we're not really mentioning on here, but use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and tag on X, because we love to see your guys' social posts. Sometimes we put them throughout the broadcast as well. It always brings a smile to our face. In the meantime, I know that you guys are ready for the battles. I know that DeLeo and Rodelian are ready to kick it off for the first part of it. So we're going to give you a small recap of day number 1, and then we're going to rock and roll.
There we already are at the caster's desk. I can't wait to get this party started. So many talented trainers. We've mentioned it before. Some big upsets in there. Not the trainers we necessarily expected to go far, but definitely talent on the tournament here. And I want to say that before we go right into the battle, we have something else prepared for you that everyone is always excited about, and that is going to be the meta breakdown usages. Give me a guess. What do you think is the top dog here?
So my gut is telling me that Jumpluff is going to be a Pokemon that really stands out here. It is a very popular Pokemon. Let's see if I'm right here. As we're getting the top 12 from day one, Jumpluff is indeed #1, the most popular Pokemon used out of all the competitors here in Utrecht, closely followed by Tinkaton, who has been making waves since being released only about a month ago.
Yep, Tinkaton has basically replaced Azumarill. I want to be honest.
Yeah.
I did not see that coming. Everyone has been saying it. I was saying no, Azumarill is still going to be the best fairy-type Pokemon in the game. Apparently, people tend to disagree. I don't. Azumarill is absolutely insane. But Tinkaton has been making waves. So is Lapras. Malamar is also a big upset, I want to say, that came out. Because the people were playing Tinkaton all of a sudden, and then everyone else, as a reaction to it, said, hey, okay, let's play Dark-type.
Yeah, yes, you are quite right. When Tinkaton comes in, you would think that Pokemon that are traditionally weak to fairy types would have less impact on the meta, but as proven by Milwaukee only last week with Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher recognizing the value of Malamar, that has then encouraged and had an impact on the meta here in Utrecht to get Malamar more into the play. Again, pointing out that the top 6 Pokemon as a whole are also going to be a nice combination of Pokemon that can allow you to be successful.
Yeah, but look at the top 6. Malamar loses to 4 out of those 6 Pokemon.
Yeah.
That is completely wrong. It's 3 out of those 6 Pokemon, one being a mirror match. But Azumarill, Tinkaton, and Jumpluff, they all have fairy-type coverage.
They do.
And that is tough. But what we really want to see is the conversion rate of these Pokemon to day 2. If there are other Pokemon that snuck in to that top cut, and then we have Corviknight on 25% of the teams. That is big. I love Corviknight.
Yes, and I think I can see exactly why Corviknight has been given a place here in day 2. It's because it is one of the few Pokemon that absolutely dominates and bears down with its Steely Talons upon Jumpluff, and it doesn't have terrible matchups into a lot of the other Pokemon in the top 6. Lapras is pretty even because the Psywaves are going to be resisted, the Sparkling Aria is neutral, and the Ice Beam as well potentially will be neutral as well. So it's not too bad. Azumarill as well, pretty even. Malamar pretty even. It does cause problems for Diggersby as well, despite the Fire Punch, but the key thing, what does Corviknight beat? It absolutely pushes on Tinkaton.
Yeah, even though lore-wise Tinkaton is like the natural enemy in the Paldean region for Corviknight, but I just want to say, okay?
Go on.
Okay, Azumarill bigger than Tinkaton in this one. Its top cut usage 50%, while Tinkaton dropped down to about 25-ish. And given that Tinkaton was on 45% of the teams on day 1,
yes,
Azumarill only on 28%, that is a huge W in my books.
Yes, so Azumarill might still be the fairy type of choice. So do not underestimate it. These two trainers are not underestimated. Sneeuwman has the Azumarill there and doesn't have the Tinkaton, so that's a demonstration. Playing off against Zephymastyx. Now, Sneeuwman is a local trainer because he was based in Amsterdam, and so as a result, this is going to be a bit of a home crowd advantage for him, maybe?
Yep, that's true, but these trainers, they definitely know each other quite well. They have been to locals against each other. Many times they've traveled to Worlds together, and I've played both of them in the same tournaments multiple times. However, I want to say that Zephymastyx has a, let me call it, risky team advantage.
Right, go ahead.
Gastrodon has massive targets. You have Unova Stunfisk,
yep,
have Shadow Drapion,
yep,
you have Alolan Sandslash. Those are all phenomenal matchups for Gastrodon. And there are 2 neutral matchups in the Azumarill, which is slightly positive, and I think that was a Malamar. But there's, of course, also Shadow Jumpluff, and that is a risk. If you align the Gastrodon onto the Shadow Jumpluff, it's bad news for you. However, Zephymastyx has multiple Pokemon that make it really hard for Shadow Jumpluff to just fly above everyone else. And this is Clodsire.
Yep.
This is Talonflame.
Yep.
And I want to also say Dusclops because against the Shadow, 2 Ice Punches should KO.
Yes, and so Zephymastyx as well has a lot of experience in these regional formats. He is the Malmo regional champion from about 2 seasons ago, so he knows exactly how to win at this high level. He has that experience. Sneeuwman, on the other hand, has top-cutted multiple times, has been in the top 8, but hasn't been able to make that push into top 4, top 2, and ideally becoming the champion. So this for him, if you wanted to decide who is a bit of an underdog in comparison, just in terms of accolades prior to this tournament, then Sneeuwman is the underdog, but I wouldn't really describe him as that because he's such an experienced trainer that there really isn't going to be that much difference in skill here. It's going to come to the wire, I reckon.
Exactly. With these trainers, anything can happen. I think that the Gastrodon versus Shadow Jumpluff matchup is something that is definitely going to be really important. Also, if you get your Gastrodon aligned onto one of these target Pokemon, like Sandslash, like Shadow Drapion, or Unova Stunfisk, or Malamar or Azumarill, if those are the Pokemon that Sneeuwman decides to bring next to the Shadow Jumpluff, it is also not going to be too easy to capitalize on the energy that you get from your Gastrodon if you're farming down Pokemon, because then you're sitting against this Shadow Jumpluff that just shrugs off body slams like it's nothing.
Yes, you need, if you are Zephymastyx, you need to lure out that Shadow Jumpluff and then take it out with another Pokemon before you can then bring a Gastrodon in to perhaps do cleanup job on the other Pokemon. Well, let's find out what these trainers will do as we go into Game 1, as Unovanstunfus faces off against the Charjabug. Advantage Sneeuwman here.
Oh, that is very big from it. Zephymastyx deciding not even to bring that Gastrodon, and that might be a really good mind game of him. Could also prove costly, but first of all, Sneeuwman is going to outpace that Ferret and soften it up with a Mud Bomb. Are we going to switch out here? Yes! Oh!
Immediate switch out after weakening the Ferret here, so Jumpluff can come in and have a better matchup. Now the Swift is being launched onto Jumpluff here, but Jumpluff does have the bulk to withstand at least 2 of these, so this is not going to cause too many issues for Sneeuwman.
We're softening up the Jumpluff with those Sucker Punch and Swift combinations. However, the Mud Bomb definitely put the Ferret in acrobatics range, so Sneeuwman knows exactly how much damage he can take with this Pokemon. Also knows that the Unovanstunfus won't be on a Gastrodon if he doesn't do any swaps in the end game that lead to that.
Yes, so Shield is coming in from Zephymastyx as he predicts the acrobatics here. Wants to try and pressure and get the potential farm down on the Jumpluff. Doesn't get it. Instead goes for the Swift here, recognizing that Jumpluff whiz at another acrobatics and so needs to throw that attack. So Shield comes in and now it's a fight. Now trying to swap in, get the farm down on from the Charjabug. And this is a launch of an acrobatics onto the Charjabug here.
That might be huge. Sneeuwman gave Zephymastyx an entire Volt Switch through. Does this KO? No, it hangs out with 1 HP, gets to another Air Relays. That is so big. Look at that Jumpluff hanging on there.
Yes, hanging on and doing a little bit of extra damage. I don't think this knocks out the Charjabug, but it leaves it so low that now it is not really a threat here. The Unovanstunfus is able to come in and get a healthy amount of farm here from this electric and bug type Pokemon.
Because the Thunder Shocks are resisted, this is actually going to be quite some Thunder Shocks. I think 3 in total. There was a good chip by the X-Scissor, and now Zephymastyx will have to make a decision what to bring in here. Do we bring in ours? Or Ferret? Oh, an immediate swap into the Malamar of Sneeuwman.
And this is problematic because Zephymastyx only has Dusclops in the back. Dusclops is a Ghost-type Pokemon. Malamar is a Dark-type Pokemon, and so there is a type advantage, and Malamar gets to those foul plays incredibly quickly here. There is now a decision. No shield. Zephymastyx thinking that maybe I can power through with Dusclops and a shield. Will he pull it off as Ferret is knocked out?
Dusclops would have to try and farm this Malamar down with 1 shield. There is also the chance, of course, to withstand 1 foul play. I don't remember the exact energy on that Stunfisk. Maybe you can also pull a shield with the Shadow Punches before the Malamar.
Yes, that would be
charge check.
That would be ideal. The thing that Zephymastyx has to be careful of is not being caught out by Sneeuwman, because he is tied into using Hex as the fast attack. That's a 3-turn fast attack. Malamar, on the other hand, using Psywave, can catch at pretty much any point. No attempt to do that. Sneeuwman doesn't make the catch. He doesn't like this, and this is going to be a big deal for Zephymastyx here.
Outpacing. The pacing of Hex is so incredibly quick. Now, there is a little bit of an HP advantage on the side of Zephymastyx, but the energy advantage is definitely on the side of Sneeuwman. Throws a discharge because the Mud Bomb wouldn't be resisted. What am I saying? But Zephymastyx is going to be pacing so quickly to that super effective Ice Punch.
Yes, and will a 1 Ice Punch be enough? I doubt it. The concern is, after the Ice Punches, will the Hexes afterwards be enough, or will 2 Ice Punches be needed? Let's find out. As the first Ice Punch is launched, there is a lot of energy on Sneeuwman's side. He's throwing for the Mud Bomb here, thinking 2 Mud Bombs might be enough, so it's going to go really close to the wire. It is a race to those charge attacks.
This is incredibly close, but we're going to reach that Ice Punch, and Zephymastyx gets this Ice Punch off. The bad alignment in the beginning. Charjabug on the Stunfisk did not stop Zephymastyx, previous Malmö regional champ, from using Dusclops to win this game. Does not rely on getting that Gastrodon on another Pokemon. No, it is Dusclops fast pacing.
Fabulous plays from Zephymastyx here, demonstrating his experience as a regional champion in the past, going 1-0 up in a disadvantageous position. Really incredible plays. This is something, trainers, that you should watch. You should learn how do you wiggle your way out of a tough situation. Zephymastyx is the master, demonstrating how he can do this.
He is absolutely on his A game right now, knowing that the Dusclops can be used as anything in a team. This Pokemon is so incredibly versatile, and the Ice Punch coverage in this meta is phenomenal. You can play it as a lead because it is against most teams super neutral into everything. You can also play it as a safe swap if it is neutral, so you can either dictate swap in the lead, or you can use it as a safe swap and try to get some advantage and then lure out another Pokemon. Or you can play it as a closer if you are playing a dynamic game. Chip Pokemon left and right, put everything at above 50% HP.
Is going to have a problem with the Dusclops. So yes, you're absolutely right. And there was a concern in that game one towards the end when that Dusclops had to deal with that Malamar. Now the concern was that Malamar, being a dark type, is able to launch foul plays very quickly. In about 5 seconds, it can get one of those foul plays out. Dusclops has one advantage though. It is able to pace with its Shadow Punches quicker than the foul play, which is an incredible achievement because Pokemon generally in Pokemon Go take about 5 seconds at a minimum to get their charge attacks. There are a few exceptions, Primeape with Rage Fist being one, but Dusclops is another one. 4.5 seconds to get to its first Shadow Punch means it can just get there that little bit quicker. And so Zephymastyx, I believe, will be relying on that Dusclops as we go into Game 2, and we see what adjustments will Sneeuwman make. Malamar coming in, and it immediately comes up against that Dusclops, so this is another advantage for Sneeuwman here.
That is true. However, Foul Play is not the strongest charge attack when it comes to damage versus energy ratio. Now Zephymastyx is going to throw a Shadow Punch immediately. You can see that fast pacing here, and honestly, I think that Zephymastyx is just happy with the Dusclops not being on that Shadow Drapion. Goes to swap in that Charger Bug because Charger Bug annihilates a Malamar with an X-Scissor.
Yes, Malamar being a Psychic and Dark type is doubly super effective. Sorry, Bug types attacks are double super effective against it. Trying to get another foul play off, really trying to weaken this Charger Bug here before Zephymastyx can even throw one X-Scissor here. What is the game plan? Do you swap out here? Zephymastyx shields in order to protect the health of his Charger Bug.
Oh, and there is the Shadow Drapion coming in. That one paces very quickly as well. It's now at 2 Poison Stings, but Zephymastyx is just 1 Volt Switch away from another X-Scissor, which has to be shielded afterwards. Are we going to see a charge attack priority tie? No, Sneeuwman decides to over-farm here, but now there is Gastrodon, this time lurking in the back of Zephymastyx. And look at the team of Sneeuwman. There is no answer in Shadow Jumpluff because Zephymastyx, again, made a great team read and didn't bring it in Game 1.
Yes, that's correct, and that's allowed Sneeuwman to be a bit more bold with bringing a Pokemon that is weak to ground-type attacks. Nonetheless, this is still tactically sound because Sneeuwman does have energy on that Drapion and is able to launch the Crunches pretty quickly. Now you can see the Crunch going in just as Drapion is about to get knocked out. Very clever here, giving minimal farm if that Drapion were to be knocked out or swapped into by Zephymastyx.
The Mudslap flying during the Crunch is still going to knock out. The problem is now that those Crunches, even though this is a negative matchup, they do a lot of damage, and Zephymastyx is now charging up to so much energy. Ice Beam is stored on this Azumarill. The Gastrodon is going to throw an Earth Power here. Are we going to see a 10% defense debuff?
Yeah, that would be a really impactful change for Zephymastyx. He does need it, doesn't get it. Play Rough is coming in. Now a shield has to go through from Gastrodon. You need to protect this Pokemon. It is so vital for Zephymastyx's game plan here. Shield comes in. Now it's a race to net another charge attack for Sneeuwman with his Azumarill.
You know, that shield on this Gastrodon does not surprise me at all. We all know how much Zephymastyx loves his Gastrodon. Another Earth Power comes through. It goes unshielded. Now Sneeuwman puts all his cards in the Malamar basket. I don't think that works this way, but we're going to reach a Body Slam before the Gastrodon is being knocked out. So now again, the Dusclops is looking forward to being the closer. I think Sneeuwman at this point has to shield this here, has to try and farm down. I think a Switch is going to come in here. Are you going to knock out with 2 Foul Plays? Are you even going to reach them?
Yes, this is where the pacing of Dusclops again is so impactful. It's so significant. I think Sneeuwman was unhappy with the fact he had to shield that Body Slam. 1 Foul Play comes through. It's not enough. Shadow Punch is going to be launched, and this surely at this health is going to knock out Malamar. Dusclops is going to be dominant. Game 1, Game 2, Zephymastyx moves into the winners round 2, moves closer and closer to another championship win.
Dusclops going in for the KO here. Game 1 and Game 2 as a lead and as a closer in the end. This Pokemon is, if you're looking for the word flexible on the internet, you're going to find a picture of a Dusclops.
Yes, I think Dusclops is just a fabulous pick because most trainers, when they're bringing a dark type in, it's only only going to be Malamar. They're not necessarily. The Shadow Drapion has dropped off a little bit in usage, and as a result, Dusclops now has more room to maneuver. And so this is a Pokemon I think that will define the Utrecht meta a little bit. And if so, what will that mean for metas coming forward? Will we see more conventional and hard dark types coming in to deal with Dusclops now that we know that Malamar can't always do the job?
Yep, I mean, we have seen some players bringing Shadow Drapion and Azumarill again because this core has been a little bit overlooked, and the Shadow Drapion was there, plus the Azumarill on the side of Sneeuwman's team. But you know which Pokemon breaks that core? It's Zephymastyx signature Pokemon, the Gastrodon, and this one absolutely did the job there, farming down the Shadow Drapion with 3 Mud Slaps and then using all of this energy to soften up the Azure and actually take it out. And then we're going to see the... This was huge, actually living this Volt Switch on 1 HP. Kind of also didn't deny some farm, but still.
Yes, oh yeah, it was impressive. And even more so when you consider it's a Shadow Jumpluff as well, which has 20% less defense in lieu of having 20% more attack. So it means the acrobatics and the aerial aces are going to hit harder, but you won't survive quite as much yet. Despite that, it was able to survive and launch another aerial ace on that Charger Bug. As here we can see the outpace on Dusclops getting to 4.5 seconds to get to that first Shadow Punch, and then quicker still for subsequent ones is a really impactful thing that allowed for Malamar to be dominated. Just couldn't handle all those Shadow Punches.
Dusclops is so incredibly strong. We've also seen some Shadow Dusclops previously in the tournament, I think from Bats actually, so that was a Dusclops mirror match. But that Pokemon, it does pack a little bit more of a punch, but it's also less bulky. And we've seen from Zephymastyx gameplay that the bulk for him is actually necessary and that he prefers to soften up the Pokemon of his opponent with other Pokemon and then just uses the enormous bulk that the Dusclops has, plus the fast pacing to finish those games. So that is very well played, playing to the highest potential of his Pokemon. Keep in mind, Sneeuwman is still in the tournament, is going to drop down to the losers bracket. But we are still in the winners round 1 of this day 2 of the Special Championships in Utrecht.
Yes, and there are 2 fabulous trainers here. StrangehToP, who hails from the Spanish region, and then AMindJoke, of course, coming from Italy, one of the most iconic trainers from his area as well. But let's start with StrangehToP here. This is a trainer that has been attending a lot of regionals. Very experienced, has top cut before. Again, another trainer that is looking to get that first championship win and build on the legacy that he's already created. I know how well loved he is by some of his country folk, and then AMindJoke as well. I think we talked about legacy. I think AMindJoke's legacy is even more extensive now.
He was one of the first trainers I really looked up to when I started playing PvP because of his analysis and his spice picks. Like, he was really the trainer that brought in the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and made it possible back when it still had Bulldoze instead of Drill Run, even though I remember casting that tournament and I kept saying Drill Run, even though it didn't have Drill Run yet. And then the update afterwards, it actually got Drill Run. Yeah, I manifested it.
So I think actually you set the trend. They must have listened to you, right?
Yeah, they were like, oh, this sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, and now it does have, and now Bulldoze is a bit better and a bit more different in how it works. But I still think Drill Run is the preferred attack to use with Alolan Sandslash. Now the debate is now whether you run Powder Snow or Shadow Claw in this case. And so for AMindJoke, I think the Powder Snow would have been more preferred. But here he's ditched the Alolan Sandslash. He's gone for something a little bit more traditional. The Malamar is there again, but Tinkaton is on both sides, so no Azumarill to be found whatsoever here.
Yeah, so they are a little bit of outliers when it comes to team building, which also means that only one Tinkaton, or one more Tinkaton, is going to drop down to the losers bracket. But we see very similar teams here, I want to say. Maybe this is almost exactly the teams, but if you switch the Shadow from Jumpluffs and the Feraligatr. So
yes,
AMindJoke is running a regular Feraligatr.
Yes, and I think that a regular Feraligatr is useful in terms of getting a bit more bulk, being able to maybe reach a second Hydro Cannon in certain scenarios. The thing is, though, that firepower with Feraligatr was one of the key ways to win. When if you have a Shadow Feraligatr, you can build up a bit of additional energy, and then you can Hydro Cannon your way through the entire line of 3 in theory, because most things do not tank Hydro Cannons very well. We've seen examples of even Azumarill being overwhelmed by Hydro Cannons and Shadow Claw combinations from Shadow Feraligatr.
That's mainly the Shadow Claw's fault in the Azumarill matchup.
Yeah.
But still, the Hydro Cannon is so spammy, so fast. And of course, every other Pokemon, usually Azumarill is like one of the fewer bulky Pokemon that you're playing on a team.
Yes.
Anything else takes a Shadow boosted Hydro Cannon. It's really tough. But what I always love about these, I want to say, mirror matches of teams is the players' decisions on what to run. Because if you're thinking this was a straight up strategical game only, you know what you would say, maybe there's only one liner that you can run that is the best one. But both trainers sometimes choose different Pokemon. We're going to see Malamar in the lead for StrangehToP versus the Diggersby, which is a rather positive matchup for Malamar if you have really high attack on that Malamar, which doesn't seem to have here.
Well, it is an assessment. It is going to be a bit of a guess as to what AMindJoke's going to predict in terms of Malamar's strengths here. Superpower coming in. StrangehToP looking for a traditional chip and dip strategy. Weaken the superpower, weaken with superpower, swap in to another Pokemon so that the defense debuff from Malamar does not have any effect because your AMindJoke cannot return fire quickly enough. There comes Scorching Sands. Is there a chance of a debuff? There is, but there's no debuff here. But there could have been. Both of these Lapras are running Ice Beam, which means Sparkling Aria is going to be the preferred charge attack of choice for both of these trainers.
It's very good. However, AMindJoke now with the Scorching Sands damage that he did on the Lapras set himself up for a Sparkling Area and a farm down here. So you can throw that Sparkling Area and then completely farm down that Shadow Lapras. I wonder if it already would have knocked out. I think it would have been very, very close and would not knock out. But now you're going to take some more Sparkling Area. You want to give very little farm to the Malamar that might come in, or actually the Feraligatr. The Shadow Feraligatr here as a farm down on the Lapras would be absolutely huge. So can AMindJoke swap out quickly enough? Doesn't look like it. The timer's not up.
The timer isn't, but of course AMindJoke, knowing that, has considered maybe I'm going to have an extra bit of farm so that I can throw another Sparkling Aria and punish any Pokemon trying to farm me down with Lapras. So here we can see Sparkling coming in, bringing Malamar, taking out half of its health that it already had, and now the Shadow Feraligatr comes in, going for a very aggressive farm down perhaps, but AMindJoke does have two shields, opts to use one here because that Feraligatr, even though it's not a Shadow, it will still take a fair amount of damage. And now both of these Feraligatrs are fighting, scratching, clawing against each other in a race to Hydro Cannon.
Yep, and StrangehToP has one more shield, uses it immediately because, of course, you don't have HP anymore except for on the Shadow Feraligatr, so you definitely want to use that. There is a little bit of damage on AMindJoke's Feraligatr already from those Malamar Psywaves previously, so that's going to be interesting. Does not shield, wants to keep it for the Diggersby. I like it.
Yeah, because the Shadow Claws are going to deal double resisted damage from Feraligatr to the Diggersby when that comes in. You can see both shields are now used. Sorry, both shields are used on StrangehToP's side. Diggersby coming in. Now it's a race to get to 2 Hydro Cannons if you're StrangehToP, and he does indeed launch the first one to try and get that shield out of the way. AMindJoke has to shield this. Diggersby is necessary for his win conditions.
If the Malamar is low on energy, I think you're in a very good spot here. Throws the Fire Punch right before the Foul Play or Superpower is reached. AMindJoke has residual energy. Can he outpace with the Diggersby to that Scorching Sands versus the Shadow Feraligatr, or is even a Fire Punch enough? No, it is still very healthy. Reaches the Scorching Sands at the same time as the Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon is launched into the Diggersby. This will knock out.
Yes, AMindJoke not happy with that scenario. I think he was hoping to be a little bit ahead on energy there, but wasn't able to pull that off. Now this Shadow Feraligatr has got a decent amount of health, facing off against 2 Pokemon that could potentially be Shadow Claw down. It's a race. Psywave is going to try and choose up chip damage. Is it going to get to Sparkling Aria in time? It is not. AMindJoke unhappy with that. StrangehToP dominating Shadow Claw, and here comes that final Hydro Cannon from StrangehToP.
Feraligatr on Feraligatr, of course, decided by Hydro Cannon. Knocks out the Feraligatr of AMindJoke, and StrangehToP wins the first game here. I thought it was looking good for AMindJoke there because of the Diggersby energy advantage in the endgame, but it wasn't enough.
But it really, really was not enough. That is correct. And so what I was wondering in that exact scenario is whether if AMindJoke was aware that he was going to charge attack priority, have a charge attack priority event when that Feraligatr versus Diggersby matchup, whether it was worth making an attempt to the catch. I wasn't sure the switch timer was up though.
It wasn't.
So he was locked into that. So yes, there was no way of avoiding that. He just needed that little bit of energy on that Diggersby to give him that advantage, because that is a key moment. And I think if that had gone another way, that would have completely changed the result of this matchup.
Yep, and also I wanted to say maybe you throw the Fire Punch before the Shadow Feraligatr reaches the Hydro Cannon, but then of course the Shadow Feraligatr can overfarm there and immediately throw a Hydro Cannon into the Lapras.
Yes, so let's see what both of these trainers are going to do now. There's going to be does there need to be an adjustment for AMindJoke? Does there need to be a consideration of, right, how do I deal with that Shadow Feraligatr? It was a traditional strategy that Shadow Feraligatr will employ. Get a bit of an energy advantage and then Hydro Cannon your way through anything in the back line. And so we saw StrangehToP basically knock out all 3 Pokemon with his Hydro Cannons or Shadow Claws. So I'm thinking, if I'm AMindJoke, do I want to bring the Jumpluff in here? Is that worth the risk, considering that the Feraligatr will be running Ice Beam as well, but takes a lot longer to get it? The other option you could do is go for a 2-shield with that Digger's Bee and hope that you can threaten with those Scorching Sands. It's really tricky. Tinkaton comes in against Malamar, and this is another advantage for AMindJoke here.
Yep, this time the matchup in the lead is looking really good, but StrangehToP is doing what Malamar players do best. Farm up, throw a superpower, and then switch out once again. AMindJoke actually could consider to shield this up if you don't want to keep all of those shields for your Feraligatr in the back. Immediate swap out into that Lapras, and AMindJoke is just going to throw the player off immediately. The question is now, do you farm up more energy on that Tinkaton to have the positive matchup versus Malamar, or are you going immediately to have more HP on your Lapras?
Yes, and I think AMindJoke opts for the Lapras to come in and try and weaken this Lapras of StrangehToP's side. Now, StrangehToP's already quite low, so I think with the Psywaves and 1 Sparkling Aria, he might be able to pull this off.
You can come out with almost 2 Sparkling Aria loaded here if you throw, and if you get the knockout, you're at half HP. The Malamar is not at the superpower yet, not even close. I think it still needs 3 more seconds or 6 turns. And you can throw the Sparkling Aria and you're going to outpace that. However, your fast attack pressure is not really there.
No, really not, because Psychic, of course, it resists Psychic type attacks. Dark type is double resisted, so it means Psywave is triple resisted by Malamar. But the Sparkling Aria is neutral and does a respectable amount of damage. There's a superpower that it could be fired at any moment here. Going for the foul play because you don't really need to deal super effective damage. The foul play is enough. Does AMindJoke shield this? Does he want to protect Lapras? No, he thinks Lapras has done his job. Now he's opting in. Maybe it's time for that Shadow Feraligatr to get some farm in. Let's see what happens. No.
Brings in the Tinkaton, of course, wants to soak up that energy with the Tinkaton and then maybe sweep with the Feraligatr. But of course, we're going to throw a Bulldoze first. No shield from StrangehToP. Really, really good call. Does it get the defense debuff? That could be huge. No, does not get it. It's going to be, of course, outpaced for the Hydro Cannon, but not to 2.
And this is where we learn important information that StrangehToP's Shadow Feraligatr actually wins charge attack priority over AMindJoke's Feraligatr. The fact that they are shadows, that StrangehToP's one is a shadow, is an irrelevancy because we are comparing about raw attack power, and both of them have quite high amounts, but StrangehToP just a little bit higher, which means that they get an advantage. Now it's a race to the next Hydro Cannon here. Both of these trainers on 1 shield, trying to get to it again at the same time, and StrangehToP gets the advantage once more.
The big question is how much damage will a Hydro Cannon do to that regular Feraligatr, and are you going to be in a farm down range for either the Shadow Feraligatr or for the Malamar? That is the big question that AMindJoke has to ask himself. And do you maybe pivot out into that Tinkaton right here? No, you're actually going to try and attempt to farm down yourself. Immediate swapping into the Malamar, and the Malamar doesn't throw the charge attack. Feraligatr gets to the Hydro Cannon. That is massive!
That is absolutely huge. StrangehToP, you can see his reaction. He was not happy that he wasn't able to throw that charge attack. Now comes that Shadow Feraligatr, is loaded on energy. It is so low on health, but there is 1 shield left. AMindJoke uses it. Will Tinkaton be able to use Fairy Wind to knock out Shadow Feraligatr?
I don't know. 1 Shadow Claw away from that Hydro Cannon that would seal the deal and possibly get a tie, but Tinkaton hammers down on that Shadow Feraligatr and gets the tie in here.
Yes, and so AMindJoke having a little discussion with StrangehToP in terms of how that matchup played out. Maybe he was asking, did you have that charge attack ready when it was knocked when your Pokemon was knocked out? It's good, these trainers, because they have a lot of respect for each other. They know that each other's skill. They know what the opponent would have potentially done. It's always a nice thing to see 2 healthy competitors communicating respectfully against each other and then going on into the 3rd game.
You know what impressed me the most about this game? That AMindJoke immediately recognized the maybe mistake he did in game 1.
Yeah.
And he did not overfarm against that Lapras. He did not throw a charge attack. He just went into his own, or he did throw a charge attack, but then did not overfarm to another one.
Yes.
Swapped in the Lapras immediately, saying, hey, I know your energy is resisted.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bring in mine, do some Psywave damage, because you're actually a Shadow Lapras, and I will throw Sparkling Aria at you. You won't have a big energy advantage. That was absolutely massive.
Yes, it was. It was well calculated. He timed it very well. He got the maximum amount of farm out. And to be honest, when I was looking at that Lapras mirror matchup, I was a bit concerned. Is that Sparkling Aria going to be enough to knock out StrangehToP's Shadow Lapras, which was in the red? Because I thought it might be a little bit iffy, but AMindJoke, clearly a trainer of talent and caliber, predicted that and knew it would get the knockout.
What I'm curious about is why AMindJoke has not been bringing the Malamar, because StrangehToP brought it both games and it looked like an absolute threat. It was always really close, and I think in game 1, Malamar did the heavy lifting for the team. So AMindJoke has, in the first game, brought Diggersby, which is not that strong against a double water backline. It kind of demands shields versus a Shadow Feraligatr, and you really don't want to shield your Diggersby on your team with your own Feraligatr.
Yeah, sure.
In game 2, an attempt to counter the Malamar, I respect that. That was a really nice shout. But in game 3, why aren't you trying to bring the Malamar yourself? The trainers are locked in, the game is about to start,
and you get your wish.
Yes, Malamar on the side of AMindJoke versus the Shadow Feraligatr, and that is, I think, a positive lead for StrangehToP.
Yes, simply because that Feraligatr has a greater amount of attack power versus the Malamar, which means in a charge attack priority event, which doesn't happen in this occasion, StrangehToP is able to get the Hydro Cannon off, which is going to do a healthy amount of damage. Malamar already dropped to 30% of its health.
Oh, we're going to throw a foul play immediately. I think this was a nice catch from StrangehToP. Would have done a lot more damage on that Shadow Feraligatr. How is AMindJoke going to respond to that? There is now energy advantage on that Malamar. You can't immediately go into your Feraligatr, but we're staying in and throw a superpower.
I actually like this idea because the Psywaves are not a threat from StrangehToP's Malamar, so you can actually get the superpower off, then weaken it, and now you get a lovely bit of farm here. Now it's going to be a race on will StrangehToP be able to get to another attack? No, he goes for the superpower here, and it is respected by AMindJoke. Superpower lowers the defense of Malamar, which means there's less farm for AMindJoke's Feraligatr.
But coming out with exactly one Hydro Cannon is huge again. Of course, answered by the Shadow Lapras. Lapras has an advantage because of the bulk, because of the Psywave damage, even though Shadow Claw is basically the same attack, just a little bit slower in terms of time. We're throwing a Hydro Cannon now.
Yes, but the thing is you have to consider is, remember, Feraligatr has that so much firepower. The Hydro Cannon might be resisted, but it doesn't matter because you throw enough of them and Lapras will eventually fall. So StrangehToP has to recognize that his bulk will only last so long. Throwing the Sparkling Aria, perfect, impeccable timing. Will this knock out, though, is the key question here.
Such a good question, because this is a regular Feraligatr, but a Shadow Lapras, it does not knock out. Gets the Psywave through before he can throw the Hydro Cannon. That is massive for StrangehToP.
That was incredible. I genuinely thought that Feraligatr would survive, but no, Psywave one to move. The damage registers too quickly, and now Lapras has so much energy trying to get to another Sparkling Aria. Does get it. Malamar will definitely not survive this. This is no shielded as well.
I really like this from AMindJoke still, because StrangehToP is forced to throw energy here, and this few Psywaves could actually make the difference here if he wants to go for a farm down against the Lapras. You know there is Shadow Feraligatr in the back, so I don't think you want to shield this because those Hydro Cannons hit way harder than a Sparkling Aria. AMindJoke is now going to be in this basically final matchup after the Lapras was swapped out. We're seeing all of those Lapras versus Feraligatr matchups here.
Yeah, the key thing now is how much chip damage can you get with Psywave to hopefully bring StrangehToP's Shadow Feraligatr down into Sparkling Aria knockout range. It is a race. There is almost two Sparkling Aria ready. The first one is going to tease away that shield from StrangehToP. The second one is going to be the key thing. Who will get to their charge attack first?
One turn for the Aria. Actually farms up a little bit more, knowing the counts perfectly. Taking one more Shadow Claw in the process, though. AMindJoke overfarms energy. Is going to knock out the Shadow Feraligatr. And now it is Lapras on Lapras. Who's the bigger fins? Oh.
It's going to be so close. AMindJoke has a little bit more energy. It's a race to that charge attack. Is it going to be AMindJoke? Celebrates He was so close, and he managed to pull it off. The StrangehToP resigned to the fact that his Lapras isn't able to get there. Down goes the Lapras, and AMindJoke takes that final game.
Perfect energy management on the side of AMindJoke there. I'm really impressed with this because he could have thrown against the Shadow for Alligator immediately. Decided to do 2 more Psy Waves instead of just throwing, and those 2 Psy Waves were the energy advantage that he needed to not make this a charge attack priority event. Sublime plays from AMindJoke.
You have to really respect as well and admire just how tight that was, because timing with Psy Wave is really tricky, because all you need to do is have 1 turn lapse in judgment and then you're caught out by that. So I was really impressed. I was scared almost at that moment for AMindJoke. Has he calculated this incorrectly? Has he slipped up? Has he gone too far? No, it was pristine and perfect, and it's the sort of thing that you come to expect of a trainer of his caliber.
He definitely lapped it up with the Lapras. That was insanity, bringing the Malamar himself, then realizing after the first 2 games, oh, I think StrangehToP was actually onto something. That Malamar looks really good in that matchup, as we're both bringing the Lapras.
Yes, indeed. And so this is the lovely thing, that even though both of these teams were essentially very similar, the two key differences were that Shadow Lapras as opposed to a regular one, and then the Shadow for Alligator as opposed to the conventional one. And AMindJoke's for Alligator, having an extra bolt, allowed it to survive and launch that Hydro Cannon in that final game. That was a key moment as well. Here you can see the Shadow for Alligator on StrangehToP's side able to get a lot of farm, and then this is where the power of the Hydro Cannon is so useful. This is another beautiful scenario, trying to get 2 for Alligators at each other. We will get that advantage. And it was so close. This is where, unfortunately, StrangehToP slipped up and didn't throw his charge attack.
Yeah, he could have thrown the fall play there. I think it would have maybe even been charge attack priority or not. However, the Malamar got knocked out, and here you can see AMindJoke overfarming just this teeny tiny little bit. Or actually, it was StrangehToP knocking out the for Alligator of AMindJoke set that actually got to that charge attack there, and there you could see the little bit of Psy Wave damage. Did not even matter that AMindJoke had it, he just needed the energy on that Lapras.
Yes, and he got it, and you could see how much it means to both these trainers. AMindJoke celebrating. I think StrangehToP staying there, that I was 1 away, just 1 more Psy Wave, and maybe I would have been able to pull that off. So that's how close it was, and I think both of these trainers recognize and just know just how close that battle was for them, because sometimes at this level you win by very close margins, and that was a classic example of it.
Every single fast attack matters, and every single fast attack actually can come back to bite you if you miscount. That has happened to me plenty of times.
It happens to the best of us, right?
Yeah, we've also seen this on stage yesterday when Slash played, and yeah, he had the Shadow Mightyena there, which is a Pokemon that needs shields or needs to win charge attack priority versus a superior. It would if he just clicked on the crunch.
Yes, that might have made the key difference. So we have obviously seen AMindJoke do magical things. I personally would love to hear more from him. So I think Marcus has found him to find out what were his thoughts on that final battle. Take it away, Marcus.
Thank you, Adelian. I am taking it away here with AMindJoke, and he's taking it away. Congratulations on a great game.
Thank you.
How do you feel right now? I see you're...
Yeah, I'm still shaking.
Yeah.
Especially because it was a mirror match. We had the same team, so it was...
How do you prepare for like such similar teams?
Okay, normally you don't. You just expect not to face the same, or just hope not to face the same. But I think this team here is very good, because like every single mirror you can face, for example, Gator against Gator, Lapras against Lapras, it's usually not much dependent like on like CMP or stuff like that. You can play with, I mean, sometimes you can, but you can play it out with like good energy management, shield advantage and stuff. So I think you always have play. That's what I like about this team.
Yes, and when you have similar Pokemon, it doesn't necessarily align.
Yeah, it's never
on alignment.
Exactly, it's never alignment dependent in this case. I love it.
And you managed that very well. It was incredible to watch. I mean, StrangehToP as well played an incredible game, but you pulled it out in the end. You got to be proud.
Close. It was very close.
Yeah, I'm sure. This is your best tournament run in a while?
I think Dortmund this year I got 5th.
Correct,
So
correct.
Not yet, maybe.
Oh, but now, because you are top 8 now.
Yeah, because like now, 5th or 6th, so the same.
Yep.
So I can beat it now, right?
Exactly.
I can improve it.
And so, where do you see yourself? What do you want from this tournament now?
Okay, I came here to win.
Okay, you came to win.
I came to win. So at this point, I just want to try to give it all and see what happens. for once I would like to get that far.
And there's only a few competitors left standing in your way, and you're in total control here. You've been playing so well.
I feel confident enough. I was nervous, very nervous, but confidence helped.
Any shout-outs you'd like to make?
Shout out like to probably a lot of people, but this time I would especially shout out my locals, because we started with a very little local scene with 4 or 5 people. Now we're like 10, 11 every time, and it's very helpful.
I'm sure.
As like playing live is different from playing online, so playing locals really help, I think. And shout out to also Elepfandflasche, because he suggested me to put the regular gator at the very end, and it was very helpful. It was my MVP, I would say.
Okay, so you've been happy with your regular gator?
Regular gator, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your insights, and I wish you the best and good luck with the rest of the tournament. Now, go and rest, and I'll throw it back to Adelian and his partner.
Thanks, Marcus. It's Adelian's partner here. I will be honest, it's great to see how the community works together for these tournaments as well. It doesn't surprise me that Nighttime Clasher gave him the idea to run the regular Feraligatr, just because him and Out of Pocket made 1st and 3rd place in Milwaukee with basically the same team, and that just speaks to what great team builders they are. I have like 3 tags, because I'm also a lazy tag deleter. I never do it. I have 3 pocket tags in my Pokémon GO.
Just inspired by Out of Pocket.
Just the teams that he played, and I was like, yeah, let's play this.
And Nighttime Clasher also did rather well in Melbourne, which is also happening this weekend, which has actually finished yesterday. So check out those results on social media. But let's come back to Utrecht. Let's come back to these 2 trainers. This is a very exciting matchup for me, because I know both of these trainers. I have a lot of love for both of these trainers. Is Koksiak, who is the Warsaw regional champion from 2022, and then Nickname, who has been a regional champion this season already, and Stoney in Stockholm, and was also the Bremen regional champion in 2 seasons ago, I believe. Both
played in the final versus
Zephymastyx, who's also in contention here. So a lot of familiar faces. Both of these trainers do hail from the Polish region as well, so they are like countrymen. They know each other, they are friends with each other, and this time though the friendships are set aside, because only one can win. What stands out to you? I'm loving Cradilly and Shadow Typhlosion on Koksiak's side.
Yep, Shadow Typhlosion is also on the side of Nickname. I want to say that Nickname's Shadow Typhlosion is slightly more free in that matchup. There is, of course, the Claydol that Nickname is running that is perhaps a little bit threatening for the Shadow Typhlosion on the side of Koksiak. But I think you're absolutely onto something with the Cradilly. Both trainers are locked in, so let's go into game 1. I think we're going to see a Cradilly.
Yes, let's see Cradilly. Where does it come? Will it come? No, Corviknight is going to launch first, and it's faced off against the Forest. This isn't an advantage for Koksiak here, because Corviknight resists all of the charge attacks that Forest is able to launch here. Only the threat is the Sucker Punches, and Trailblaze potentially boosting the firepower of those Sucker Punches.
Trailblaze is double resisted, but if you invest 1 shield and your opponent doesn't, then Ferret can actually win this matchup if you go Trailblaze and then straight Swift. So actually, if you want to invest a little bit of shields, then Ferret can come out on top. However, if Koksiak goes for straight Iron Head, this might change actually.
Yes, and Koksiak is indeed doing exactly that, going for another Iron Head. Is able to actually launch it first before Nickname is able to launch a charge attack, so Nickname forced to make that shield in order to capitalize on the energy that he has farmed up here. Going up to 2 Swifts now. Now Nickname chooses to launch it at this range with the Trailblaze boost. Despite the resistance, Corviknight will get knocked out.
Yep, trust the Ferret, it has a boost and it has so much energy. And now look at this! There is no fast attack pressure against this Ferret, except for maybe Bubbles, but you're still going to get hit hard by those Sucker Punches, and especially the boosted Trailblaze. So a shield is being taken away immediately. Nickname now evens out the shields and has switch advantage, and will get to another Swift, perhaps to another Trailblaze.
Yeah, it's going to be so close. Koksiak not able to get that farm down. 3rd Trailblaze coming in. This is double boosted. No shield as well. This is an incredible call by Koksiak.
Ferret goes in for even more Sucker Punches. 60% of the Azumarill's HP is taken away here. Mirrors it up with his own Azumarill. Where's your energy gonna go? Into my sponging Pokemon.
Yes, and we've seen these mirror matches between Azumarill where Playrough versus Playrough here, switching into Cradily, which is an advantageous matchup now responded to by the Corviknight, which is not ideal. Cradily struggles to deal with Corviknight here, but the Rock Tomb at least is neutral and going to deal, and also going to give a debuff to Corviknight, making it less of a threat. But we know Nickname has Iron Head, and Cradily is one of the rare Pokemon that takes super effective damage from Steel-type attacks.
Is the shade thrown against Rock-type Pokemon. It is shielded up. Look at this. This is a debuffed Iron Head. This is not something that you would ideally want to shield. Koksiak now completely out of shields. Of course, very reasonable because he is going to debuff that Corviknight one more time after this. Now the question is, does Nickname decide to switch it up a little bit more and farm up until the next Iron Head? Probably throw this before the next Rock Tomb and then go out into the Azumarill again just to reset this debuff?
Yes, that would be the play, I think. Let's see if Nickname does exactly as you predict, Leo. Well assessed if so. Iron Head double debuffed and therefore makes very little damage. No, Nickname does not actually switch out. Actually, maybe he's hoping to take the Rock Tomb on his Corviknight so that his Azumarill doesn't get debuffed afterwards. Maybe that's the play. Now Azumarill is coming in and it does have a Ice Beam here. Tries to make the catch. Koksiak does not make that catch. Nickname now farming up even more just before knocking out the Koksiak's Azumarill. This is a tactical master play of patience here.
Yep, perfect patience. As you said, the Playrough is going to connect, gonna leave the Azumarill at a little bit of HP. This might be Thunder Range. You can comfortably no-shield this because the only attack threatening your Azumarill would be a Grass Knot from this Cradily.
Yes, that is absolutely right. And now a little bit more farm on Nickname's side. He's enjoying this. He needs all the farm he can get because those Ice Beams are going to be the threat. Is one Ice Beam going to be enough? Is this going to get the knockout? Does Koksiak cross in the bulk of his Cradily? Will this be enough?
Nickname is on an absolute tear through the Pokemon GO community right now. He has been just recently crowned a champion, made another top cut, and now he is sitting here in the winner's side of the bracket, winning the first game versus Koksiak.
Yes.
Good lead. The Corviknight call onto that Cradily was really, really strong. You said it, Cradily looks really strong, but Corviknight is an issue.
Yes, Corviknight is the problem, and the issue for Koksiak is this. In order to deal with the Corviknight, really the best answer is to bring in that Shadow Typhlosion, but Corviknight's running Sand Attack, and there's so many other Pokemon on Nickname's side that are a threat to that Typhlosion that, you know what? It's going to be really tricky. Maybe the Dugong is a shout because it will deal Ice-type damage and be able to debuff the Corviknight, but it is a little bit slow. We've not seen a lot of Dugong in this meta so far, but I don't see why. I don't think it's a bad Pokemon, you know.
It has some issues versus Azumarill and versus Lapras, and also playing it out in a fully swapped scenario versus Shadow Feraligatr, especially if there's one Shadow Claw advantage, can be really iffy. So I understand why people are dropping it a little bit, even though winning the lead with it can give you some good results. However, I want to mention that Koksiak got the Ferret on the Pokemon that he wants it to be on. He got the Corviknight on that Ferret, but he still couldn't handle it. Didn't want to invest a shield there. The Ferret actually got out with a boost, with a lot of energy, dealt so much damage to Azumarill. So you need fast attack pressure against. If you want to have the Corviknight on the Ferret again, and you're going to be able to lose that matchup, you will have to give up a shield afterwards regardless, but I think if you're bringing in Shadow Typhlosion afterwards, you're just taking some Sucker Punch damage, but you will farm down the Ferret with it.
Yes, and that might be the play to get that energy advantage with that Shadow Typhlosion, and then it can be so much more dangerous. The key thing is, does Koksiak recognize that? Does he feel that this is going to be the play? And if so, how do you defend against that Claydol? How do you defend against all the Azumarill? You need something to deal with that. Cradily and Typhlosion make an absolutely phenomenal core for Koksiak here. So let's see if he brings that in there. Ferret is launched, and this time it goes up against the Azumarill, and you do see that Cradily Typhlosion core in the back, but this is not the lead that Koksiak wants because of Ferret's Trailblaze.
Yep, that is true. However, the Zero Shield scenario straight up is won by Azumarill, actually. So I think what Nickname can do, and that is usually what players do with Ferret, is to farm up, give one shield to the Azumarill, and then get out of the matchup with a lot of energy. If the Azumarill decides to also shield, then you're going to get out with a lot of energy, because then the matchup shifts.
Yes, so let's see if Koksiak is aware of this matchup and how he plays it. There is that first shield that you mentioned, Leo, for it being defended very nicely, and here comes that second Trailblaze. No shield on this one either. Koksiak trusting in the bulk of his Azumarill, but this is a boosted Trailblaze here.
Yep, and we're going to try and reach the play rough. Does barely get to it, of course, but we're not shielding this on the side of Nickname. Does not want to get out with the most HP possible, but wants to have energy and still wants to have some shields left remaining, but he's going to get switched, and with that backline, this looks really important. So I think Koksiak is going to try and go for a farm down here with the Shadow Typhlosion, because it is only gonna get to one Swift. You're going to get one more Incinerate advantage, and then the Azumarill matchup is not even that bad. If you have two Incinerates in, you can throw Thunder Punches.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is really good. 2 Incinerates worth of energy is fabulous here. Now Koksiak has to consider timings. His Incinerate is a 5-turn fast attack. Bubble is a 3-turn fast attack, so knowing when to launch your attack is going to be key. He got impeccable timing there. Another Incinerate comes through, and here comes that second Thunder Punch here. This is really going to start pressuring the health of Nickname here.
Oh, we're giving a shield to the Azumarill. I like this because at this point you can farm down very freely. Launches an Ice Beam here, knowing fast attacks are going to be enough for that Typhlosion in the back. Ice Beam, super effective damage. Koksiak actually lets it go through. This is not even debuffed. Swaps in the Corviknight immediately. This is looking good for Nickname.
But I think it's a very sensible decision to no-shield that Ice Beam, because the threat of the Iron Head from Corviknight is problematic, and if we can Rock Tomb and weaken this, you could come out of this matchup with maybe a bit of energy further down the line. Let's see if this is the play that he wants to make. Koksiak going for the... Oh no, not before the Rock Tomb can even be launched. Nickname, impeccable timing. Here comes the Iron Head. No shield this time from Koksiak either.
Oh, and Koksiak is nodding his head. This is exactly how he wants to play this out. There's very little HP on that Shadow Typhlosion. I think he wants to farm down that Corviknight, but the sand attack damage will ramp up as well here. Does he get to the charge attack? No, he does get to the Iron Head. Has to throw this here to strip out the last shield here, but...
That's still okay though, because the Incinerate is going to go through after the shield, knock out the Corviknight, and here comes that Thunder Punch. It is shadow boosted. Is this going to knock out Azumarill, which is so bulky? But this attack is super effective. Is it enough? Do we know? No, it isn't.
Oh, and now another bubble takes out that Shadow Typhlosion. Do we have enough HP to bubble down this Cradily? Yes, Azumarill comes out on top here at Koksiak with a nice strategy. You can't overcome that Ferret in the lead.
That was incredible. I cannot believe how close that matchup was. Nickname, I think he wasn't even sure if he would win that, because that could have been a simultaneous knockout there. Impressive plays by Nickname. A really tactical masterpiece though by Koksiak to try and go for that win condition, because I did think that was a potential way to win. But in the end, that bulk of Azumarill just about survived.
This Thunder Punch could have been the difference maker, but it just wasn't. Azumarill on 1 HP. So amazingly played by Nickname. Koksiak adapting after the first game, realizing, oh boy, Ferret lead is a problem for my team, because I just don't have any Pokemon that can handle the fast and charge attack pressure of a Ferret, especially if it exits the lead debuffed. And then you have your Shadow Typhlosion. But Shadow Typhlosion can farm it down into Incinerates after you play most of the matchups. You have shield advantage. You will have to give a shield back because it exits with a lot of energy.
Indeed.
Boosted Sucker Punches from Ferret on a Typhlosion, especially if you connect 10 of them. That is a lot of damage.
Oh, yes, it is. And what's impressive as well is after the 2 Thunder Punches were launched from Shadow Typhlosion on Nickname's Azumarill, Azumarill was able to, of course, survive those because it tanked one and it shielded the other. But what was impressive is after that, the bubble damage that was being launched towards the Typhlosion was really impactful. Bear in mind that because it's a 5-turn fast attack, you get your Incinerate. By the time you launch 1 Incinerate and then throw your charge attack, 2 bubbles would have sipped through with its 3-turn fast attack followed by another 3-turn fast attack. So Typhlosion being a shadow, it's really going to struggle there, and that's why Koksiak had to swap out and bring in the Cradily at the very end there.
Yeah, in practice tournaments, many players have had success with Typhlosion so far, so I think this is the reason why Azumarill performs so well in this very tournament.
Yeah.
Just because it is a good answer to Shadow Typhlosion, which Tinkaton just wasn't.
No, Tinkaton, well, Depends. If Tinkaton has a good amount of energy, you might be able to threaten with the bulldoze. But yes, in theory, in theory and in practice as well, I guess, Incinerate is able to chip away at the Tinkaton. You just have to give up his shields. This is where I always go for the argument of Talonflame instead. But anywho, Ice Beam here was an example of rare weakness that Cradily has. Ice and Steel being used to take out this Cradily. We saw how Iron Head was so effective despite the debuffs that Cradily is able to launch in return to the Corviknight.
I'm a big fan of how Corviknight plays as well. This Pokemon is so neutral into anything, and it has just this great typing where you can face off against some interesting core breakers just like this Cradily and just resist all of the fast attack damage. Here you can see Nickname. This meant a lot to him. He knew this was a tricky matchup, and his Ferret strategy just worked. Sometimes, I've been saying this a lot lately, but you gotta trust the Ferret.
Yeah, gotta trust the Forest. It is clearly making its way. It's really fun about Pokemon Go that there's some very unusual Pokemon that you wouldn't see necessarily in the video game or the trading card game that really do shine here. Remember when Charjabug was very much a thing in the Open Great League meta. Now it is the meta where Forest can potentially dominate. There are a few other Pokemon that dominate it a little bit more. Jumpluff, of course, is the reigning Pokemon here in Utrecht as far as this tournament's concerned. But Forest, I think, has been a nice new addition and has a lot of versatility to consider.
I love Ferret, definitely. And yes, you are absolutely right. Jumpluff is the supreme grass-type Pokemon that we have in the meta for this entire season.
And doesn't actually put out any grass-type damage, but yeah, sure.
That is another good point. But in the last tournament in Seville, the grass-type Pokemon that won the entire event was superior. This was an absolute roller coaster of emotion with a great grand finals, and we want to show you more about Seville.
Hey there, trainers. My name is Martijn Versteeg. You may also know me as Inadequance. Let us take a quick look at what happened previously in the Championship Series in Europe. Seville 2025. The main topic of the championship was how the newly introduced Tinkaton would impact the meta and how players would adapt. With its unique Fairy and Steel typing, it would threaten dominant Pokemon like Lapras, Drapion, Azumarill, and Jumpluff. Tinkaton was set to change the meta entirely from here. 12 trainers were remaining on day 2 to fight for the crown of Seville. And for some of them, their tournament dreams came true. The Spanish content creator Marcus Shiny was able to get his hands on the medal for the first time in his Play Pokemon career, making it to top 4 after defeating the incredible championship debut of Vision Prod. Borja had been chasing the dream of grabbing the title since he started competing a year ago, and he made it very close with a top 3 performance. The only one able to stop Borja was the reigning Europe International Champion, Batoman. Batoman lived up to the expectations of the crowd, and he put on a show by defeating everyone on his path. But in the winners finals, a trap was awaiting him. HK Assassin and his unique and trusted pick of Stunfisk were able to shock and stop Batoman, defeating him by 3-0. And in the grand finals, they would meet again. This time, Batoman was able to overcome HK Assassin and reset the bracket in the first set with a convincing 3-0 sweep. Everyone thought the tides had turned. Everyone was holding their breath. But in the very last set of the championship, HK Assassin picked up his game. Tinkaton is the meta now, but he sent out the reliable Lapras and tore down the defenses of Batoman's team. With Talonflame being cornered by Stunfisk, Lapras and Swampert, Batoman had nowhere to go, and HK Assassin managed to claim the title of the Seville Championship. This weekend is bound to have exciting action once more in the Championship Series. Has Tinkaton replaced Azumarill as the Fairy type to go, and is Drapion still the most common Pokemon in the meta? Let's head into the action and find out.
Seville was our first special championship of the season, but the action doesn't stop there because we are here in Utrecht and we're upping it a little bit here. We got the Lundbergers, we got the Marcus Borgers, and we have nail-biting battles coming up. Also nail-biting battles that we just saw.
That made me hungry, Amanda.
Ooh.
But I'm also hungry for the battles.
Nom 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 nom.
Oh, nom nom. I'm turning into a swallow, just ready to devour battle after battle after battle.
And I think think that your appetite might have been a little bit sated earlier, because how close were some of those matches, especially between Nickname and Koksiak, just that very last one, hanging on by an absolute thread to be able to put Nickname through on the winner's side of the bracket.
But here we have two other competitors. It's Maximilian P and Fatalisnex with that Hisuian Electrode. I have not seen that thing ever, I think, in the Championship Series.
I know, I talked about the Spice Picks and I completely left it out yesterday, but this is the one that made it through on the winner's side of the bracket. Very excited to see it in action against Maxy's team. Maxy talked a little bit yesterday about why he chose to use the Pokemon that he did. He told me, actually, he thought that they might be slightly off meta picks, but looking at this team, looks pretty meta to me.
It's defining the meta is what it is currently. The differences on the teams from these two players: Flame Charge on the Talonflame, they have this similar Lapras, they have Dropion, Claydol, and then we have a Hisuian Electrode. Even though it's a grass type, it does not run a grass type charge attack. Fatalisnex has decided to opt for the fast-pacing Swift rather than the more expensive charge attack Energy Ball.
I think if you look at it, it makes a little bit of sense, right? Because even though it is a grass type, because of the electric type coverage, it's hitting most of those water types already with the electric typing, so maybe doesn't necessarily need the grass as much.
But you will give up the hit into ground types without running the Energy Ball. And I'm excited to see if these players are getting ready here and they're locking in. Can we see an Electrode? It's a jump up from Fatalisnex's side into a Talonflame for Maximilian.
Great call by Maximilian. They're leading that Talonflame, finding its target immediately, and I think we'll see a pivot out. I like that play, going for one Fairy Wind beforehand, transferring the energy to the Dropion there as one of the safest swaps in the game. Azumarill comes in to cover it, but it's gonna take a crunch.
Maximilian deciding to throw in the Azumarill there because it resists all the charge attack from Fatalisnex. We probably will not see Maximilian shielding up his Azumarill in this situation.
Going ahead and just getting a little bit of energy, but not before the next crunch go through. We saw that it doesn't really do that much damage. I think you're absolutely right, Marcus. We're not going to see a shield unless there's a possible crunch debuff that's happening, but no, they're going straight for the Ice Beam. At this range, the Dropion's quite low. Will Fatalisnex choose to use a shield?
He decides to because he wants to preserve his Dropion. This energy could be super valuable if he can get out of this Azumarill matchup with health remaining. And here comes another crunch. This threatens just to knock out the Azumarill, and Maximilian P decides to let it go.
I really like this play because the Dropion is so low at this point that if you come in with the Talonflame again, you might be able to get a lot of energy. You might have to expend a shield in the meantime too. You see Maximilian thinking about it, coming in with his own Dropion, and said he doesn't want to take that Aqua Tail damage.
Maximilian decided to give up switching advantage, even though he led his fire type into a grass type, because Maximilian knew I have a poison type in the back as well. There are not a lot of ways for this jump left to go if I can just get rid of my Azumarill.
Now, at this point, though, look how much work this Dropion on Fatalisnex's side's gone through here. It's gone through Azumarill. It's almost taken out the Dropion on the opposing side. In comes the Lapras, and you see Maxy is smirking a little bit here because he knows that if he Flame Charges first, this is going to boost his Incinerates from here on out, and he has two shields to hide behind in this matchup.
Maximilian puts it all on his Talonflame. And I think, of course, he's going to shield this water type damage from the Lapras. Boosting up his attack, the next charge attack from Maximilian threatens a knockout on Fatalisnex's Lapras. But can he get there on time? No, he's going for a farm down. He's going to take all this energy and bank it on the Talonflame.
He told me that this was the plan for when Lapras comes in. He's going to two-shield farm down, and he has two boosted flies loaded for whatever will come in. This is going to do so much damage. No protect shields, but there is so much power coming in.
Maximilian P looks locked and loaded and ready to take on this jump left. Fatalisnex he decides to let it go. This is a very challenging spot for Fatalisnex. Decides to transfer that Incinerate damage onto his Dropion, but Maximilian has so much energy left on both of his Pokemon.
What an interesting play. Going for an Aqua Tail bait here. It's not going to be enough to knock out, but he does have another one loaded, forcing Fatalisnex to use his shield here. I think the Talonflame is also at 100, or not 100 energy, but it has a charge attack loaded, right?
Can the Jumpluff hang on? It gets to an Acrobatics if Maximilian does not have the charge attack. Oh, but he does. He stored and then a charge attack. But this game got a lot closer in the end than what it looked initially.
Jumpluff still put in as much work as it possibly could in that scenario. If it would have been able to release that charge attack, if there wasn't any energy on the Talonflame, that would have been a completely different story. But I think that Talonflame literally cooked.
It did. It certainly did. Boosting up and ramping up its attack with a flame charge really put Maximilian in a threatening position. And Fatalisnex realized what he had to do to win. It was calling an Aqua Tail from the Dropion and then getting a farm down with his Jumpluff so he could bring an Acrobatics into Maximilian's Talonflame. But Maximilian, he covered all his bases and saved up that charge attack on the Talonflame.
One great thing you notice from players with such high caliber as both of these trainers is knowing which trainer wins charge attack priority, which Pokemon has the higher attack and will be able to throw off its charge attack first. In the case between the Talonflame and the Jumpluff, definitely going to be the Talonflame on that side. Still, Fatalisnex did everything he possibly could to make that as close as possible.
I just want to comment on Fatalisnex's understanding of the turn durations, because he realized that the Jumpluff would faint from an Incinerate. So he decided to do one Fairy Wind before swapping into Dropion to try to build up as much energy as possible. That means the Incinerate damage does not have time to register on the Jumpluff, so it will register on the Dropion instead, and that gives Jumpluff more time to actually reach its charge attacks.
Charge attacks of the Jumpluff would actually put in a decent chunk of damage, especially that Acrobatics to the Talonflame when the Talonflame was that low. But these games are going to be so close. Once again, this is winners round 1 of day 2 here in Utrecht. Both of these trainers want to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. This is game number 2, and we have, once again, another great lead for Maximilian P.
This is looking very good for Maximilian, because here comes the Lapras. This Lapras does not have the greatest matchup into the Claydol either. And there comes the Malamar to hard answer the Lapras.
Going for that Skull Bash. This is heavy hitting. Not only that, that will boost the Lapras up. Great play being able to get to this attack. No shield by Maxy here. Look how much damage that does to the Malamar.
A significant amount of damage. And now the Malamar will have to apply 2 charge attacks to take out this Lapras. Will it be enough? I think Fatalisnex is going to threaten the shield for Maximilian.
Going ahead, hit that superpower number 1, but it's not going to knock out. Going for number 2 before the Sparkling Aria is even available. Does Fatalisnex want to take a shield here because he is at the attack himself? Yes, choosing to do so.
I think this is looking better and better for Maximilian, because now he got a shield in this matchup as well. Does he decide to keep switch advantage? He really wants switch advantage, keeping that Claydol on the Dropion.
He says, I know I'm debuffed at this point, but Malamar putting in the work. Unfortunately, he might have to go 2 shields down in this snare if he wants to keep it, and he chooses to let it go.
Very brave play by Maximilian, but he has put his fate into the Claydol and the Lapras. And here comes a Jumpluff. This Claydol is going to threaten a lot of damage on the Jumpluff with this Ice Beam. Double super effective, and Fatalisnex decides to no shield.
Thinks it maybe is going to be a Rock Tomb, which would still do a nice chunk of damage, but not that much super effective damage here. Coming in, just getting all the energy on the Jumpluff. Jumpluff has been trying game 1. It's been trying game 2. It's finally found a mark with this Acrobatics.
I think Maximilian knows that the bulk of his regular Lapras in the back, if it's going to be hard for Dropion to take out both the Claydol and the Lapras. Maximilian is eyeing a way to victory here if he can get some Mud Slap damage onto this Dropion.
Now pay attention to how quickly these fast attacks are just chunking down the Dropion there. No charge attacks even being loaded by those Claydol. Poison Stings aren't doing much at all. And look at this. He's shielding because he's forcing the Dropion to throw another attack, but the Rock Tomb comes in first.
And this is going to debuff the Shadow Dropion. Maximilian, he is confident of how he's going to win this game, and he comes in with the Lapras and it gets the attack debuff. these crunches will not be able to two-shot a Lapras.
At this point, I think that Fatalisnex is hoping for a crunch debuff, hoping for another one, but look at that. It's still not going to be enough. A Sparkling Aria is already ready. Going for a couple sideways first, recognizing he would probably lose charge attack priority, so he wants to get some damage in before throwing. Great play by Maxy here. You see him smiling. He knows he's got game number 2 in the pocket, going for a Sneeuwman.
That's a very entertaining end to this battle. Maximilian just wanted to maximize his time on stream, and this is a win for Maximilian.
His defense is risen. He has risen as well into round number 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. Maximilian P coming in, crushing the competition and saying, I've got something to play for here in Utrecht.
Well, it might have looked like a one-sided game with Maximilian making the right calls to align his Pokemon correctly, and that certainly gave him a big advantage in this game.
I think the one really fun thing about Maxy is he is not afraid to share his strategies with people, and he's not afraid to talk about why he's bringing certain Pokemon to this, the meta calls that he is making. He talked about earlier on why he preferred Talonflame over Shadow Typhlosion, and one of the main reasons he said was, well, you know what, like, I know that my Shadow Typhlosion would always lose charge attack priority to other Shadow Typhlosions, and that's pretty much why I opted to use a Talonflame. Plus, he wanted to have better coverage against certain Pokemon. So I think really different, when you're deciding to build your team of 6, there's a lot of different reasons to go behind what you're bringing, correct?
Absolutely. The Talonflame can take charge attacks a little bit better than a Shadow Typhlosion will, but it's also doing less damage, but maybe that's why he opted for the Flame Charge to ramp up his attacks. And here we see the Talonflame really going to town in game 1. He even snuck an entire Incinerate through in that situation, and that put Maximilian so far ahead that it was tougher for Fatalisnex to come back.
Yeah, look at that. He was even at maximum energy there, still not bothering to throw because he wanted both of those boosted flies for whatever came in the back. Great call for team lead number 1. He got that Talonflame on the jump bluff. Game number 2, he got the Claydol on the drop-down. Maximilian was in the driver's seat from the beginning of the matches, and he didn't take his foot off the gas.
He really wanted to put on a show for us trainers, and he did. And Maximilian is looking to go as far as possible in this tournament. He has a third place finish from Barcelona, I believe. And so this is a trainer who's not unfamiliar with deep tournament runs, and you can see him popping off. He's very happy about his performances so far.
He said that, I believe last year he got 7th in Utrecht, and he thought maybe he could do it again, but if he won his first round, he was guaranteed to not get 7th just from placing-wise, so maybe he's hoping for an even higher placement this year.
There's no reason to not go for it now. I mean, he's in pole position to make a deep run, and I believe he might be facing off against a teammate next, because I'm not 100% sure of how the bracket looks, but I do think that Alessio and AMindJoke and Maxy will face off next. But here, let's take a look at the losers bracket. Fatalisnex is now dropped down into the losers bracket and facing off against Elepfandflasche in the next round. I wonder how he got there. Oh, we beat Howie. Oh, right.
Look at this. Yeah, so a lot of these matches of losers round 1 were played off stream, so we didn't get to see those. But from now on, we're going to see all of the battles here. But let's go ahead and just take a moment and really congratulate the trainers who made it into day number 2 here. Howie, a trainer from the Netherlands, Zzweilous, Kelio. I think actually the 3 of those people are from the Netherlands. Correct. And Stone Collection from Germany, all being knocked out of the competition in this double elimination bracket.
So we have Fatalisnex and Elepfandflasche facing off. We have Koksiak against Bats. We have StrangehToP against Zzweilous, and then Sneeuwman versus Palasha. I believe that Sneeuwman versus Palasha will be the first game that we're going to see on stream, and those are 2 trainers with a slightly different legacy, but Sneeuwman was the one coming in from the winner's side of the bracket today.
Just saw him playing against Zephy, correct?
That is correct. And what I'm curious about is how the momentum is felt for these trainers. Paula coming from a win recently because she advanced in the losers bracket. Even though she was started in the losers bracket, she advanced into the next round, while Sneeuwman, he lost his game. Does that affect him anyway? What kind of tools does he have to deal with with his tournament result.
Right. I mean, it takes a lot of mental resilience, I think, and the pendulum shifts back and forth through these trainers being like, okay, do I feel confident in these rounds? Maybe with the Sneeuwman, he just didn't recognize certain reads. Maybe the team of Zephy was just a little bit difficult to deal with. Zephy made some interesting calls, bringing in a Clodsire, and I think a lot of trainers weren't actually expecting that. Let's take a look at this team, taking a little bit of page out of maybe HK Assassin, our Seville champions book here, running that Unnovan Stunfisk, a very interesting pick, and also the reason why Zzweilous opted to run Energy Ball on his jump bluff rather than the 2 flying attacks.
We also see an Alolan Sandslash, but switching over to Palasha, she is running the same team as Nighttime Clasher was in Milwaukee with Shadow Jumpluff and Shadow Feraligatr. This team is very similar to AMindJoke's team, and those two being teammates maybe has something to do with both of them making that decision to run this team, but Paula has decided to go with the Shadow Feraligatr instead of the regular one. Packs a little bit more of a punch, but it also takes 20% more damage than the regular Feraligatr does.
When you're looking at team compositions like this, because I believe Out of Pocket also had a standard Jumpluff and not a Shadow Jumpluff on his team, what are the considerations for why you would opt to use a Shadow Pokemon like Shadow Jumpluff over the regular one, or vice versa?
Well, I like to look at the meta. What do I live as the regular Feraligatr, and what knockouts do I miss? For example, if I've been looking into the differences between Blastoise a lot, like Shadow Blastoise and regular Blastoise. The regular Blastoise barely misses out on knockouts on Tinkaton with 2 Hydro Cannons and rollouts, and also Diggersby with 2 Hydro Cannons and rollouts, and those are arguments to run the Shadow Blastoise.
Sure.
But the Shadow feigns easier, takes more damage from Malamar Psywaves and also Lapras' charge attacks, so it was less consistent against those, and those are the decisions that you have to make, you know? So I'm sure that Paula has looked into Shadow Feraligatr versus regular, and she prefers the power of the Hydro Cannons, threatening those shields more, maybe to set up sweepers like Shadow Jumpluff or Malamar.
That makes a lot of sense. Also on the same side of Sneeuwman, you talked about the fact that he's running Alolan Sandslash, and that is a Pokemon that we've seen in previous rounds also being Shadow, because it does pack a little bit more of that punch, but I think he is maybe opting to run the regular one because of that survivability factor you talked about, being able to take those charge attacks from Pokemon a little more comfortably.
Exactly. Alolan Sandslash, if it's a Shadow one, it has a much tougher matchup into a Azumarill, even though it resists all the charge attacks. So the regular Sandslash is a lot safer into, for example, a Azumarill. But at the same time, you lose out a lot of power with the regular Alolan Sandslash, meaning that your Drill Run does not one-hit KO a Dropion. So those are the differences. Like, you cannot have both. You need to pick your poison.
As much as you want. No, sometimes you don't have to pick your poison. Sometimes people bring double poison.
Oh, I mean the double poison sandwich. I'm happy that we're done seeing the double poison sandwich. I think this meta is incredible. I'm having a lot of fun watching these battles, and I believe our trainers are too, and they're getting ready to lock in.
Yeah, I hope you guys at home are having fun watching these, because these are going to be incredible battles coming in. Losers round 2, we got Sneeuwman versus Palasha. Let's see how they're playing it out. We have a Malamar on the field against a Diggersby.
I am excited to see how Sneeuwman, what type of Malamar he's bringing, because if he's bringing a high attack Malamar, these Psywaves do even more damage to a Diggersby.
Going for that Scorching Sands for the potential to debuff that attack, so even if it is a higher attack, maybe it won't be packing as much punch anymore. And she does get the attack ball here. That is pretty good. Sneeuwman opting to go for the superpower here. This will lower its own attack and defense, but it is a super effective against that Diggersby.
This could be detrimental for Sneeuwman because he needs to knock out this Diggersby. He does not want this Jumpluff to take any of these fire punches, and he does not want Jumpluff lined up against that Tinkaton in the back.
Palasha opting to swap out. Looks like they swapped at the exact same time here. And the Feraligatr, though the Hydro Cannons aren't going to be doing that much damage, they certainly add up with the Shadow Claws over time. And this is certainly going to be a very, very interesting matchup to watch as the Azumarill slowly paces towards its attacks.
You would think this is looking great for Azumarill, resisting all the attacks from Shadow Feraligatr. But Shadow Feraligatr paces so quickly and hits so hard that it can even threaten an Azumarill, and the bubbles are resisted. Look at Feraligatr not taking a lot of damage here.
Our Alligator just eating it all up with their shields to hide behind. It is loving this matchup here. Already at another Hydro Cannon. Look, this Azumarill is in the red, not even at an attack yet, and throwing a charge attack priority. Wonderful counting, wonderful timing, and this is a potential shield scenario for Sneeuwman.
Sneeuwman decides to let it go. He wants to bank it on his sweepers, the Jumpluff and the Malamar. But can he get there? Oh, they both decide to shield out, switch out at the same time.
Look at this. These two are dancing together, and they are practically in sync here. Going for an attack on the Jumpluff at this point. You've seen this matchup play out quite a bit. This was the #1 used Pokemon and the #2 used Pokemon in day #1. We've seen so many of these taking the field as the hammer is thrown. Play rough coming out at the Jumpluff. No Protect Shield yet on Sneeuwman's side.
Now Sneeuwman is in range of another play rough. Maybe Polasha, who's down a shield, might consider starting to throw bulldozers to fish out the last shield from Sneeuwman.
The big problem is it's a high risk, high reward one. If you go for a bulldoze here and the Jumpluff doesn't shield, then that's such a bad situation to be in. But look at this high risk, high reward.
And because Pola understands that Sneeuwman needs to spend his shields eventually if he's going to have a shot at winning this game.
Going ahead and going for a combination play, getting shield #1, getting shield #2, and record amount of time here for Alligator is out of juice at this point, but Jumpluff is full of energy.
Will Polasha decide to shield her Feraligatr? Hey, she lets it go. Now it's on the shoulders of low health Tinkaton and the Diggersby. Oh, and she throws a play rough into the low health Malamar.
Paula is also confused that the Malamar comes in, I guess maybe trying to use it as a sacrificial swap at this point. There's so much energy on the Jumpluff. Jumpluff is going for aggressive Fairy Wind down, not able to make it in time. This is just a bulldoze, but the Jumpluff has very little health left.
It might even still not be enough to knock out, and Jumpluff hangs on, but can it live? A quick attack from the Diggersby. I don't think this is enough.
There's a shield on Paula's side. There's so little health on the Jumpluff. It's the little Pluff that could, but can it in this matchup?
And that's game for Polasha. Her Diggersby takes out the Jumpluff with a single quick attack. The bulldoze was not enough. That almost did negative damage to the Jumpluff. It almost healed the Jumpluff a little bit.
The Jumpluff's like, oh yeah. I think Paula at that point was just saying, hey, chip damage is chip damage. And if you look at that one quick attack afterwards was just enough to be able to knock out, because that Jumpluff had so much energy. If that bulldoze hadn't even connected, I think that Sneeuwman might have been able to get to 2 attacks.
I believe that you're correct, because if Pola does not throw that bulldoze, even though it did extremely negligible damage,
Tickled that Jumpluff.
Jumpluff lives those quick attacks from Diggersby and gets to 2 charge attacks and wins that game.
Yeah, that was so close. Almost blink and you'll miss it type decisions that were made on each of those opponents' side, playing to their win conditions, making those matches so incredibly close. And I said this yesterday, I know that everyone loves to see the winner side of the bracket because these are the trainers who have been doing so phenomenally throughout this entire tournament, but I absolutely love the losers rounds because this is where it gets nitty-gritty. This is where you really see the emotions of both of these trainers. They want to stay in this tournament, but they already have a loss under their belt, and that means whoever loses this round can no longer be in the consideration for Utrecht champion.
This is where the stakes are the highest. This is where the pressure is pressuring the most, and the players are feeling it. They want to make the correct call going into this next game, and they are getting ready to lock in, having made, maybe, for Sneeuwman's side, the final decision of his tournament if this is not going his way. And we see Diggersby into Unknown Stunfisk. This is terrible for Sneeuwman.
Yeah, Sneeuwman shaking his head a little bit, but he's got a backup plan. And you see an immediate swap out into that Jumpluff. A pretty safe swap when it has a little bit of an energy advantage and shields up behind, especially into this team. I think one thing that is very interesting about the Jumpluffs nowadays that are rerunning is since they're both flying attacks, it doesn't threaten some of the grass types as much. However, you still see the Protect Shield because now Paula gets to choose the game of her own. Do I bait in this scenario, or do I also go for a heavy hitting charge attack and try to get that shield?
I think Sneeuwman needs to call a bait here, but he doesn't. He lets the jump bluff go. This is looking very good for Polasha, but Sneeuwman, he's a shield up. Maybe his Stunfisk and Azumarill can put in the work that he needs in this game.
Maybe this was his plan all along. Jump up to get a shield, take some energy off of Pokemon, because this is a great matchup for the Stunfisk. Also, when it has shields to hide behind, the Sparkling Arias are going to be doing a nice chunk of damage. You'll see it is super effective here, but at the same point, the Stunfisk is still going to be able to get off another attack, goes immediately for the discharge.
Sneeuwman does not want to take another Sparkling Aria from that Lapras. As you saw, the water type damage did a lot, and Sneeuwman just wants to get rid of the Lapras here. Goes in with the Azumarill. Here's a Feraligatr. Where is Sneeuwman going to use his shields?
At this point, Sneeuwman has two. I think he must be putting it all on the Azumarill at this point. Polasha is down one shield. Doesn't opt to use the first one for the Feraligatr here, but this will put in a ton of damage. Not enough to knock out, but that Feraligatr is now in the red.
And Sneeuwman's Azumarill needs to hang on, because the Azumarill needs to make sure the Diggersby gets so low that the Unown Stunfisk can take it out. And I'm not sure if Sneeuwman will be able to, but he needs to start shielding up his Pokemon if he's going to have a chance.
I think he must be listening to you here, using that first Protect Shield in this late matchup, trying to keep the Azumarill from going down into the red, trying to bubble down this Feraligatr to come out with some attacks that will be hitting the Diggersby. Those Ice Beams from the Azumarill are going to be doing a great chunk of damage, using both Protect Shields here, but Polasha wants to get a little bit ahead of it here, trying to come in and get some damage off of her own.
Sneeuwman needs to land at least one Ice Beam, possibly even two if he could, but Paula is shielding up the Ice Beam, protecting her Diggersby, because she needs the Diggersby to deal with this Azumarill and then the Unown Stunfisk in the back. Does this knock out the Azumarill, Amanda?
It's gonna get pretty close here. Scorching Sands coming through, no Protect Shield. Azumarill down into the deep red at this point. Now the Ice Beam, no Protect Shields on Paula's side, is gonna do a chunk, but I think that Paula is feeling pretty happy at this moment.
This does not do enough to put this Diggersby into the Mud Bomb range, and Paula is already at the Scorching Sands, ready to knock out this Unown Stunfisk, and there's just an Azumarill left with such low health points. I don't think that Sneeuwman is going to make it, and Paula pops off as she passes through to the next round.
Amazing plays by Polasha there. Scorching Sands for one, Scorching Sands for two, and Diggersby helps take in the matchup here in losers round 2, advancing her on in the tournament. I don't know if you're noticing this, but I think that AMindJoke, Elepfandflasche, Polasha, they're all wearing a very similar team jersey here, and it looks like this team is dominating here in the Netherlands.
It certainly is. Maximilian too with the same shirt. They're getting ready to take on the next fierce competition here in Utrecht. Polasha making the call, and both in this tournament bringing the Diggersby and the Lapras, but also before the tournament putting Ice Beam on that Lapras. And I've been wondering why they wanted Ice Beam on their Lapras, because I've been enjoying Skull Bash myself. It's better in the mirror matchup and it's better into Azumarills, but here you saw the value of Ice Beam. Hitting double super effective damage into the Shadow Jump Bluff on the Sneeuwman side, it would have been a very annoying Pokemon if Polasha did not have her Ice Beam.
That Jump Bluff did not stand a chance against that
not
Ice
at all.
Beam once it connected there. And from Sneeuwman's side, I get what he was going for, because if you shield up something that is not the move that you're expecting, it can really put you on the back foot. But in the same breath, not shielding something that completely one-shots your Pokemon puts you even farther behind.
Exactly, and I think Sneeuwman needed to make a call. He was in a dire position, but at the same time, because he let that charge attack through on his Jump Bluff, it put Polasha's Lapras in such a strong position. And this battle got so close in game 1, and Sneeuwman was so close to making it through, but the Diggersby got the quick attack through, and that just barely took out the Jump Bluff.
Saving the shield for a rainy day, and that was cashed in there at that very end of game number 1. Scorching Sands, like we said before, hitting both of the Pokemon, being able to take them out, and Paula really popping off, just like you said there. Really great plays by her.
She's incredibly happy by making top 8 in this tournament. She is making a run to acquire the travel award for from the European leaderboard, and she's making a great case for herself with this deep tournament run.
A lot of times, trainers are trying to do everything they possibly can to be gaining championship points. Paola looks like she's well on her way to be doing so, and I think another way that is cool to be gaining ways to be gaining championship points is through local cups and challenges.
And I would really like to go to more of those. I have some points left that I could acquire as well that could help me on my journey.
You're right on the cusp there, Marcus.
Yeah, but at the same time, I have competed in a lot of locals this season already. I'm getting closer and closer to capping out because there are only so many points that you can acquire. Right. Because if there are some communities with a lot of activity and a lot of tournaments that are hosted every week, and to not favor those communities as much that you can just go and play as many tournaments as you want every other day, but also giving the smaller communities a chance to compete. There is a limit on how many tournaments grant you points for the global travel award for Worlds. But every season, between every international, there are new travel awards to be made, and all the points that you get in those between seasons it starts again with the locals. So I do 4 cups and 4 challenges. I try to do 4 between every season as well. And that makes my local community happy as well because I show up and try to have a good time with them.
And if you guys are hoping to show up and have a good time too, one question for you is, do you want to play?
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
It looked like all of those trainers were having a lot of fun putting down their Blastoise EXs and throwing charge attacks with their Gengars. And if you want to be one of those trainers, scan the QR code that you're seeing on the screen right now, and that takes you directly to a page that shows the closest events happening near you.
And just like Marcus, if you want to be able to compete to get all the points possible, see how many cups and challenges are in those areas that you can compete at, because there's potential that even if you don't do well at the first one, you can do even better in the next one, and you can gain points from that instead. So I think that there's a lot of opportunities there. I've been playing at a couple of the local ones in Belgium, and I've had a lot of fun.
And I do think that these players are also some of the local heroes. I know Zzweilous, he has to travel a little bit to get to his local tournaments, but he is willing to put in those hours. And we see StrangehToP here. I am sure that he's been practicing with his friends as well. That's how he's come up with this great team. The Shadow Pokemon, Feraligatr, and Lapras, but no Shadow Jumpluff.
Interesting kind of team compositions. We saw basically a mirror match earlier on between StrangehToP and AMindJoke here. With this exact team, except for the shadows you were talking about, the one big thing I want to point out is the Jumpluff is the standard Jumpluff, also the standard for this tournament, right? Running that Aerial Ace and Acrobatics. Meanwhile, if we scan over to Zzweilous side, take a look at that Jumpluff because it is on Energy Ball.
And that is so curious because usually we see Shadow Jumpluff with Acrobatics, and I've seen more the standard Jumpluff with Energy Ball, but StrangehToP had decided to go for the regular Jumpluff with Acrobatics and making that switch. Zzweilous has decided to go with Energy Ball to hit that Unova Stunfisk. And then there's the rest of his team, the Corviknight, the Typhlosion. It's very incredible to see the decisions these trainers make to put their team together. And here we go, straight into game number 1.
I mean, and this is a fire versus water in this scenario, but fire does be able to have a bit of a punch in its charge attacks here. The Thunder Punch will be able to do a lot of damage should it connect with the Feraligatr. StrangehToP throwing the first attack here, getting that first Protect Shield off of Zzweilous.
This is a deviously good matchup for the Typhlosion, because Shadow Typhlosion wins charge attack priority against the Feraligatr. But here comes the swap. StrangehToP has swapped in his Diggersby, and Zzweilous responds with his jump, with his Furret.
Take a peek at this backline here, because StrangehToP, I believe he was trying to do an ABB strategy where he was using the Diggersby to lure out the potential Azumarill so the Malamar would be free in the back, but Zzweilous did not fall for this at all, instead bringing in the Furret, maybe recognizing that the Malamar will be coming into play later.
I'm sure that Zzweilous, even though if there's no Malamar in the back, Zzweilous knows that his Shadow Typhlosion can one-shot almost everything on StrangehToP's team. He wants to bank. Oh, the Furret lives on one single-digit HP, barely getting off this body slam.
Furret doing Furret things, Swift coming through here. No, oh, a protection.
Shielding from StrangehToP.
Still, I think that was a good shield. He wanted to be able to come in there. He had energy to spare. He wanted that switch advantage, and he at least is going to be able to do a little bit of chip into the Azumarill, perhaps getting an attack debuff, and that's exactly what he got with the Feraligatr coming in.
But this is looking good for Zzweilous now. He's stored up so much energy on the Typhlosion. This Thunder Punch is going to knock out this Feraligatr.
Going ahead, super effective damage, connecting there. See you later, Feraligatr.
Ha ha ha, you're so funny, Amanda.
Thanks, I try.
But here the Typhlosion is looking so threatening for StrangehToP. He needs to come in with his Malamar, but this Typhlosion is going to get to Thunder Punch before it's going down. And StrangehToP, how is he going to deal with this Azumarill in the back? This is looking great for Zzweilous.
Last Protect Shield on StrangehToP's side. First Thunder Punch going through here. No Protect Shields remaining. This will do a heavy chunk of damage, and even still, we have a fairly healthy Azumarill in the back. Going for yet another Incinerary. It doesn't get the damage through because it goes down to the sideways, but Azumarill can comfortably tank whatever this is.
As a fairy type, these charge attacks from Malamar does not do a whole lot to Azumarill. Zzweilous knows he just needs to land one charge attack into that Malamar, and this is game. Oh! StrangehToP gets the read. Zzweilous wanted to throw his charge attack immediately, but StrangehToP realizes and catches it on the Diggersby.
Going ahead, coming back in. There's still a lot of energy on the Malamar, and Azumarill paces quite slowly. There is a shield to hide behind at Zzweilous' side. He might have to use it at one point because, again, pacing quite slow to the Ice Beam here. First one coming through, Sidewave damage plus the next foul play might be enough here. Ice Beam will connect first.
But the foul play was not enough. StrangehToP is throwing the superpower, but Zzweilous has saved his shield for this final charge attack from StrangehToP. Zzweilous is now throwing his Ice Beam. This will knock out the Malamar.
Zzweilous, a little bit of a smirk, a little bit of a smile on his face. He normally plays quite stoically here, but at this point, he's pretty comfortable. He's taking game number one.
Zzweilous must be very happy realizing that his strategy worked this time. Going up for energy on the Shadow Typhlosion, and StrangehToP, he was leaning too much on the Feraligatr to handle a potential Azumarill in the back, so he knew he needed to save that Feraligatr, and he didn't want to spend shields either, so he threw in his Diggersby to maybe get some energy, catch some energy from the Typhlosion on the Diggersby, but it just turned out to help Zzweilous build up more and then finish off the Feraligatr with his Typhlosion.
I mean, honestly, the patience of Zzweilous in that scenario there, recognizing that he maybe didn't want to throw that Thunder Punch right away just in case there was a catch, gave him that extra farm, that extra opportunity that you just talked about. And I loved what you said at the beginning of the matchup when on paper it looks like the fire versus water would be so favorable for the water, but it was really a devious situation. The Typhlosion is so dangerous with shields to hide behind.
Because you saw the water type swap out of that fire type matchup, but as Typhlosion has the 5-turn Incinerate fast attack, throwing at the right time is incredibly important in that matchup. So Zzweilous would always have to time his charge attacks perfectly, and that leads to always having to shield first. And in the 2-shield scenario, if both players decide to spend 2 shield, Zzweilous has to throw on charge attack priority. Typhlosion usually wins that over Feraligatr, but that would also give StrangehToP an opportunity to catch it on another Pokemon.
And absolutely, how close did that game become, even still with that bad matchup here? Coming in this time from bad to almost worse here. Malamar up against Azumarill. Again, 2 shields to hide behind. We do know that the Sidewave damage does quite a bit to the Azumarill, and though neither charge attack does, there's a potential to 2 shield through the Azumarill here, should he want to play that out. Trying to catch and catch successful once again. StrangehToP is really reading where these ice beams are gonna fall.
And StrangehToP catches an ice beam on his Feraligatr, but Zzweilous has the correct answer this time. It's a Ferret. And that is a very good matchup for Ferret.
Yeah, Ferret coming in, going ahead, even comfortably, well, sort of comfortably tanking this first Hydro Cannon, but as that normal typing, you see the Shadow Claws don't do that much damage. Already at another attack, throwing the Trailblaze. I love this because this means that no matter what, the Ferret's attack is going to be boosted for the rest of the time until it swaps out or faints.
I am very curious to see how StrangehToP decides to play it out now. He needs to take out this boosted Ferret before it gets out of hand. Comes in with a Malamar and throws the energy. The energy from Malamar is way more valuable into the Ferret than into the Azumarill. And we've seen players do this time and time again. Build up on the Malamar, doing a lot of side waves before dipping out of that Azumarill matchup.
The real question is, what does Zzweilous want to come back in with? Does he recognize that there could potentially be that Diggersby again? Coming in with the Azumarill, it is the safer call here, but at the same point, that Typhlosion in the back doesn't have as heavy of target with that Diggersby.
Will StrangehToP, having gone pretty weak in the front and in the back to the Azumarill, does he? Oh, and here comes a charge attack from Zzweilous. This is an Ice Beam. It would not knock out the Malamar, but threatened it heavily.
Going ahead, getting that first Protect Shield from StrangehToP's side. Meanwhile, just getting a lot more damage, up to 2 foul plays once again. While the Azumarill was so tanky earlier on, now it's being put into the red with another foul play already loaded here. A quick swap out into the Typhlosion, but there's still so much energy on this Malamar.
But Zzweilous needs to shield up here, and is one Blast Burn enough to knock out Diggersby? Because Diggersby has a pretty good matchup into this Typhlosion.
Typhlosion is ahead by 1 Incinerate at this point. I mean, they have even shields. It's going to be so close. There might be a bait from either side here. Scorching Sands going through, getting that last Protect Shield off of Zzweilous. He probably will go for 1 more Incinerate before throwing his own attack.
And Zzweilous is building up to double Blast Burn. There's no reason for him to throw a Thunder Punch here. But how does StrangehToP, he decides to no shield his Diggersby. This is going to knock this Diggersby so low.
Oh, way into the red. I think StrangehToP recognizes only possible win condition there was if Zzweilous happened to throw a Thunder Punch bait instead, maybe hoping that the Malamar can pull through for him.
I think Zzweilous is getting closer and closer to winning this game. He's just 1 Incinerate off, and he's getting to the Thunder Punch on charge attack priority. And this Thunder Punch is going to knock out the Malamar.
Typhlosion coming in, the powerhouse for Zzweilous in these matchups here, taking out Pokemon after Pokemon. A lot of success for it there, a lot of success for Zzweilous coming on in losers round 3.
In my opinion, StrangehToP made a strange decision to throw the Scorching Sands into the Typhlosion instead of the Fire Punch, because if he could get 2 Fire Punches, maybe he threatens that Typhlosion. But Zzweilous, he stayed composed. He knew exactly what he needed, and that was to get as much damage onto that Diggersby as possible. When he landed that Blast Burn, the game was looking so good for Zzweilous.
I tell you what, it takes so much patience to be an Incinerate user. I mean, I know that you say that you're the world's greatest Talonflame player, but watching your HP just slowly dwindle down with every attack, because Typhlosion is quite squishy in the Great League, and still knowing, I just need to do 1 more Incinerate because now I will have the right amount of energy. I'm not going to get knocked out at this point, no matter how low it's getting. Zzweilous, I think, really put on a masterclass there in that round.
And as you can see in these battles, the Incinerates, when it comes through, it does a lot of damage. A big chunk of damage it disappears every time you see an Incinerate land. While, for example, Psywave, it slowly trickles down. And those are the differences. That also makes Malamar flexible. It can swap out whenever it needs because it doesn't have that cooldown time, as we say, that Incinerate does. So when you are running an Incinerate user, it's taking you into a place where you need to be very cautious about how you play.
I completely agree. StrangehToP here, again, I have to applaud him. He knew exactly what Zzweilous wanted to do. Catching this Ice Beam in the game 1, he caught an Ice Beam on for Alligator game number 2, but in the end, he just couldn't be able to quite pull off the matches against one of the most well-known players that we have in this tournament.
And this means the end of the run for StrangehToP. But Zzweilous is looking to go on with his Shadow Typhlosion and his Thunder Punches. And that was his way to win losers round 2. And now he's battled himself into the top 8.
I think Zzweilous has been pretty happy with his performance. He said he took I think it was a 3-month break from playing in any of the tournaments. He recently started playing again in some grassroots formats, some practice tournaments, just to get a feel for teams. And he won one of those recently with a very similar team to what he was playing, except he was running an Ariados instead.
I'm aware.
Of the jump love.
Oh,
are you aware of this?
I'm aware.
Oh, interesting.
Because this tournament, I lost the final to Zzweilous. So I felt firsthand how good he is in this moment. The first time I faced Zzweilous was in Dortmund in 2024 season when I beat him in the top 4 and then went on to win. But ever since,
this guy.
Yeah, you know, it's that's how it is. But ever since that, Zzweilous has not looked back, and I am just admiring him. And I believe he's probably the pinnacle of trainers we have in the world right now.
I think there's a lot of trainers who are up at that top, you know, fighting to be king of the mountain. Zzweilous is definitely one of those trainers. We have an interview ready with him. I can't wait to see what he has to say about this tournament and this meta.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Zzweilous, a decisive win right there. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling amazing, honestly, especially because this is a first for me. I've been competing since like 2022 technically, and this is the first time I made the top cut on the loser side of the bracket. And yeah, every match is an elimination match, and winning those feels especially great.
So now, when you're approaching the tournament from the losers bracket, do you still go in confident with the right idea of I'm going to win this tournament, or is it just okay, let's see how far I get?
So, like, in my position, I shouldn't just make this big call, oh, I'm going to win this tournament, but I do feel confident because I really enjoy this meta. I've been competing in grassroots tournaments, and I have taken a couple of really good, really difficult wins, and I'm trusting my team, I'm trusting my ability. I've had a couple good tournaments recently, and yeah, so my brother went here to Utrecht in 2023. He started day 2 in losers, and he made it all the way to the top 3. And if he can do it, why should I not be able to do it too?
Shout out to Jonkus at that point. But you know, I've seen your grassroots performance, and my caster predictions were heavily influenced by those. Where is Paldea and Taurus? And where's Ariados?
So we sent Paldea and Taurus up the farm, but it's... the professor is feeding it well. It's running around like the Tauruses in the anime. This is a reference to that and to nothing else. But yeah, Paldea and Taurus, it actually helped me to reach number 1 on the GBL leaderboards, funnily enough. And that was because it used to be an excellent core breaker to Azumarill and Drapion. But Azumarill and Drapion, I thought they were gone. I thought Tinkaton scared them away. Come to find that there is still plenty of Azumarill and even some Drapion in the top cuts, so maybe I should have brought it.
Do you think that is because Shadow Typhlosion just appears to be really good in this meta?
Yeah, I do think that because of the success we saw in Milwaukee, where Tinkaton was essentially on every team that had like top 4 success, maybe even top 8, I don't remember, but it was everywhere. That has led to a rise in fire types. So we see a lot of Talonflame, a lot of trainer had success with Typhlosion.
Macargo?
Macargo, I have seen that in a practice tournament once, but I still believe that Macargo is like, the snail is too frail, it has the stat product, but the rock and fire typing is too vulnerable to ground, to water, to the types that we see so much of in the meta. And I would prefer myself a Typhlosion with the Thunder Punch coverage to like take shields from Lapras, Azumarill, the likes.
Okay, so you know that everyone who's watched this broadcast by now must know that I am a big Ferret fan. In fact, one is sitting right behind you. I have a technical question for you. In, I think, Game 2 versus StrangehToP, you had the Shadow Feraligatr rather low with your Ferret, and you decided to throw a Trailblaze. Swift is a little bit cheaper when it comes to energy. At which point do you decide to throw Trailblaze or Swift if both knock out?
So if my main goal is to go for the knockout, I would just throw the cheapest move that knocks out that Pokemon in that situation, which I think with the Ice Beam chip damage and the Sucker Punch damage would have been the Swift. but in this scenario, I actually wanted to utilize the secondary effect of Trailblaze, boosting my own attack, because I was not entirely sure, A, which Pokemon would be brought into the Ferret once the Feraligatr was gone, and B, how long the Malamar would continue to throw Psy-Waves into my Ferret. So I was not expecting to get to another charge attack because he would probably throw before that was reached. So I just decided to maximize my Sucker Punch damage output.
All right, that makes total sense to me. In the end game of that game, you got into another tricky matchup, rather. It was the Shadow Typhlosion versus Diggersby. How do you approach that matchup? Because frankly, there is super effective damage on the side of Diggersby.
So I kind of expected the Diggersby to be in the back just because the team that StrangehToP ran, it's a very strong team and placed first and third in Milwaukee. And I decided to craft my team around Pokemon that beat that line specifically, because if something is this successful, other good trainers will pick it up and be successful in their own right, like StrangehToP has been. So I decided to just hard counter that line with the Typhlosion. So yeah, I know my matchups well, and when the Diggersby came out, I knew that the Scorching Sands pacing is a little awkward if you compare it to the Blast Burn pacing, especially because I decided to hard swap out, get an Incinerate ahead, and even if he baited a Fire Punch, I think I would have been able to get to 2 Blast Burns and connect 1. Best case, I don't get a Scorching Sands debuff and it just manages to be in a range where I can just farm everything down. And even in the worst case, where I would have gotten a shield with 1 Blast Burn and connected with the debuffed one, I still would have left the Diggersby so low that I think my Azumarill could have farmed up to an Ice Beam to KO the Malamar.
And all those thoughts happen in your head at the same time in those few seconds?
Yes, they do.
That is mighty impressive. Now I have one last question for all the statistics fans, just as I am. How many Blast Burns did you land this weekend?
Too many. Like, it's been a couple.
All right, that sounds good enough. So if your Blast Burns do connect, you have a good shot at winning tournaments maybe even. So I wish you good luck. Thank you so much for your time for this interview. And we're going to kick it back to the casters.
All those Blast Burns landing to ensure Zzweilous' success with Typhlosion is really what has put him here. And I'm so impressed with how meticulous he is when he is team building and also battling.
I know, and he shares this information with trainers. I do like what he said about how he didn't suspect that there was going to be so many Azumarills and Dropions. The person who actually knocked him down to the loser side of the bracket was Maximilian P, who has both of those Pokemon on his team.
And I've seen Maximilian run Talonflame with Dropion and Azumarill a lot, and we saw Colin with that same core running Talonflame lead with Dropion and Azumarill in the back. Maybe those are coming back, and that's a threat we need to address, but these trainers are not looking to go down that route. There's no Shadow Dropion on stage.
Neither one of their side. Bats once again running a very interesting team composition that we haven't seen very often in this sort of competitive play. Koksiak also running that Shadow Typhlosion there, so maybe we'll see another showcase for it, but doesn't really have as many marks on Bats' team.
There aren't a lot of ways for Bats to hit the Shadow Typhlosion quickly because Bats does not have a lot of fast move pressure into that Typhlosion.
That's a great point with this team.
Yeah, even though Cradley, a rock type, would theoretically threaten the Typhlosion a lot, the Bullet Seeds from Cradley is a grass type and is a low damage fast attack. So Typhlosion is very fine if it keeps up the shield. So I think we're going to see a lot of Typhlosion from Koksiak here.
We'll see how, because both of these trainers are locked in. They're ready to go here. We're going to see who's going to make it on. This is a decent lead for Bats, but I think that both of these Pokemon have neutral play against each other because those Aqua Jets come very quickly and are also going to hurt the Unova Stunfisk.
It's a very tough attack to take from the Stunfisk, but Stunfisk is tanky and can withstand at least one. And Koksiak is not going to appreciate discharges landing on his Golisopod. And then we see no shield from Koksiak. This is going to hurt the Golisopod.
Going ahead, getting it pretty low. Super effective damage coming through there, and ability to outpace for another one. Koksiak maybe doesn't want to shield it because it's quite low at this point, but my goodness, maybe wants to come in and just get some farming energy. Coming in, getting a bullet seed number 1. Neither one of these attacks going to be doing that much damage overall.
This Stunfisk is not doing a lot of damage to this grass type Cradley, but as it is a grass rock type, this Mabam is at least neutral.
Going ahead, just taking it on the chin there, continuing to bullet seed here, going for a Rock Tomb. This is not going to be very effective, but it does lower the attack of the Unnovan Stunfisk. Perhaps going to go for an even bigger, maybe was hoping for a farm down, but it was enough at that range to take it out.
Bat's getting a lot of value out of his picks here, and he decides to come in with the Shadow Dusclops. As long as the Shadow Dusclops avoided the Golisopod, he's looking very safe into Koksiak's team. Taking a Rock Tomb here and getting debuffed though.
Getting debuffed is not great for it, but it is a bulky Pokemon, and it does be able to fight back with this Ice Punch here. Shadow Pokemon, as a reminder, did hit 20% more, not after that the Rock Tomb damage, but now another Rock Tomb is already loaded, going for that charge attack priority, and it's going in the favor of the Credilli.
This is unfortunate for Bats because Koksiak, as we mentioned, is unlikely to shield up any Pokemon but his Typhlosion here.
Coming in, still no Protect Shield. The Credilli will fall at this stage. I think we might see an aggressive swap by both trainers here. You see Bats already clicking in a simultaneous swap. Now, this is a Fire versus Grass, but it does have a Rock typing to hide behind on that Credilli side. Going for that Rock Tomb, lowering the attack of the Typhlosion, getting that shield off of Koksiak.
Koksiak, he will have to shield the rest of the charge attack in this game. The question now, can he bait out shields from Bats? This is a Thunder Punch bait, and Bats has to shield.
He has to, because a Blast Burn would do so much damage, even if it was debuffed a little bit there. And already another Blast Burn. Look at them, both are going a little bit over energy at this point. They want to throw on good timing, but it's forcing another shield on Koksiak's side here, because this Rock Tomb would definitely be enough to knock out the Typhlosion.
Question will be, now Koksiak is a double Blast Bird. This is going to knock out the Cradley. I think Bats, he decides to shield.
He maybe is going to hope that he can catch the next one onto, no, but Koksiak so patient, making sure that Bullet Seed went through before he threw his Blast Burn, and this will be enough to knock out the Credilli, and there's just a little bit of a Dusclops in the...
But can the Dusclops hold on? No, even the double debuff Typhlosion takes out the Shadow Dusclops in one Incinerate.
My goodness there, we did see quite a showcase from yet another Shadow Typhlosion there, and you see Koksiak smiling, giving a little bit of a nod, recognizing that that was a close game, but he managed it well, keeping those shields for one of the more frail Pokemon on his team.
Bats got a lot of value out of his Unnovan Stunfisk, taking out the Golisopod and also landing a charge attack into the Cradley and making the Cradley throw a charge attack of his own. But then the Shadow Typhlosion proved to be too tough to deal with in the back. It's got 1 million power, that Typhlosion.
That is so much to hide behind. One thing that you brought up earlier that I want to address, because now looking at this team closely, it is true that there is not a lot of what you call fast attack damage from these Pokemon. The Bullet Seed, Karate Chop, Fairy Wind, and Thundershock, they gain energy quite quickly, but they don't do a lot of damage. Hex does a little bit more, but that's only one Pokemon. So if you're looking for farm down pressure, that is not the team composition that Bats actually has.
And I'm curious to see if Bats decide to change it up this time. I believe the pivotal moment, what flipped the momentum in that previous game, was the charge attack priority that he lost with his Dusclops. Because if he could have kept the energy on the Dusclops to throw it into the Typhlosion, that game could have looked very differently.
That's absolutely true, because there's only 2 shields to hide behind for that Shadow Typhlosion. And you saw that, I mean, that even though it was pretty healthy by the end, I'm not sure that it could have survived many other attacks.
Exactly, the Typhlosion is so flimsy. It does not take charge attacks well at all. And that's why Koksiak decided to protect it with all his shields. And as we mentioned, not a quick way for Bats to take out a Typhlosion with shields left to hide behind.
Both of these trainers taking a minute to lock in, recognizing that these are big moments for them. Koksiak just needs one more game to be able to advance on in this tournament. But Bat's running a pretty unique, pretty spicy team. Wants to stay in as long as possible. He just needs 2 more to be able to take it. These trainers are locked in. Let's rock and roll.
And we see a Dugong from Koksiak. I have not seen the Dugong this entire tournament, and it's straight into the and Stunfisk. This is a very interesting matchup because this Stunfisk, even though it's taking super effective Ice-type damage, it's also dishing out super effective Electric-type damage.
I really like this play, throwing on really great timing here. This discharge will go through before an Icy Wind debuff. This Dugong is going to take it all, though, because it can recognize it can take one and also can throw back some nice damage to the Stunfisk itself.
And Stunfisk can live this Icy Wind, but can the Dugong, after debuffing, hang on through another discharge? I believe it barely can.
Going ahead, going once again for that charge attack priority. Still no protections on Koksiak's side. This is going for great. He's going for excellent. It's connecting here, but it's not enough.
It's barely not enough, and Dugong throws the Icy Wind immediately. Bats decides to let it go. He wants energy on his backline Pokemon.
If you look, there's no Typhlosion to be found this game. But again, with not a lot of fast attack pressure, what are you coming in with? It's going to be that Wheezing, and let me tell you what, even though it doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure, these charge attacks are so dangerous.
And Koksiak coming in with his Corviknight here. How is Bass deciding to play this? If Wheezing can win this matchup, but he needs to land an Overheat to knock out this Corviknight. And Corviknight is hiding behind its shields.
Iron Head coming through, that would be doing some nice damage. You see that red shield on the Galarian Wheezing there. Going for a Sludge Bait. This is a big moment because once again, that Overheat will do so much. Koksiak doesn't want to take the risk, but this is not going to be very much at all. And already another Overheat loaded.
And I believe that even though it would be a double debuffed Overheat, the second Overheat might knock out this Corviknight. Wheezing is putting on a lot of pressure on Koksiak's team.
Swapping out there, doesn't want to take that risk. He still has a nice amount of energy, and even though this Iron Head will do a chunk to the Credilli, he knows, Bat knows, it's not going to be enough to knock me out at this point. I'm going to go ahead, get up a little bit of energy. I'm going to throw a Rock Tomb at whatever comes in. Maybe just keep it on the Corviknight, actually.
I believe that this is slightly more comfortable for Koksiak because the Wheezing has now gained Diggersby, they gained the Cradley shield advantage, but thing is that the Corviknight really was afraid of that Overheat. And now Koksiak could stay in and farm up more with his Corviknight and then swap in his Cradley, taking the energy here on this grass type.
He will have to have an attack fall at this point because there was already a Rock Tomb thrown, throwing one of his own at this point, getting that Credilli nice and low, but this might not be enough to knock out now that the attack has fallen. No, hangs on in the red, another quick pivot out by Bats here, getting up to another Overheat, gonna throw right before the next one is available.
Oh, but Bats throws the Sludge. He needed an Overheat to take out this Cradley, I believe. I don't think this Sludge is enough. No, the Cradley barely hangs on, but Bats can shield up his Wheezing here and maybe have a charge attack ready to go into that Corviknight.
It's sort of a problem either way, right? Oh, he's already at it. He threw it beforehand. The Overheat is connecting. No Protect Shield on Koksiak's side.
And Koksiak lost track of the Wheezing's energy. He had so much stored up on this Corviknight, but the Wheezing managed to sneak in a final parting Overheat.
My goodness, that game was about energy management. It was switching in and out. Such quick pivots by both of these trainers here. Such calls, such really like big moments there. Baiting with a Sludge, going for that Overheat, and even still, Bats tying up this series.
I was so curious to see the Overheat on the Wheezing when I saw this team yesterday. And Bats was saying, I've landed Overheats left and right, and the Wheezing has been incredible for me. So after he lost that game 1, he decided to bring in his favorite pick of this tournament, the Galarian Wheezing.
It's been doing so well for him. If you look at the team compositions overall, the Galarian Wheezing, especially when it came on with a little bit of an energy advantage, really put Bats in a nice position. Koksiak, you saw he had quite a bit of energy of his own on that Corviknight. There was I mean, I think it was it's sort of a hard call for him, right? He didn't realize that the Galarian Weezing was already at the overheat himself, going for a fast attack instead, and ended up costing him that game number 2.
Look at how Koksiak reacted to something going on and
the crowd's going wild.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe it's because of the Weezing gameplay we see here. But we see the Unnovan Stunfisk on Bats' team. The only scary matchup for Unnovan Stunfisk here is the Cradley. Unnovan Stunfisk can put in a lot of work against the Azumarill. We saw it do it against the Golisopod and also the Dugong. Typhlosion does not want to see it. Corviknight does not want to see it. So Koksiak needs to bring his Cradley every game.
I think that because of that too, there's maybe some more play, some more argument for something like a Primeape. Primeape does well against the Cradily, it does well against that Dugong. It can pace quickly to at least put some fighting into that Typhlosion, but the big problem is when there's Pokemon like a Azumarill on the other side or flying type attacks from like the Corviknight, it can maybe be put a little bit more in its place. Really takes a lot of good energy management and knowing where your shields are going to go. Let's see what they're going into. Decisive game number 3 here. We do see that Primeape against one of its hardest counters there with the Azumarill, especially on even energy. A quick pivot now in the Cradily on Bats' side to be met with the Cradily on Koksiak's, but his is 1 bullet seat behind, so his will always be debuffed first.
But then this is a very curious play by Koksiak because he does not have a clear answer to that Cradily. And now this is also Koksiak's only real answer to that Unnovan Stunfisk.
Coming in now, trying to throw a rock to him here, getting as much damage as he possibly can. He is at basically another one here, but now Bats is saying, okay, you throw, I throw. Here's another rock tomb for you.
And Bats, he is looking to gain as much value out of his Cradily as possible. He's 2 bullet seeds ahead of Koksiak on his Cradily, and Koksiak is getting his Cradily debuff first. That means Bats is in a great position to flip switch advantage here. But it comes down to charge attack priority, and Koksiak wins it. This is unfortunate for Bats.
That's a risky play on the side of Bats. They're banking on he would win charge attack priority. He does have so much energy now, but the Gold Rock Tomb should be enough to be able to knock out Koksiak's Cradily, and I think he was hoping that he would have enough for whatever comes back in. It's going to be that Typhlosion. Will he be able to get to it? No, a quick pivot out into the Stunfisk. Great play by Bats.
Very clever play, because now we transferred the Incinerate damage over to the Unnovan Stunfisk, maybe make it so that Cradily can reach a charge attack in the endgame. I'm very impressed by Bats, and he also is keeping the Primeape away from the Azumarill.
And where we started is not where we're ending this matchup, as now Unnovan Stunfisk has found a much better target than that Primeape would have been against the Azumarill here. Discharge number 2 coming through here. Super effective damage. Still saving those 2 shields because as we saw in game number 1, Koksiak wants to be able to hide that Typhlosion, get as much power out of it as possible.
And Bats is deciding to shield up his Unnovan Stunfisk, thinking that this is where he can get most value out of his shields because this Stunfisk is putting on so much pressure. Will Koksiak shield his Azumarill? No, it puts it all on the Typhlosion.
Typhlosion is going to come back in. It's Typhlosion against the world here because there are 3 Pokemon left trying to get to another. Swaps in, the energy goes through, the damage goes through, and the Cradily goes down.
That is unfortunate, but Bats, that's not what he wanted in this endgame. That charge attack could have been so valuable.
Going ahead, throwing a little bit more, recognizing he would lose that charge attack priority and opting to go for a fast attack damage instead. Has to use his last shield here. Blast Burn would definitely be enough to knock out. Going for 2 and going for that Mud Bomb. Getting this first shield off of Koksiak.
I think Koksiak, the ties have turned for Koksiak. Koksiak knows what he has to do to win this game, and that is to farm down this Unnovan Stunfisk and Blast Burn the Primeape in the back.
No Protect Shields left remaining, but no Protect Shields needed because this Typhlosion has energy. Down goes the Stunfisk, in comes the Primeape. A Blast Burn is ready to go.
And now it remains to see if the Stunfisk can hang on to get to a final charge attack, but it's so low. And there is a Thunder Punch from Koksiak, and this triple resisted Thunder Punch will knock out the Unnovan Stunfisk.
No Protect Shield even needed at this point. Typhlosion says, I've done it again.
What an incredible game by these trainers. Koksiak was up against the wall, with his back against the wall, and Bats was looking to really punish some of the plays he made there. But unfortunate for Bats, the energy on Cradley disappeared in an Incinerate.
Bats going back to his cave now at this point. Koksiak going on in the tournament. We saw him get knocked down earlier today to the loser side of the bracket by his Poland friend, nickname. But he's saying, okay, he might have been able to take me down, but he's not knocking me out.
And Koksiak really wants to keep pursuing his second regional title and overcoming Bats with his back against the wall, making a weird team on his way, and a very unconventional team. I think Koksiak has put his money where his mouth is and is ready to take on the next competitor.
Koksiak won a special championship a couple seasons ago, and he's saying, okay, you know what? I think I want to do that one more time. Really great plays in both that winner's round that he played and ended up losing just by 1 HP, but he says, it's not going to deter me here. I'm going to be able to make some plays, make some moves here, get Typhlosion on the right Pokemon, and take the games.
And we saw Koksiak in game number 2. That's when he benched the Typhlosion and brought in the Dugong. That did not go so well for him. And Bats was bringing out his most valuable pick of the Weezing, and that was really costly for Koksiak. So Koksiak went back to his Typhlosion strategy in game number 3.
Yeah, first you don't succeed. No, actually, you first do succeed. So say, okay, I'm going to go back to that tried and true method there. A Blast Burn for the Primeape, a Thunder Punch for the Stunfisk, and a game win for Koksiak there. Fantastic battles here in Losers Round 2. By the end of this day, Marcus, we're crowning a champion, and all of these players have been playing absolutely phenomenally. It's hard to say that there's been a definite person who's been like, oh my goodness, they're playing so much better than everyone else. The writing is on the wall. This is going to be the winner. I say it's still anyone's game.
It's absolutely anyone's game, but there are the 4 undefeated trainers still in the winner's bracket. Zephymastyx has played incredible. Maximilian P has been untouchable. And then you have Nickname, who recently won Stockholm. And you have AMindJoke, a veteran in Play Pokemon series. So don't go anywhere, people, because the winner's bracket is looking stacked. And we still have loser's bracket left to play.
Stack upon stacks. There's so many good battles here to be played. What's really fun also about the whole competitive scene, we saw in day number 1 the EU winners. This year, we have not had any of the repeat winners so far. But Nickname is still in this tournament. He has the potential to be the first EU trainer to win 2 championships in 1 season.
And that tells me a lot about the European competition, because there are so many trainers that wants that glory of becoming regional or special championship champion. So here, who is going to become the Utrecht champion? I'm super excited to see what we have here. No one has managed to do 2 regional championships here in Europe.
Yeah, not yet, but
in the same season.
Yeah, there's still potential. There's still a couple of former champions that are still in this tournament, but so many new faces that have been playing very, very well. I'm looking at one of them right now, but being able to see how well he's been able to do. Once again, this is Fatalisnex against Elepfandflasche on the right-hand side.
And he's going for the Brave Bird on the Talonflame, but that's maybe not the biggest curiosity on his team. It's that Hisuian Electrode. We did not get to see it in his winners round 1, and maybe that's an omen showing him that it's time to bring out the ball.
And in this same breath here, Elepfandflasche was able to knock Howie out of the tournament to stay on, to be able to go now into this losers round 2 with a pretty conventional team. Tinkaton, actually surprising, it was number 2 usage for the first time since it's been introduced, and now it actually for day 2 usage was down to 5 or 6, I believe. So it's kind of incredible to see how much the meta is already shifting and how trainers are choosing to adapt to the meta and maybe bring some, not spicy picks, but counter picks.
I think Tinkaton has reshaped the meta. Its performance itself has not been the greatest in this tournament because people are overcorrecting for it and making sure that Tinkaton cannot run away with the game, as we saw in Seville and that we saw in Milwaukee. And that's why there's so many Talonflames, there are so many Typhlosions, and if Tinkaton is suppressed enough, then the field is ready for Azumarill and Shadow Drapion to come back.
Okay, well, is that what you're wanting? Because I know that you made a statement earlier that Azumarill wasn't going to be really meta anymore. I do see it on many teams nowadays, including Elepfandflasche on that right-hand side. He's been doing really well in this tournament. His last and best placement of a tournament was in Lille a couple years ago, coming in 2nd place.
And he is looking to better that performance. With his Utrecht run, he wants to go all the way this time. With this crafted team, with Ferret and Cladle, Cradley, Talonflame, Tinkaton, and Azumarill.
I tell you what, I mean, I think this team is well crafted enough that we didn't get to see it before. We're probably not going to see that Electrode again in this either. Not a lot of targets for it. Coming in now, we have that Cladle against a jump bluff. Something we've seen time and time again throughout these tournaments. The acrobatics does end up hurting the Cladle quite a bit, and actually an immediate pivot by Elepfandflasche into the Credilli.
But this is very curious by Elepfandflasche. He knows that he has 2 Pokemon in the back that is better into the jump bluff than Cladle, and since it being a Shadow Jump bluff, it will win the Zero Shield scenario against the Cladle, but Fatalisnex takes a Rock Tomb and swaps out into his own Drapion.
He's got all of that energy now on that jump bluff before he's swapped out. He didn't throw the crunch before the next Rock Tomb's going in, so this Drapion will be a little bit deep up. The attacks aren't going to be as heavy, just getting a ton of energy on that Drapion there. That's basically maximum energy now throwing that first crunch.
But Fatalisnex knows that he cannot take another charge attack from this Cladle, so he will have to throw his crunch immediately if he doesn't want to get knocked out.
Going ahead, throwing this, making Elepfandflasche make a choice here. Do you want to lose this mid-game matchup? Looks like yes. Elepfandflasche says, this is the target I was looking for with the Cladle. There's a mud slap for you. This Aqua Tail is going to do a good chunk, but we have to remember, it is deep up because of that Rock Tomb, so Cladle can definitely still hang on, even hanging on in the green.
And this is a brave play by Fatalisnex. He lands an acrobatics into the Cladle because he's no shielded by Elepfandflasche, but this also gives Elepfandflasche the opportunity to go into the Talonflame.
Jump up, staying in as he has to stay in, and the timer isn't up yet either. Going for some timing here. He wants to be able to get off an attack before it gets incinerated down, getting that first Protect Shield off of Elepfandflasche, but this is a little bit less comfortable than the situation with Maximilian P with the Lapras coming in because there's not 2 Protect Shields to hide behind anymore.
And this is a flame charge from Elepfandflasche. He wants to ramp up his attack stat on the Talonflame as soon as possible. No shield from Fatalisnex.
Coming in here with that Lapras, just starting to get a little bit of damage. Those Sparkling Arias will definitely be enough to take out the Talonflame. But the real question is, trying to catch, unable to do so, and giving the Talonflame just that much more energy. Now throwing a fly, getting that first Protect Shield off of Fatalisnex.
Very brave play by Fatalisnex. He wanted to gain an advantage by throwing away Elepfandflasche's energy here, but now he is still behind with his Lapras. He needs to get to at least 2 Sparkling Arias and getting rid of a Cladle.
Going in now, he's almost at 2 of them. He's throwing right before. He knows his counts. He knows the energy here of the Talonflame. There's a potential catch for Elepfandflasche's side, and actually he opts to be able to let the Talonflame go down. He wants to get this mud slap damage, choosing to save the shield for the Cladle.
And it's looking bleak for Fatalisnex now because the Cladle is nearing a Rock Tomb, and a super effective Rock Tomb will knock out this Lapras from this range.
1 mud slap will do it because there's no Protect Shields. Well, there was a Talonflame doing a lot of work getting the shields. Cladle finishes the job.
And we see Elepfandflasche keeping the momentum that his Cradley gave him, the Cradley safe switch. And with his Rock Tomb, it put such a dent into the jump bluff that Talonflame could just farm it down in the end.
I think that was really well played by both opponents. Fatalisnex recognized, okay, if there's a Claydol at the beginning, I actually don't want that stuck on my Dropion for too long. I don't want to give it too much energy, so he let his Dropion get low and only let the Claydol get a couple of mud slaps into it. Unfortunately for him, Elepfandflasche just had the plan all along. He knew that even still, even with all of that energy for the Talonflame, it was going to be able to hit its marks.
I believe that the mistake Fatalisnex did in this game, or not maybe a mistake, but an adjustment that he could have made was throwing a crunch into the Claydol, because I believe that the Dropion lived 2 mud slaps, and that would have allowed Fatalisnex to get to a crunch on the Claydol. And with that additional damage, the Claydol would have been knocked out in the end, and it would have only been Talonflame left for Fatalisnex to deal with. And Lapras could have dealt with that.
It got so close near the end, right? And especially also going for that risky play. He thought that there was the Talonflame going to throw its energy, its charge attacks, trying to swap in that Dropion as a sacrificial swap. Unfortunately, Elepfandflasche patiently going for another Incinerate, just getting too much energy for that Lapras to deal with when it was the only Pokemon.
So Lapras needed to land a Sparkling Aria into the Talonflame. It did manage that, but it couldn't strip away the shield, so he could also take out the Claydol in the end. And let's have a look at what the players are going to do here. Elepfandflasche has made his mind up, it seems. Fatalisnex still thinking. Maybe Elepfandflasche is thinking too. They're both strategizing on what to do in this game number 2. We see Cradley into Talonflame. This is a bit of a curious matchup here.
Going ahead and seeing how they want to play that out. Going for the bullet seeds here to get to the Rock Tomb. You are going to pace a little bit quicker. And now it looks like he didn't want to throw right away, just in case. Both of them just going up a little bit extra energy. Now throwing the Rock Tomb, forcing the shield, because this would do a ton of damage to Talonflame.
Fatalisnex knows that this Rock Tomb would have knocked his Talonflame out of the sky. He threaten enough damage with his Brave Bird that Elepfandflasche decides to shield up his Cradley here. And no shield on the Cradley, and there's a fly landing.
Already, okay, first you don't succeed, try again, fly is being loaded, but Elepfandflasche says, now wait a minute, I know that this one is a fly, and look at all my energy on the Cradilly here. I'm gonna force you to either go 2 shields down, really patient timing here, great timing, going for 3 bullet seeds before throwing the next Rock Tomb and getting that second Protect Shield off of Fatalisnex.
There is a Rock Tomb ready on the Elepfandflasche side, and also, oh, there's a fly ready. But here comes the Electrode, and Elepfandflasche throws a resisted Grass Knot into the Electrode. This could have been a Rock Tomb, but this Electrode really threw off Elepfandflasche.
I think he's going for a very aggressive farm down on Elepfandflasche, not letting him do it. Coming in now with the Claydol saying, okay, yeah, you're switch locked. What are you going to throw here? You can't throw your electric type attack into me. I'm a ground type Pokemon. And look at the Electrode's face. It's angry about it.
And this is where Energy Ball would have been great on the Electrode, but Fatalisnex has forgone the grass type attack, and here is throwing Swift.
I have to be honest, I wasn't expecting to see the Electrode, and I'm actually kind of happy it's coming in. It is actually really starting to chunk away. It's paced pretty quickly overall. Elepfandflasche knows he doesn't have to shield up any of this damage, but now the switch timers are up.
And this energy from Claydol is going everywhere into Fatalisnex's team, but he has a fly stored on his Talonflame. This is looking very concerning for both of these trainers, but Claydol is getting so much value out here.
He was saying, okay, I'll comfortably take all those attacks. I'm just going to keep fast attacking you down here. Now, at this point, will he be able to make it? He doesn't make it!
The Sparkling Aria. This is so tough for Fatalisnex. How can he deal with the Claydol and the Cradley now?
Not only that, how do you deal when you have no Protect Shields to hide behind? You have a full Talonflame, and it looks like he's throwing right away, not taking any risks. He wants this Claydol gone. He knows that there's just a small sliver of health left on that Cradilly. He doesn't even know what's in the back. Oh, this is an interesting play. Coming in now, and he tried to swap out, it looked like, but this Rock Tomb will connect with the Talonflame because there's no Protect Shields remaining.
And this Electrode is now so low that one Incinerate from the Talonflame will knock it out. And there's a shield left on Elepfandflashe's side, and this Electrode will be rolling home back to his Pokeball. after this
He
game.
lived wild, charging it, but unfortunately for him, the Talonflame did have a shield hide behind. It did find its mark in the end, if you think about it. The Hisuian Electrode found the Talonflame. Unfortunately for Fatalisnex, it had a shield to hide behind at that moment.
Elepfandflasche moving through in the losers bracket. He's in the top 8 and he's not looking back. Even though he's faced up against weird picks like a Hisuian Electrode, he locks in. He brought the Cradley exactly where it needed to be in both games, and that was, in my opinion, his most valuable Pokemon in this matchup.
I think Elepfandflasche looks cool, calm, and collected here. He really knew how he wanted to play out all of those matches. The Cradily there against the Talonflame in the lead, it's such an awkward position, and you kind of said it before. You know, when we look at typings and we say, oh, grass versus fire, but being able to throw a rock type attack, being part rock, really helps the Cradily in that situation.
And usually players run Talonflame to counter the grass types, but here we saw 2 grass types with rock type attacks that would just knock out the Talonflame. And then also we have Hisuian Electrode with its electric type attacks that would also threaten to knock out a Talonflame.
There's so much damage going between. We've just been informed as well that there is going to be a quick match review of that last matchup. I think it is because we saw that Fatalisnex was trying to swap out onto his Electrode before the Cradily was able to throw that Rock Tomb on the Talonflame. So just gonna have a quick review of it, see what will come. If it is going to be a rematch that is going to be fresh new team, so we might not even see that Electrode the next time, or the judges may rule that it will stand and Elepfandflasche will continue on in the loser side of the bracket to round 3.
There are many options for the trainers here and how they want to play this game and if it goes through a review, because as you said, it will be a brand new game, so they're not bound by any previous teams that they have picked.
I think sometimes that's what's super interesting about best of 3s, especially with opponents like these two who probably haven't played each other too often in the past. Game 1, from what I've heard from talented trainers such as yourself, is sort of this fact-finding game where you're saying, okay, how does my opponent play? What are their attacks? Are they an aggressive player? Are they someone who is always going to wait a turn before they throw an attack? Are they someone who always likes to do the bait, smaller attack instead of that big, heavy-hitting attack? So, I mean, how do you go into a matchup against an opponent you've never played before when your team composition, like you maybe feel like you have a slight team composition, even disadvantage?
That is a great question, because I think game 1 will always be about gathering information. Of course, you want to win that game as well, but I often find myself losing game 1, but gaining a lot of information about my opponent, how they want to play, and what Pokemon they prefer, and then I can adjust. Because I've trained a skill to kind of predict a little bit more what my opponent wants to do. And with my team compositions that I like to run a composition that maybe forces my opponents more.
Okay.
And so after seeing how they play game 1, it's easier to create a line in game 2 that maybe counters what your opponent either run game 1 or what they're thinking, because it makes line reading a little bit easier for me at least. But that is the skill, that is line reading and line composition.
And that is honestly a skill that I am lacking a little bit. When I'm playing best of 3s against people, normally I have a really good read of what they want to do game number 1. And I can get line calls. I'm like, okay, I know that they probably want to do this. And if I win game 1, my mind can't adapt to what they are going to adapt to do. Because it's like I already identified maybe their strongest line or what they want to play game 1. But now, are they going to stick to the same thing because it was their strongest line? Are they going to counter because they think I'm going to do something different? And that's where I get a little bit more scrambled or frazzled as a trainer myself.
And we have an update. What the review is about is exactly what you mentioned.
Okay.
And that is that Fatalisnex tried to swap out his Talonflame. And but since he couldn't, he got hit by a Rock Slide. And that is what they're reviewing. I'm not sure if they've made a conclusion yet. It doesn't seem like it. But let's say that Fatalisnex manages to swap out his Talonflame into the Electrode, can he get a Thundershock down on that Cradily before the Cradily makes a charge attack? Because then the Electrode will reach, will do at least one Thundershock into the Talonflame, threaten a shield from the Talonflame, and then potentially Fatalisnex's Talonflame might win over in the mirror matchup of the Talonflames if it can get to 2 flies. And that could have been an option, and that is what they're looking into.
I mean, obviously, when you're on the loser side of the bracket and you think, hey, there's something that didn't go the way that it was expected to go or the way that I had anticipated, it's at least worth taking a look at, because I think you're right that Credilli was so low at that point. If he was able to farm down or maybe even force the Credilli to throw energy onto the Electrode, because it was 1 away from a wild charge, it could have changed scenarios potentially. Elepfandflasche did have a shield left for his Talonflame, so that is also something taken into consideration.
Exactly. So the Electrode, for Fatalisnex to win this game, Electrode had to farm down the Cradley because he needed to strip the shield away from the Talonflame with his Electrode before potentially winning the mirror matchup with his own Talonflame. That is the only way that Fatalisnex could have won that game, but it was possible because the Cradley was not at a charge attack. And even if Cradley got that charge attack off, you know what? There's still an option because the Talonflame, I'm just realizing this as we're speaking, because the Talonflame on Fatalisnex's side has Brave Bird, and that does so much damage in the mirror matchup that it could have potentially be a game-flipping scenario for Fatalisnex.
Okay, I mean, there's so much to play for, right, in
Exactly.
that scenario, and I am very interested to see what the outcome will be in this. As a reminder, we said it once before, if it is going to be a rematch, it is going to be fresh new teams. There is also the potential that this game will stand and Elepfandflasche will continue on. But I mean, first of all, let's give a big hand to the judges, to all the people who are helping run these tournaments, because I mean, also our production team, everything's been smooth, well-oiled machines here, and I'm very happy.
From what I'm hearing, Amanda, there won't be a rematch. I don't think the judges thought that the Electrode could farm down the Cradley and also take out the Talonflame with a shield in the back. So even though there could have been some technical malfunction, it didn't affect the outcome of the game, according to our judges, from what I'm hearing at least.
Okay, so we will take that for their word, and that means that Elepfandflasche will continue on in round 3 of the loser side of the bracket. A great run by Fatalisnex, getting so far in such a big tournament. One of the last tournaments that we have here in Europe to be gaining all these championship points, and I think he's probably going to be at least pretty happy with the prize pack that he's going home with.
I mean, you can't complain, can you? When you go to a tournament, you have, I don't know how much expectations he goes into a tournament with, but when you made top 8, you get the prizes, you get the championship points, and making top 8 is such a massive doorstep. The doorstep is so great going into the top 8 from the top 10 or top 12, and I'm sure all our top 8 players are really happy with their finish so far. But why stop here, Amanda?
Exactly. It's like, top 8 is fantastic. You know what would be even better? Top 4. You know what would be even better than that podium finish? No, actually, maybe I'll just be the champion.
Top 1 sounds actually really tempting when you put it like that.
Sound delicious.
Yeah, but also, you got. If you made top 8, would you be happy?
Oh my goodness, I would be so happy if I even made day 2.
And I've seen you on stream once.
Yeah, that is true.
And in that game, I remember you lost game 1 and then you adjusted in game 2.
That's true.
You learned during the games, and you played, in my opinion, a hard ABA line in game number 1. You realized and you adjusted and you played a soft ABA, a smart ABA in game number 2. So what Amanda did was leading, she had 2 water types, Feraligatr and Dugong, and the opponent had a grass type Superior. Game 1, Amanda leads Feraligatr. That's a pretty bad matchup for Feraligatr into the Superior, and she had Dugong in the back. When she swapped in the Dugong was behind energy in the Superior and let the Superior swap out after throwing a charge attack. So game 2, she decided to lead the Dugong, and if she's met by the Superior, then the Dugong can hang with the Superior. It's a much better matchup for Dugong than it is for Feraligatr. And then the Feraligatr was free to roam in the back. She realized, she adjusted, and she played a fantastic game, in my opinion.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. What I did notice about that tournament was that my first opponent, there was 5 Pokemon that was weak to Dugong. So it was 5 Pokemon weak to one specific Pokemon. There's a sort of a flip scenario when we think of the previous champion here in Utrecht. Last season, he ran a Pokemon that was kind of divisive. It was a Giratina Origin.
Oh, I love that pick.
A lot of Pokemon in the back that could help support that pick to help kind of flip scenarios for him. We're talking about Inadequance, and we're going to show you Inadequance as well. Trainers and Pokemon fans alike, gather round to hear the story of how a champion came to be. This tale has tragedy, it has intrigue, it shows perseverance and steadfast skill. Let me tell you the story about Inadequance, the 2024 Utrecht Special Event winner. Though Inadequance has always been a consistently good battler and one feared by many in the Pokemon GO realm, his story shows how persistency and training can pay off. Inadequance has always said that on a good day, he could beat anyone, and since Season 1, he has been looking to prove it. In Pokemon GO's second season, Inadequance gained himself the nickname of Mr. Day 2 as he made it to the second day of competition in every event he participated in. But despite his consistent performance, his amazing team reads, and sacrificial swaps, taking home the bronze medal was the highest ranking Inadequance achieved. This was enough, however, to grant him a cascading invite to the 2023 Pokemon GO World Championships, where he had a top 10
Win
finish.
condition there because there were those 2 shields available. You had to get to as many charged attacks as possible, and there just was not time.
Inadequance was keeping his title of Mr. Day 2, but he was still not bringing home the crown. In the 2024 season, Inadequance lost his title of Mr. Day 2, experiencing early losses in 2 regional competitions. But what he picked up in its place? More tenacity, more grit, but even more pressure to make a name for himself. But to no surprise to anyone who has ever witnessed Inadequance battle, all of his time and preparation paid off in his home region at the 2024 Utrecht Special Event. Using a unique team featuring a Giratina Origin, Inadequance breezed through day 1, only losing 1 single game the entire day. Mr. Day 2 was back in action. Inadequance experienced his first loss on the morning of the second day, getting knocked down to the loser's bracket by his fellow Dutchman, Normalheim. But from that point on, the man did just not lose. Inadequance didn't drop a single game after this point, even in the grudge match against Normalheim to push him back into the grand finals. He swept the grand finals against Pablo Andinas, forcing a bracket reset, and from this point on, Inadequance remained unstoppable.
Green trash can flips the bracket. He wins the first best of 5 in these grand finals, Eric.
Though Pablo Andinas fought hard and took risks, Inadequance took the 6-0 victory and finally got his crown.
Far too much energy. It wins the MP. Martin is your special event champion.
If you are interested in finding your own path to victory and becoming a Pokemon master yourself, head to Pokemon.com/play to learn more.
That music is a little bit, gets me all excited and makes me all happy inside.
Right, it's just a vibe, right?
Yes, yeah, I could see you were vibing to that. Folks, welcome back into this tournament. For those of you just tuning in, we are in Utrecht in the Netherlands and we are going into the winners round 2. It's getting closer and closer to getting a Utrecht champion crowned here today. I'm with my good friend, Konig Lionheart. How are you doing, sir?
Hello, my partner. It's nice to meet you. And we are going to see the matches now that are going to determine who goes into the winners finals. So both of these trainers, or all 4 of them that we are going to see over the next few games, they are still undefeated. And the next one is going to be Zephymastyx versus AMindJoke, two trainers who have actually, even though they are titans of the scene that have participated in so many tournaments, they have never played Show 6 Pick 3 against each other.
Oh wow, well this will be fun because that means that they will have very little idea about the play styles of each other other than what they have seen from streams. And this is where something you can learn from watching and seeing how do these players play their games.
There is endless video footage though.
Oh, absolutely. These two trainers have been on stream many, many times across many competitions. We're very excited with Zephymastyx team. We see that Gastrodon here. We see the Dusclops. Those are unusual Pokemon, whereas AMindJoke has gone with a more traditional meta team, as they would say, with Malamar, with that Tinkaton here. Let's take a closer look at Zephymastyx's team. What stands out?
Ferret. Ferret is, I think, the strongest Pokemon that we've seen in this tournament. People predicted Shadow Typhlosion to be the super big upset here, but I think the performance of Ferret just says how good it really is. Of course, also Clodsire and Gastrodon, two of Zephymastyx's favorite ground-type Pokemon, have been standing out in his matches so far.
And it's really interesting to have two ground types. That's not the most common thing. I wonder, Leo, is there any particular reason to have two ground types in this scenario with Clodsire and Gastrodon?
I mean, they both cover very different Pokemon. Clodsire is a hard answer to that Jumpluff, and Gastrodon is free into so many teams except for those Jumpluff that are incredibly strong against. So I think that Zephymastyx wants to play Talonflame and Clodsire to scare Jumpluff away.
Yes, indeed. And of course, AMindJoke does have that Shadow Jumpluff on his roster, which is going to be impacted by Clodsire being present. That being said, Jumpluff, despite being a Shadow, is very bulky and can withstand a Sludge Bomb, but doesn't deal well with the Talonflame on Zephymastyx's side. So a bit of being careful as to where you place your Jumpluff will be a key thing if you're AMindJoke. We go into game one of the winners round 2. This is going to determine who gets close to the winners final. Talonflame goes up against Feraligatr. AMindJoke has the advantage early on.
Yep, I reckon that we're going to see a safe start, but if you're looking at the backline of Zephymastyx, this is so not where he wants to see the Feraligatr, because there is Charjabug in the back, there is Ferret in the back. This is the only place where it's not supposed to be. However, AMindJoke is actually throwing a charge attack here. Timer is now misaligned, getting some chip damage onto that Ferret.
Yeah, but I don't mind this because this has allowed Ferret to be in the yellow, which means one foul play may be enough to knock out the Ferret with the additional Psy Waves from Malamar, ensuring that AMindJoke keeps the alignment that is favoring him at this point. So let's see at what point does he throw an attack. Perfect timing here. Swift was just about to be launched by Zephymastyx, but AMindJoke denied that.
But you can see just how much damage those Swifts do here. I think, yeah, if you want to go 2 shields down against this, you can throw a Trailblaze here, even goes for the Swift instead, tries to get the shield back. AMindJoke really wants to keep the alignment. Zephymastyx wants to get Switch as well. Let's see how this turns out.
It's going to be really close. Does he get to another Swift? No. AMindJoke is able to launch the foul play. Zephymastyx has to make a decision.
Yeah.
Does he let this go? He does indeed.
I kind of like this for Zephymastyx because now the Talonflame can actually farm down that Malamar in one Incinerate. He wanted 2 there, but 2 were just not in the cards because it would have reached a foul play as well. Now you're pacing at the same time to Hydro Cannon. Oh, actually throwing on charge attack priority. If Zephymastyx hadn't thrown there, that could have been really, really dangerous. And if you're looking at the backline, Chargeback versus Diggersby is catastrophical.
Yes, it really is. Diggersby has a huge advantage. So Zephymastyx now launching the fly at Feraligatr. This is respective. Feraligatr not a shadow variant, but still would take respectable damage away from that fly. So hence, now we see, is there going to be an attempt to catch? There is a catch here. Charjabug takes the Hydro Cannon. This is looking very, very good now for Zephymastyx with that catch.
Big question is how much damage can this Charjabug do against the Diggersby in the process? And AMindJoke, of course, very smart, farming up to a full Hydro Cannon before he swaps out into Diggersby. Doesn't want to give Zephymastyx any kind of win condition here.
Yes, and this is negating Zephymastyx's strong position from that catch, because now it doesn't matter if Talonflame comes back in. Feraligatr will be ready to hit hard with a Hydro Cannon, and Diggersby at this point is able to tank pretty much anything Charjabug can throw. The Volt Switches are double resisted. The X-Scissor does neutral, but look at how much HP Diggersby has and can withstand so many more of these X-Scissors.
And if he could go for a possible catch, there would still be a win condition for Zephymastyx, but now AMindJoke is playing this very cleanly. Just before the timer goes up again, a Fire Punch launched into that Charjabug, and Zephymastyx is now going up to 2 flies here. There is going to be a Scorching Tap. I doubt it knocks out, but I'm pretty sure that a Feraligatr is supposed to win Charge Attack priority versus that Talonflame.
Yes, and here comes the switch, and there goes that Hydro Cannon. This is why Feraligatr stayed in against the Charger Bug, taking super effective Volt Switch damage, but that energy to get up to a Hydro Cannon was so vital. This is the first knockout, 1-0 to AMindJoke. We are going to go into Game 2 very soon. These two trainers are only just beginning to showcase their talents to each other.
Very clean plays by AMindJoke there, knowing, hey, I don't have a direct answer against the Ferret as a safe swap up energy, so I'm just going to throw a Hydro Cannon in it and then see where I'm going with my Malamar, then adding up the damage from the sideways. I wonder if this could have been a better spot for Zephymastyx if he had shielded the Hydro Cannon from that Feraligatr and then let go of a foul play of the Malamar.
Yeah, that would have maybe made a small difference. I still think that because AMindJoke was clever and kept his alignment intact throughout the entire match, I personally think it would not have been enough. I think AMindJoke would not have let him get away with that.
But do you actually keep your alignment if the Hydro Cannon is shielded there? Because then the Ferret has so much energy already, did not take basically a single point of damage from those Shadow Claws.
Yeah, true.
And already if the Malamar then swaps in, so either you stay in with the Feraligatr as AMindJoke then, take some more Sucker Punch damage and then try to throw later, or you're bringing the Malamar, you are way behind on energy.
Yeah.
Trailblaze is thrown, you kind of are already forced to shield that, so I think that maybe
that might have been the way to maybe wiggle out of that bad alignment by Zephymastyx's side. So yes, there is the luxury of considering alternative win conditions, but the hard thing is doing it in the moment is truly a skill that I strongly believe Zephymastyx has, as does AMindJoke. I mean, Zephy has proven this in the past. He is a champion before in Malmo, I think in 2023.
I think there just comes down to the line calls that you're making as a player when you're saying, hey, I think I can still win this if there is not Diggersby in the back. Unfortunately for Zephymastyx, there was Diggersby in the back, and AMindJoke going with a perfect line here, calling that the only not answer to the Feraligatr will be in the lead. The players are locked in. Let's go into Game 2 of the winners semi-finals of the Special Championship here in Utrecht, and it is now a Gastrodon versus Lapras.
This is relatively even. Both of these trainers, both of these Pokemon even, will be dealing neutral damage to each other. You have Mud Slap being launched by Gastrodon, which is a 3-turn fast attack, being responded to with Psy Waves from the Lapras, and of course the Sparkling Aria is the preferred charge attack here, simply because it deals neutral damage and is more efficient in terms of energy. Now a response by the Gastrodon demonstrating its strength with the Earth Power, and again a same type attack bonus charge attack.
Yep. Might actually get a defense drop here. That could be crucial as well. Now we're going to see if Zephymastyx wants to play for alignment, because the last game was very alignment dependent. You could shield this and try to farm down with the Gastrodon X with a lot of energy. Nope, that is not what Zephymastyx is doing. He's trying to get the energy advantage. Goes for a big Hexdon. I don't think you can get it.
No, it's going to be too much. Hex is not a high damaging fast attack, and so another Sparkling Aria is launched by Lapras onto the Dusclops here. Dusclops' bulk is respectable, is able to take that, and look at how much farm Dusclops gets in return. 5 hexes worth of energy, which means it can launch Ice Punch or it can launch Shadow Punch, depending on what Pokemon comes in. The debate now from AMindJoke, which to go for.
That is so much energy. In the last metas, we've had Galarian Corsola playing versus Diggersby. Absolute nightmare matchup for the Ghost-type Pokemon. Dusclops has Ice Punch, super effective coverage against Diggersby, so something to play against this Pokemon. However, the Psywaves and the Sparkling Area already did so much damage that I think Scorching Sand and an Ice Punch or a Fire Punch from Diggersby would knock out. Now we're doing an aggressive pivot on the side of Zephymastyx into the Ferret.
I don't mind this because you have used Dusclops effectively to get as many Ice Punches off and weaken that Diggersby, and now Forret can play clean-up operations here, but there is an attack debuff as well, which is not ideal. There was only a chance of Scorching Sands doing that. Zephy needs to boost that attack back up, going for the Trailblaze here to bring his attack back to neutrality.
And that is a very, very big point of Ferret. You really want to buff your attack, and if the Diggersby can negate that side effect of Trailblaze. That is absolutely huge for AMindJoke.
Yes, and so foul play is coming in here. This has to be shielded at this range. Forret would certainly be knocked out. Forret now has to try and race to another charge attack. Gets the Swift very quickly. At this range, this would either knock out or be very, very close to putting into red. AMindJoke taking no chances, putting that shield in, so that Swift does almost nothing.
AMindJoke has so much energy. I don't think he can farm down, but he can throw a foul play just before Zephymastyx reaches the Swift on the Ferret. And is this even going to be shielded? No, we let this go. I think Zephymastyx is going to attempt a farm down with the Dustclops here again, but it is going to be so much damage. Can he withstand a charge attack from the Diggersby afterwards?
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. The foul play is easily the attack that you want to shield. It deals super effective damage to the Ghost-type Dustclops, but now the swap out could potentially happen. Here it is. Ice Punch coming through on the Diggersby. This is going to be crucial. It has to knock out. If it doesn't knock out, then Diggersby may be able to get to a Scorching Sands before a second Ice Punch is there. Doesn't knock out. Diggersby does survive. Next, the next charge attack is key. It's a race to Shadow Scorching Sands. No! So there comes that Scorching Sands. It just about gets it in against Zephymastyx.
AMindJoke is celebrating his big run here, undefeated into the winners finals with one shield left remaining. Knocks Zephymastyx down into the losers bracket. AMindJoke is pulling off an absolute masterpiece in this tournament.
What incredible plays. I was concerned right at the very end there. I thought maybe Zephymastyx had a Shadow Punch ready, and because Diggersby was so low, maybe that Shadow Punch would have been enough to get that knockout.
It was a shield!
But the shield would have stopped that if that was the case, and so Zephy realized that there was no win condition there. Of course, in the heat of the moment, just us watching those battles, it's easy to forget what things are going on. Is there a shield still remaining on AMindJoke's side? Which there was. Wow, how close was that?
And we only have to watch the games, right? The players have to actually come up with the strategies that they will use to win those games. So that's even more impressive that you can see these trainers keep track of energy, keep track of all the shields, which Pokemon are in the back, which Pokemon could be in the back. Line calling is an essential part of Pokemon Go PvP strategy.
So let's talk about line calling here, because because it's a skill and it is also an art form as well, and you can never get it perfectly right. Honestly, if I could mind read like AMindJoke, then I would almost certainly love to compete more and more, but line calling is key. The idea is that you predict which Pokemon your opponent's going to come out with, and you make sure you lead in with those counters, which is exactly what AMindJoke did here, where he had the Feraligatr up against Talonflame, and then this was a key thing. Getting the catch didn't actually solve the problem for Zephymastyx, because Feraligatr overfarmed there.
Yeah, because AMindJoke is just so smart with his Pokemon actually going for the entire Hydro Cannon, knowing charge attack priority is gonna be his win condition there, and is actually in a really, really nice spot there. Of course, he concluded those games. The Dustclops couldn't do it, couldn't beat that Diggersby. I wonder if it was a Shadow Dustclops, if the Ice Punch would have knocked out there, because that would have been quite huge actually. But of course, AMindJoke victorious gets into the winners final of Utrecht.
And this has been really good for him, because now that guarantees him a top 4 place, correct?
I think top 3.
Oh yes, and if so, well yeah, and if so, that would be his best result this season, because as he was saying in an interview, I think it was either earlier today or perhaps yesterday, his highest finish this season so far has been 5th. It would be really cool to see AMindJoke get that first place medal and get his name up as the Utrecht champion, sort of following the legacy of Inadequance last season.
Exactly.
Sorry, not last season, last year even.
And they are really good friends, so that would be quite the beautiful story. And if you also want one of these medals, you have to just attend in one of the future events. The next special championship is not going to be very far away. It is actually Bologna, and should be 2 weeks.
Yes, it's in 2 weeks' time. Bologna is in the middle of Italy. It's a fabulous place, and it's a lovely time of the year. Late May, early June, that weekend. Come to Italy, check out Bologna, enjoy the fabulous weather, the competitive battles, and you too could be champion. Check out rk9.gg/events/Pokemon. You can sign up. It is a special championship, so you have championship points on offer, booster packs depending on how well you do, and you get to enjoy the majesty of being at one of these events. Do not miss out. I will be there. Perhaps, Leo, will you be there maybe?
I will try to be there as well.
We'll see that. Well, son, it'll be really exciting to see you there as well.
It is an absolute masterpiece of an event. Bologna is always a highlight for me, just also because the food is so incredibly good.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I mean, they always talk about culture and enjoying the culture of other countries. Food is all part of that, and I'm a big fan of that. But still, nonetheless, we're not here for food anymore. We're here for nicknames and maxis. That's what we're here for.
Absolutely, and Nickname has had phenomenal performances in this season as well. Maxy has had a phenomenal performance in this tournament, knocking down Zzweilous into the losers bracket. So strong. He was playing out of his mind yesterday evening. I talked to him quite a bit, and he is very, very happy with his accomplishments and is looking forward to keep it going.
I think Nickname has just gone up a level since becoming a regional champion earlier this season. I personally think something has happened to this man. He has done something to go up from where he was before, and he was already a champion before, but I think his skill level has gone up since, and now he's becoming an even more intimidating presence. However, Maxy has had a reputation for doing well, getting multiple top cuts in seasons past, and he's coming back into it now. Not as frequent on the scene this season, but every time he is here, he is a name to be reckoned with. Also, biased here, but he is my top contender on my caster picks. I have a lot of hopes for this man to do well here, but I do have a lot of love for Nickname as well, so I am somewhat torn.
I think you might have already won that caster fantasy draft, because I don't think that Howie is still in the tournament. Elepfandflasche must have beat him there in that losers round one. I wonder how he did this.
Yeah, so in which case, in that case, Maxy doesn't have to try, right?
This is true, yeah. You already got it.
That's fine. Okay.
But let's look at the matchup for a little bit. In that last matchup versus Koksiak, Nickname had the Ferret Masterclass, just went through the entire team, put too many problems in there for Koksiak to handle. How is it looking against Maxy?
Well, the thing is that Maxy does have a better answer against the Ferret in that Shadow Drapion, because it resists the Sucker Punches. The Trailblazers are also resisted, so the main threat comes from the resisted damage from Sucker Punch, because it's such a good fast attack, but also the Swifts. Key thing to note, though, Drapion is one of those rare Pokemon that can pace to a charge attack quicker than Ferret can. Ferret requires 5 Sucker Punches to get to Swift, whereas Drapion can get to an Aqua Tail in 4 Poison Stings or to a Crunch in 5 Poison Stings. That means Crunch will launch at the same time as Ferret Swift, but Drapion, I believe, wins charge attack priority there.
It has way higher attack, and that is why in an even matchup, if both Pokemon come in at the same time and pace at the same time, Drapion has the upper hand. Sometimes Ferret being used as a safe swap really helps against that, because if you are up energy, 2 Swifts do knock out, and now we're going to see a matchup that it used to be very bad for a Jumpluff, but now with the acrobatics change in the Might and Mastery season, that's an even playing field.
No, yes, Maxy is able to launch the Crunch first, just outpacing to the acrobatics. They both have done 7's worth of fast attacks here. Crunch coming in, no debuff there. Aerial Ace being launched in response. Maxy now has to make a calculated guess as to whether this is worth shielding. Bearing in mind, if it's the acrobatics the problem, if it's an Aerial Ace, it's less so. This is a successful bait by Nickname, immediately going for the next Aerial Ace.
And I think at this point you can safely no-shield this. I want to say that the bait was a little... Oh, he's actually shielding another Aerial Ace, and Nickname is looking very happy about this, because now all of a sudden you are 2 shields up, and you have that Claydol that can just attempt to farm down that Shadow Drapion using 1 or 2 shields.
You're absolutely right. The Claydol is going to be a threat to this Drapion, but this Drapion does have a lot of energy already and is able to get to that Crunch very quickly, even before 1 Mouth Slap is fully landed, although the damage does register. Shield now coming in. Nickname trying to protect against this Crunch. Immediate swap out into the Azumarill, which is a good answer here to the Claydol, because it is a water type and it can threaten with that Ice Beam.
Yep, Ice Beam is a good shout here versus the Claydol. However, if you're throwing this immediately now, you might get caught, because I think we're going to chip, debuff, and dip into our own Azumarill. And now the Azumarill of Maxy has an HP disadvantage. Yes, you have so much more energy, but what does it really do in the mirror match when you're debuffed?
Yeah, it is going to be problematic for Maxy, but this is not the end of the world. It's not the end of the battle either, because...
Let's play soft.
Yes. Yes, play soft rather than play rough, but nonetheless does respectable damage. But the key thing is, if Maxy loses this mid-game matchup, but he's able to leave Nickname's Azumarill really low, the Drapion can come back in and get more farm. And then where is Claydol going to go? Yeah, it'll get the Drapion out of the way, but what? That Malamar is still hidden in the back, and Nickname doesn't know about that yet.
The good thing for Nickname in this mid-game matchup is that it is going to tear down the switch timer. Immediate swap out from Maxy Maxy into the Shadow Drapion, knowing that the timer is not going to be up from Nickname anytime soon here. Now Nickname will have the opportunity to actually go for his Claydol here, and the energy was thrown into that Azumarill. Oh, he's actually going to stay in here and is going to finish the job for this Shadow Drapion with an Ice Beam.
I think this is, to be honest, I don't mind this by Maxy. I think the Aqua Tail was there just to stall out the timer a little bit more. Maxy was happy to just get as much damage out as possible because Malamar can now Psy-Wave down, and the only thing left to deal with is Claydol. The Nickname doesn't know the Malamar's there, though he might be predicting it. Oh no, the Azumarill coming in to try and weaken this Nickname's Azumarill a little bit more, but no, trying to drain as much energy out of Nickname's Azumarill so it can only be farmed down by Malamar. Let's see if that is the play. Claydol is coming straight in. There is Malamar.
The thing is that Nickname does not have the energy advantage here, but he has the shield advantage. And I think he's rather comfortable going for this fast play rough, not playing around and Malamar being in the back there. I think he's comfortable that he can win the 1-0 shield matchups with his Claydol.
Yeah, you might be right, because those Rock Tombs, even though they are neutral damaging, the Rock Tomb was improved as a charge attack relatively recently, only a few months ago, and you can see the impact here. It's having damage done and the debuff, and now there's a risk of a Mud Slap down.
Yep, we're going to reach 2 foul plays, but this is 1 HP on that Malamar. Nickname is farming down that Malamar. Maxy can, of course, throw double foul play here. It's not going to knock out, but there's still a Azumarill with a little bit of HP left. Goes to throw a superpower, which is resisted and debuff. I wonder if it even KOs.
Yes, it's going to be a question as to whether that does. I think it just about manages to. No, it doesn't. Surviving on 1 HP. I think Maxy realizing even if I got 2 foul plays off, the Azumarill would be able to bubble the Malamar down afterwards. So that was a tricky one. I thought Malamar might have had it, but I guess not.
It's an interesting matchup. I wonder if the double shield on Aerial Aces from Maxy was planned or not, because of course he was unsatisfied with shielding the first Aerial Ace. The second one was thrown immediately, so he could have actually just let it go. If you're counting this properly, you know it is only an Aerial Ace.
Correct.
You farm up a little more energy, of course, play your advantage that way, and you don't go into shield disadvantage. He might have also just valued the HP on the Shadow Drapion a little more, trying to farm up more, knowing if there is a Claydol in the back and I take another damage from this Shadow Jumpluff, I just get farmed down easily. But if there is a Claydol in the back and I have a lot of HP on the Shadow Drapion plus energy,
I might be able to get 2 Aqua Tails off, maybe 2 Crunches off at a push, and that will change the match of the game. However, I must admit that if that was the game plan, why would you bring Malamar in? Why would you, if you're relying on your Drapion to weaken the Claydol with a crunch, is there really a need to have Malamar there when you have Azumarill also? Which, you know, surely it would make sense to, as you say, let the Aerialist go, maybe get 1 charge attack off on Drapion when the Claydol immediately comes in to farm it down, and then Azumarill's there on no energy but on maximum health, and the Claydol only is weakened and may only have 1 or 2 Mud Slaps of energy there.
Yes, but in this scenario, if you don't get the switch, your opponent can just swap out as well if you bring in the Azumarill there. So you might want to have another answer. If you have your Shadow Drapion, if you win the lead, you still want to have 2 answers for the Claydol, because otherwise, if Nickname farms down your Shadow Drapion with the Claydol, everything is going to be super tough in the back for you to withstand those Rock Tombs. So you have to swap out. You need another answer in case these Claydol swaps out again. The players are ready. Game 2 of the winners semifinals of the Special Championships in Utrecht is starting now, and we're looking at the time because this is Azumarill into Azumarill. Now, time to reconsider our lines.
Well, the thing is, with this matchup is you have more time to think about what is in the back from your opponent, because that means there are only 5 potential options of the other Pokemon aside from the Azumarill. What are typical lines? This is a moment where you can think, reflect, as you launch play roughs at each other, what is going to be those Pokemon that are going to impact the game? Is it worth you keeping Switch by investing a shield? Is it worth you trying to get a shield advantage? And also, if you both play the same tactic, which Azumarill is going to fall first? Because it may not be a double knockout.
I mean, I think that basically the backlines or the teams of Nickname and Maxy are not alignment dependent enough to justify a shield here in that mirror match, because usually you want to sponge damage with Azumarill and not put shields on it, so it can sweep your opponent, because it just doesn't do enough damage and it doesn't pace quickly enough. But what you can say as nickname is Azumarill is one of the prime answers for Claydol, so you're very happy that it is going to be in the lead. Shadow Drapion looks so good against any other Pokemon except for Claydol versus nickname, so you can expect that it is in the back. So if you win the lead here, you could get your Claydol into the Shadow Drapion, and now the Azumarill is knocked out by Maxy. Swaps in the Claydol onto that Shadow Drapion. Maximilian P is going to farm up so much energy, he's going to threaten an Aqua Tail here.
Yes, and this is going to trigger an immediate shield because nickname is predicting the crunch here. Drapion does have that crunch energy. That shield disadvantage now allows Lapras to come in where Sparkling Aria might be a threat, but nickname trying to get a shield back. No, Maxy immediately no shielding, trusting in the bulk of Lapras to withstand a super effective Rock Tomb.
If you get some damage on that Shadow Drapion already, Corviknight is a monster against it, because Iron Head plus Sand Attacks is going to be easily enough at some point, and you double resist those Poison Stings. Now that the Shadow Drapion is chipped, there was quite the good play to just hard swap the Claydol onto that Shadow Drapion. Of course, debuffed Sparkling Aria doesn't do enough damage at all here. A shield is being put up onto that Lapras.
I don't mind this, because even though, as you say, the debuff is there on the Lapras, 2 Sparkling Arias, regardless of the debuffs, would be enough to knock out. Maxy going for it straight away, simply because he wants to preserve health on Lapras for whatever Pokemon might be in the back, and he's making a call. It's something where the health of that Lapras might be necessary. Here comes Corviknight. Maxy now is aware that the Corviknight is there, but that Sand Attack is the problem. It is doing incredible chip damage to Shadow Drapion.
I want to say that, of course, Maxy needed to protect that Lapras, because if you bring in that Shadow Drapion into that Claydol and you don't have any other Pokemon, you're just going to be mud-slapped down.
Yes.
So he had to get a shield back there or knock out the Claydol, but now it is such a dire position with the Shadow Drapion versus the Corviknight. Corviknight did not have to shield the crunch. Nickname goes into the Azumarill as well. There's a lot of energy on that Shadow Drapion, but it doesn't even do too much here. Oh, double Aqua Tail is loaded up here.
Yes, nickname has to think, how much energy does Maxy have? Is it worth shielding this? It really isn't, and he knows that. So this time he lets it go, and now it's again going to be a case of how close is that Drapion to getting knocked out? Will Maxy be able to get another move? Bear in mind that Sand Attack is a concern. It is shielded here.
Nickname does not know that it is only an Aqua Tail. Now we're in the race here versus the Lapras, but Lapras doesn't reach the Sparkling Aria. Nickname goes for the Iron Head here versus Maximilian P. That is going to knock out the Lapras. The Shadow Drapion is in the back with 1 HP. Gets to another Aqua Tail, but it is not a crunch. This is not nearly enough. And Nickname, again and again and again, advances to another Winners Finals.
Congratulations to Nickname on this fabulous achievement to keep going. He never seems to stop winning. He is on another level of talent. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Nickname has truly bloomed into his own majestic Beautifly, I guess?
That sounds like a good nickname for him. But Nickname, his performance this season were absolutely phenomenal. Another Winners Finals here. He's on an absolute run. This was a peak performance so far. Now he's going to play versus AMindJoke in the Winners Finals, of course, but not now already. Yeah? We're going to see some more losers matches before that.
Yes, of course. So before we get to the Winners Finals, we need to work out who else is going to come through the Losers Finals to contest on that lower losers bracket. So it's important that in a double elimination, you can lose once and still be in the tournament. But let's say out of Nickname and AMindJoke in the Winners Final, whoever loses that, because they haven't lost anything up until that point, they will get another opportunity. So we can see in the losers bracket who are the trainers that are currently in the mix here. Maxy has just dropped into the losers bracket. He's now waiting for the matchup between Zzweilous and Polasha. I mean, that matchup alone should be a grand finals match. It's so good. Any of those two trainers, the one that survives, let alone wins, is going to play against Maxy. And then, of course, we have Elepfandflasche against Koksiak as well, going up in the second losers round 3 matchup.
And then we would have a grudge match. If Zzweilous manages to defeat Polasha, he got knocked into the losers bracket by Maximilian P in a very close match. So there is the chance for him to get that match back. However, Paulasha, of course, is no one to scoff at. She's the queen of PvP. Now, on the other side, we have Elepfandflasche versus Koksiak waiting to play versus Zephymastyx. So really good. And if you're looking at the lower side, we also, of course, have to pay respect to Kelio380, the brother of Colin 6, who advanced to Day 2. Huge congratulations. Was his first Day 2. Very great accomplishment. Stone Collection losing to Paulasha in a close 1-2 there. And of course, we also have Velan and Howie.
Yes, Howie was the only other trainer from our caster picks who made it to Day 2, I believe. So that was a good going from him. Again, yes, I want to echo Kelio being able to get to Day 2, very much following in the footsteps of his brother who has made many Day 2s, but this time it is the day of Kelio within the Collins family, shall we say.
Yeah, and Kelio, it's so interesting to see because he picked the game up, or the PvP, because of his brother. True. I went to the Dutch locals once or twice, and you could just always see how much better he was getting with every single tournament. So huge congratulations. He's I think he's a future champion, I will be honest with you.
Oh, well, there is a bold prediction. So if Kelio, if he's watching in the stands, you know, you've got high expectations. Leo here is banking all on you, yeah?
Yeah, you got this, dude.
Yeah,
you got this. But let's look back at the match that we just had, because this was absolutely insane. Nickname just seems incredibly powerful, unstoppable. I don't even know the right adjective here. Him and his Furret that I kind of missed in this game.
But that's the thing, he didn't bring Furret and he still dominated with the Pokemon he has. I think Maxy was trying to go for a tactic of having a lot of energy on the Drapion so that it would intimidate the Claydol more, but it just wasn't enough. Claydol was just oppressive against everything. The Drapion, the Lapras with the Rock Tomb, it was just so tricky. And then the Corviknight being able to have Sand attack as its ground type fast attack, and the Claydol means that that tactic of using Drapion just really wasn't the play.
I will say that Claydol is like Cradily, one of those Pokemon that were going out of the meta for a little bit. People started to either disrespect it during their team building and saying, okay, I won't prepare for this Pokemon that much.
Yeah.
Or they have started to bring, you know, Shadow Typhlosion in Pokemon like that, and all of a sudden, if you're bringing Claydol, we have 2 of them in the winners semi-finals, so that is absolutely strong. Also, Zzweilous performing with a Claydol here, so maybe Claydol was also the call of the event, even though it is always like a very good Pokemon.
Yes, it was so versatile, having ground type coverage, rock type
also
coverage,
Tinkaton,
and ice coverage as well. Yeah, no Tinkaton to be seen here. I think all the Claydols and Diggersbys have been scaring it off. Azumarill, however, staying in there as the premier fairy, probably because it can handle those ground types a bit better.
Do you hear that, Marcus? Azumarill is everywhere.
Azumarill is there. Azumarill is watching you at all times.
Yeah, but it's watching you so happy.
Oh, okay. So it can't be that bad, right? And you asked that there was no Tinkaton. Paul asked, like, oh, here's my Tinkaton. What are you talking about? There it is.
Very, very good shout. Sorry, Paula. Of course, there is a Tinkaton. Malamar, Shadow Feraligatr, also such a huge call at the moment because it's just quite frankly, I think this is one of the Pokemon that pushed Claydol out of the meta game a little bit. I don't want to say it pushed it out of the meta, but it declined in usage a little bit just because Shadow Feraligatr applies so much pressure, not only with Shadow Claws, but also with Hydro Cannons. You outpace heavily. You don't get farmed down in 2 shield scenarios, but also if you have residual energy from a previous matchup, you force shields very, very easily. And I think the trainers have locked in already 2 absolute masters of Pokemon GO PvP. Zzweilous versus Paulasha97. You're in for a treat.
This is a battle you must not take your eyes away from. Shadow Typhlosion immediately there against Malamar. And bear in mind, Malamar does have Psywave, which does a huge amount of fast attack damage, but then Incinerate, one of the hardest hitting fast attacks in the game, immediately launching the Thunder Plunge with no rush at all. Malamar has to respect that because of the damage output Shadow Typhlosion can do.
It's Wuzha versus Thunder Punch immediately being shielded, of course, because you know it does not knock out, but you're going to be farmed down if you let this attack through. And Paulasha is doing so much damage with Psywaves. The big question is, can you actually farm down with 2 shields?
Yes, and we'll have to give it a shot and see. Polasha recognizing that this is not worth the fight. I have weakened this type potion enough, and I'm happy to let Malamar go and farm down with one of my many water-type Pokemons. This is what we've seen before. Shadow Feraligatr with a lot of energy, but is it going to be enough? No, it isn't. Thunder Punch is able to be launched. A shield has to be used here.
The Thunder Punch goes through, gets the shield back, so now we are at even shields. No, actually, Zzweilous has the shield advantage here and also has the switch, so huge for him. And of course, there's a lot of energy on the Shadow Feraligatr, but if you have Azumarill instead of Tinkaton, that is not a problem for you.
Yep, Azumarill, a water type and a fairy type, means it resists the Hydro Cannon, it will resist the Ice Beam, and for those quirky Feraligatr running Crunch, it will resist the Crunch as well. The main threat is the Shadow Claws. There was an attempt at a catch there, no response to that, so Zzweilous responds with the Forest. Trailblaze is the threat here.
To quote the great Withered 9, oh my days! That was a great play from Zzweilous, knowing that there is a potential catch that might be the win condition for Polasha. Just waits there until the switch has concluded, brings in the Ferret, and of course, Ferret is a Pokemon that can ramp up, and that is so much damage from Trailblaze. You're still going to get outpaced here, though.
Yes, but Zzweilous does have the shield and it can use it at any point. Now is the time to use it. Can Zzweilous even farm down the Lapras at this range? Because you might not even need another Trailblaze. Sucker Punch might be enough. Is he going to go for the farm? No, not risking it. Going for the Swift, eliminating this Lapras nice and quickly. I think the logic here is you don't want Polasha to try and make a catch here if you take the Pokemon out of the game.
Yep, there could be a potential combo play as well without you getting rid of that Lapras. Polasha is now going to throw that Hydro Cannon. We're going to see how much damage a Play Rough does to a Shadow Feraligatr here. Waits a turn there. It is going to connect, and that is not a Play Soft, that is a Play Rough.
Yes, it was undeterred. Azumarill, happy as Larry to wipe out this Shadow Feraligatr, were very quick. 1-0 by Zzweilous here.
The power of Azumarill is unmatched in the Great League. I've said it times and times again. This Pokemon is so incredibly strong. If you put it in the right meta, it is such an advantage to have it. Tinkaton just doesn't have those matchups that sometimes from time to time pop up. You know, there's other matchup that Tinkaton wants to have, right? And so I think between Azumarill and Tinkaton, it has to be a meta call for the event, because if you're playing like a lot of Ariados, you're still losing the 1s and 2s straight versus straight Trailblaze Ariados as Tinkaton. But if there's a lot of Ariados, you might not want to have Azumarill.
No, that is true, and so there might be a reconsideration also of other Pokemon. Where has Swalot gone?
Yeah, I think the rise of Malamar makes bringing Swalot so much harder because...
And Tinkaton as well, but then Tinkaton's now...
Lapras.
Sorry?
And Lapras.
And Lapras as well, all those Psywave users that are so dominant with their fast attack pressure. That's the tricky thing.
Actually, you kind of lose to Swalot.
Oh, really?
Tinkaton, yeah.
Ah,
it's kind of debuff dependent, but Swalot can win those scenarios.
Just because of all that HP that it has.
Yeah, and the super effective Mud Shot, also the part Fairy typing makes Sludge only resisted, and it's an incredibly strong charged attack. So.
Yeah, that is very true. But no Swalot to be seen. Forret faces off against Diggersby, two normal type Pokemon. Forret able to threaten with super effective Trailblaze, and those Sucker Punches will do more damage if that happens. But Diggersby has the opportunity to go with Scorching Sands, which has a 30% chance of debuffing the attack. So it's a fight of debuffs as well as super effective damage.
Slight advantage in terms of typing of the charge attacks on the side of Ferret. However, there is so much bulk on Diggersby. Scorching Sand is going to put a dent into that Ferret. You can see that both are just immediately in the yellow, and the attack of Zzweilous fell. But can a Trailblaze knock out after 6?
Yeah, we're going to find out here. Trailblaze, because of the debuff, it is on normal attack power by Forest style. Does Diggersby, so it just about survives, and Scorching Sands is able to launch up. That attack boost isn't going to do anything here, as Scorching Sands is going to potentially wipe out the Forest. No, Polasha looking for an undercharge here and gets it. No, Forest survives actually, and is immediate counter swap by both trainers.
The power of an attack debuff there really came in clutch for Pokélasha. And now you can see Zzweilous throwing on impeccable timing with the Shadow Typhlosion versus Shadow Feraligatr. Both those first partner Pokemon from the Johto region. You would usually think that Shadow Typhlosion doesn't hold a candle to the water type, but Thunder Punch would straight knock out.
Just because of the pacing and the fact that the Shadow Feraligatr is indeed a Shadow. Hydro Cannon coming in. Both of these trainers do have a charge attack already loaded. Going for another Hydro Cannon here. Zzweilous wanting to get some more farm with the Incinerate, which means he has to give up 2 shields to protect his Shadow Typhlosion.
Look at that Incinerate damage on the Typhlosion. That is absolutely massive. Putting it deep into the red, it's resisted still.
Yes, that just goes to show that typings are something, but stats and being able to handle your bulk is another one. No shield by Pokélasha because she realizes there's another Thunder Punch loaded. The question is, what do you put in here? Zzweilous swapping into the Azumarill, predicting that the Thunder Punch might be useful elsewhere. The Ice Beam is a threat here, but Jumpluff does have a shield to protect itself.
I think that Zzweilous also just swapped out because then he can determine what he throws into, because there is, of course, the 1 HP Diggersby in the back that brings great value if you catch a Thunder Punch on it. Zzweilous is now going to throw those threatening Ice Beams. That is a lot of damage from 1 Acrobatics onto that Shadow Jumpluff.
And the real problem is that all his other Pokemon are so low, they can't handle anything, and he can't get to the Ice Beam in time. Pokélasha is able to launch an Acrobatics, and at this range, I don't think even the bulky Azumarill can withstand that.
Oh, that is... Oh,
I may be wrong!
Catches the charge attack on the Diggersby here. Zzweilous waiting a turn. So does Pokélasha. Absolute masterfully played here. The question is now, can you withstand a few Fairy Winds on this? No, the Aerial Ace is reached. Aerial Ace is connecting into the Shadow Typhlosion. If it didn't reach it, that would have been a blast of the burn.
That would absolutely singe and take away everything, all of Jumpluff's health for the next 2 battles, I reckon. Furret trying desperately to fight with those Sucker Punches, but it's just not enough here. Azumarill, 1 more bubble. That does nothing. Doesn't even reach Jumpluff before Jumpluff Fairy wins down the Azumarill. That was incredible. That catch made Paula go from a losing condition to absolutely smashing this matchup.
Because the Ice Beam would have not even knocked out, but then the little HP on the Ferret comes in to deal the necessary Sucker Punch damage to hit this for the knockout later on. So even if he landed that Ice Beam, would have still been a tough game. Also, you have the Thunder Punch as well, but there is so many catch opportunities for Pokélasha.
Yeah, there really is, and the difficulty with Typhlosion of all things is that because it's a 5-turn fast attack, it becomes very predictable. You're doing a lot of damage with the Incinerates, with those Thunder Punches, but it's just too predictable, and that is the big weakness with Incinerate users, I feel.
I think a good tip for players at home who want to try out this Shadow Typhlosion Pokemon is that you would try to want to wait on your waiting game, right? So a very important technical play that we have seen multiple times, also from Koksiak, is that you want to wait turns to predict switches if you can't afford to throw another Incinerate to throw on good timing that denies a catch. So that's something for you at home. Now we're going to see again Shadow Typhlosion versus Malamar. That worked well in the first game for Zzweilous.
Yes, it really did, bearing in mind that Typhlosion has to launch immediately. No, this time going for a bit of extra oomph, a few more Incinerates, and now throwing the Thunder Punch here. Malamar has to decide whether to shield or not, but whether Malamar can survive this is questionable. Yes, it does, and this is very nice indeed. But there's another catch here. Pokélasha being predicted, expecting Malamar to throw, goes for the Azumarill, which walls off all of Malamar's charge attacks.
That is massive. Also doing another side wave before swapping out, transferring the damage of the bubble onto that Shadow Feraligatr. Might mean that she could, in the end game, reach another charge attack against that Shadow Typhlosion.
Yes, and so all it takes that 1 extra side wave, so I really like this. It's a small, subtle half-a-second play that might be decisive. Very good observation, Leo. Very good play by Pokélasha. You have Play Rough coming in, lands on that Shadow Feraligatr, and immediately drops that into the red.
Azumarill not planning on shielding anything. Of course not. You have Ferret and Shadow Typhlosion in the back. Those are 2 absolute win conditions that you might have here. Oh, another Hydro Cannon. Of course, this time a charge attack priority. But that is going to mean that Ferret might be able to come in here and farm down. Oh, does not actually take out the Azumarill here. Ice Beam is enough to knock out the Shadow Feraligatr. Might even be fine for Pokélasha because this would mean no farm. But I think there's another Hydro Cannon stored, no?
Yeah, well, we're about to find out. Now there is the Hydro Cannon, and immediately it's launched into the Forest. Zzweilous has both shields, opts to use one because this would bring Forest immediately into the yellow if it wasn't shielded. So there it comes, and now Diggersby is coming in. Interesting here because Trailblaze is super effective, and there's an energy lead on Forest, but nonetheless, Diggersby does have the bulk to withstand at least one of these charge attacks.
Yep, and this is going to be more boosted Trailblazers as before. The big question is here, does Paulasha get off a attack debuff? That was so crucial in the last round. Scorching Sand is going to connect, 30% chance for the debuff, gets it again. The switch timer is not yet up, so Zzweilous does not have to wait for something. Actually goes for a Swift here, tries to knock out.
Yes, will Swift knock out at this range? The attack is neutral here, and also there's no overall attack adjustments either. A shield by Paulasha, wanting to get the fire punch of Zzweilous, recognizing that this could also be a threat, choosing to shield as well. Both of these trainers are not letting up an inch.
He now needs to wait a turn to prevent a catch. It does not, goes for the Swift. This will do some damage. It is just neutrally. Does this even knock out the Diggersby? Are you going to get off another fire punch? Does not knock out Paulasha. Immediately swaps into that Shadow for Alligator. Now to 1 HP Pokemon. This could not get any closer. Gets off the fire punch, and it's caught on the Shadow Typhlosion!
Zzweilous knows exactly what Paulasha is about to do and reacts to it in impeccable time. Does no damage at all. That Incinerate is going to go through. 2 quick attacks might do it, but no. Typhlosion has the charge attack. 1 more Psywave, and there we have it. Psywave is going to launch the foul play at the Typhlosion, but Zzweilous already has other Pokemon ready.
Zzweilous already put the phone out. Paulasha got to another charge attack, but now the Ferret Sucker punches down that Manamar. That got closer than it should have been in the end. Zzweilous beats Paulasha 97 and advances to the next round. What a match!
Zzweilous is in the top 4 again. No, not quite. Almost top 4 into the top 8. He seems to always do well regardless. As soon as he's in that top cut, he just seems to master play his way into these good positions. I actually going to make a bold call. I think he knew, even if he just stopped tapping for a few seconds, he would have still won that. So I think that was even deliberate by Zzweilous.
Listen, I said that you have to work on your waiting turns game with Shadow Typhlosion. Don't take this too seriously. Don't completely stop tapping and not farm down anything. That is not the way to play Shadow.
Unless you're Zzweilous and you just know.
He can just do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabulous plays by Zzweilous, but let's not take anything away from Paulasha. She too is a regional champion in the past. Both of these trainers are regional champions, 2 times regional champion, and so a trainer of that caliber is not beaten easily, and it took some meticulous planning, meticulous plays, and I think this was catch central here, personally.
Yep, that is true. Again, you could see that the margins were so small there. All of these Pokemon in the endgame in red health. That was absolutely crucial. You could see the play rough from Azumarill dealing so much damage to a Shadow for Alligator, and here Ferret, because of the debuff, actually leaves the Diggersby on 1 HP. Paulasha getting another Scorching Sands off. That made it so close. Your immediate pivot out from both of these trainers, so impeccable reaction timing as well. And this again was such a catch.
So funny. That was so good. And then the survival was just immediately countered by Paula making that catch there, and that is what allowed her to win that game. So that play was ridiculous. I think I would have fallen for that hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, that was so good by both of these trainers. And here you can see the farm down on the Ferret in game 2, and of course the Azumarill. So Shadow Jumpluff just farming down all the Pokemon. Fairy Wind is a good attack, and here you could see the Thunder Punch hanging on here. Azumarill catching the energy, and that is what makes Azumarill so dangerous in the Malamar matchup. You can catch so much of that energy and completely look at this.
Yeah, that was a trifling amount of damage. Azumarill, a fairy type, a bulky fairy type. Malamar
only... my days.
This was too good. I saw this and I was like, wow. I just wanted. You can see Zzweilous' face, his reaction, looking at Paula, going, I know, right? I know. Go on, yeah, you throw this, it's fine. Even if you knock me out, that's fine. Don't worry, you do it now. Look what I'm going to do as soon as this foul play is launched. Here is my little Ferret, and boom, 1 hit. bye-bye.
But look at the HP management on Paulasha. She had 3 Pokemon on basically 1 HP, and all of them had a charge attack. So actually made it really difficult until the last second for Zzweilous to play this game and to win this advance in the Special Championships in Utrecht. This was a masterpiece of a set.
And there have been so many trainers around the world who have been competing as well, because it isn't just in Utrecht where we are having a special championships. There's also been 2 other events happening. In Melbourne, there have been some regionals happening there. And how cool is that? Because we actually get a little insight into what happened. Actually, not in Melbourne. This was in Santiago in Chile. This was the other region I wanted to mention. So Santiago in the Latin American region in Chile. That is where you saw this as a meta, and look at the differences. Sure, the top 6 seem pretty similar, but Unova and Stunvis Primate makes an appearance in the top 12.
Look at this, fighting types have almost not happened in this tournament in the Special Championships in Utrecht, but there it is in the top 12 Pokemon. Ferret with the same amount of numbers as a Primate, for example.
Yeah.
Ferret is so cool.
And you know what's deceptive about Forest is that if you look at its Pokédex entry, it's a lot larger than people would consider. It's actually almost as tall as me.
Yeah, it is so cool. And
my height is 6'3", just to put it out there.
I know, that is definitely true. Okay, so Ferret, really strong Pokemon, and the animation of the attacks is quite cute, I want to say. So let's actually look at Melbourne here as well, 55 trainers. Where's Ferret? But Golisopod up there. Shadow Drapion?
This is a lot more different to what we see here in Utrecht and also in Santiago. We have some more unusual picks. As you say, the Golisopod is there. Corviknight, I think, is coming into play as well. That's the one that stands out, but I am really shocked at just how much Golisopod there is. A quarter of the trainers in Melbourne used it, and I think it's because it has such good matchups against a lot of the Pokemon that are becoming more prominent in the meta, like that Malamar.
Yep, and of course also the Corviknight usage is definitely up there. Also, I think it kind of shot up in usage when Rookidee was available as a wild spawn.
Yeah,
if you don't have a great one yet, try to trade with players from these tournaments. Zero interaction trades are really nice because you can have zero investment on the attack basically. And sometimes you really want this. You want some HP on your Corviknight so it wins the zero shield scenario versus a Zoomer with 1 HP.
And that can be the difference between a win and a loss, especially at this high level. And 2 trainers that are known for competing well at high levels is Elepfandflasche. She has been a regional finalist in, I believe it was Lille a few seasons ago. Koksiak, a few seasons ago, was the Warsaw regional champion. All of these trainers have huge accolades to their name, and they are no strangers to battling at this high level. So what's the deal? What are the teams that stand out? I see Shadow-type Lotion on Koksiak's side.
All right, listen. Has Elepfandflasche watched the match of Nickname versus Koksiak? Because
he should have been.
Could have seen that Ferret in the lead versus Koksiak was absolutely incredible. Even against the Typhlosion, the pressure of Ferret won Nicknamed the game back then, so maybe Elepfandflasche is taking some notes. There is the Ferret lead, of course. It is the absolute answer to the team of Koksiak, as Nickname proved. Let's see how it plays here, because Cradily is actually a really good answer to it.
Yes, that's because the Swift is not going to be a threat anymore. Koksiak actually throwing on bad alignment simply because he wants to get the Rock Tomb off first so that the Trailblaze that subsequently is launched by Ferret does not do as much damage. So it's a rare instance in this case where perhaps having bad quote-unquote move timing isn't as bad as it sounds.
Also, throwing after 4 bullet seeds is going to fix your timing for the next attack. So now you can throw after 3 again. The matchup becomes quite good for Ferret if you have a little bit of energy advantage, because then your Trailblazers will not be debuffed. But in this case, they are. Of course, you also go up to neutral attacks with your Sucker Punches again. But look at how much this Cradily already did. We're going to put it deep in the red here, but that's going to be 2 bullet seeds farm down in total. So maybe, can we get a farm down with something?
I think we can get a farm down with that Cradily, but the question is, will Elepfandflasche be able to farm down with something of his own? Will that Incinerate from Talonflame be the way forward? Does he risk it? No, he doesn't. He goes for the bubble here, expecting to maybe deal enough bubble damage before this Grass Knot is launched, but no, Cradily is able to launch it, and now it's a question of, do you shield this? Guess not if you're Elepfandflasche.
Yep, takes the damage here. You would rather want to have your shields on your Talonflame. Very reasonable, but there is, of course, now that Koksiak can decide the alignment here, basically, if you swap out into Talonflame. there is a really good answer against Talonflame, and that is Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah, and the problem here is that Typhlosion outpaces Talonflame. One of the rare things to do it with as an Incinerate user. This is where Thunder Punch is launched. No shield. Elepfandflasche is actually happy to take a Thunder Punch here, which is incredible. An incredible call. Fly now coming in, which means Elepfandflasche has a shield advantage, but is leaving it all to Azumarill.
I will say that is a brave call, because yes, you are up 1 shield. Your Azumarill has already taken so much damage. You basically need to farm that Shadow Typhlosion down. But Shadow Typhlosion got a farm down on your Talonflame, and therefore it is going to throw Thunder Punch after Thunder Punch while the Incinerates chip you into Iron Head range.
Yes, and it's going to be really tricky. I think Elepfandflasche recognizing that, going for the Ice Beam here, resisted damage, but at this range Typhlosion will be able to, it doesn't really matter with such low health. Now another Thunder Punch being lost. Koksiak recognizing he wants to eliminate both the shields of Elepfandflasche so that Corviknight can play cleanup job.
Yep, we're coming in with the Steel Crow, or Raven actually, but it is going to farm up to a charge attack, throw the Sky Attack here and knock out Azumarill. Koksiak has found a solution to the Ferret lead. He is nodding and he's like, okay, I got this. I know how to play this matchup now.
Yes, he does, and Corviknight sweeps through, blasts Azumarill back into its Pokeball, and Corviknight is the Pokemon reigning supreme on that battlefield. 1-0 to Koksiak, and this trainer is moving a little bit closer, potentially, to those grand finals.
I will say, incredible detail on the table. There is a Malamar that is upside down. So that's a little hint for trainers who caught a Shadow Inkay and don't know how to evolve it. You actually have to turn your phone upside down. That is kind of hilarious.
Yes, and I mean, Malamar is considered the topsy-turvy Pokemon, and it only evolves, yes, if it's upside down. And of course, in Pokemon Go, you have to do exactly that. So to put it upside down, turn your phone upside down, evolve it, make sure you have a really good Malamar, because I'm pretty sure we'll see more Malamar in Bologna, and we will certainly may even see some Shadow ones in Bologna as well. Don't forget Portland next weekend as well. The Malamar will be usable there, but not the Shadow.
Golisopod, Azumarill, Cradily, Corviknight, Typhlosion, and Duong. Sounds like a team that is kind of weak to Ferret here from Koksiak, but he has found a solution. Corviknight looks like it is the perfect, the prime answer for the Ferret, because it resists all of the energy, and Sucker Punch, while it being a strong attack, it is not same type attack bonus boosted. But Corviknight can actually lose that matchup, as we have seen before, if some shields are invested on the side of Ferret, and Ferret can actually farm down after it Trailblazed first with 2 shields. So that is a very, very interesting matchup there. The players are ready, they're locked in. Let's go into game 2.
Oh yes, Cradily is coming back in. It's a little Cradily wibble-wobble mirror match even.
There was a little bit match. Actually, the Ferret was not even brought by Elepfandflasche, and I'm very sure that Koksiak is going to expect exactly that it is on the team. So Elepfandflasche had the option to just prepare his own matchup for a Corviknight Cradily core.
If I want to point out here that a crucial bit of information early on, Elepfandflasche's Cradily has the higher attack and is able to win charge attack priority, which is a big thing because you debuff first, which means that your Rock Tomb from Koksiak's side is no longer going to do as much damage. So now Koksiak needs to think, how am I going to deal with this, because I am going to lose this matchup.
Yep, and you're going to throw on very predictable timing, let me tell you that, if you are in this matchup. However, nobody wants to catch a Rock Tomb that is going to debuff your next Pokemon, no matter how little damage it does. So I can imagine that Elepfandflasche just wants to knock out that Cradily, maybe farm up some more energy and then swap out, because you're double debuffed as well.
No, he's not taking any chances. Is launching the Rock Tomb straight away. At this range, this will knock out Koksiak's Cradily. So let's see what happens here. What is the next Pokemon that Koksiak opts to go for? Goes for the Corviknight here, and that's responded to with an Azumarill, and there's no real answer on Koksiak's side to deal with this, so he has to stick with the Corviknight.
Corviknight is at least walling the Play Rough from Azumarill, so it has to go for the Ice Beam that hits a little less hard. Sky Attack actually with some decent damage in there, and Koksiak wants to go get a catch here with a sneak on the Ice Beam. That is double resisted. Very, very good. Tries to get every single edge that he can, but let me tell you something. Actually, on Elepfandflasche's side, if you want to see the Dugong somewhere, it's on the Azumarill.
Yeah, that's very true, and Koksiak's going for the Icy Wind here rather than the harder-hitting Drill Run, but the reason for it is you want to debuff this debuff this Azumarill early so that its play roughs are not going to be a threat going forward. Elepfandflasche now has to consider, do I launch a play rough here? Trying to catch, doesn't get it. Icy Wind coming in now to wipe out the Cradilly here. What is Elepfandflasche's plan? He's banked all that energy on the Azumarill.
He basically reset the debuff, forced the Dugong to throw some energy, and therefore sacrificed the Cradilly that did not have a lot of energy. I really like this one. He farmed up a little too much energy on the Azumarill, in my opinion, because he went to 99% energy and then the last bubble didn't do too much there. A shield is being put up against a play rough. What world are we living in? Actually, the Azumarill outpaces to play rough here. And I can imagine that you still want to preserve the Azumarill, so we might see a swap out into the Claydol.
Yes, no shield by Koksiak on this occasion.
Timer is so long.
Yes, it really is, and you want to see when are you going to launch that next charge attack? When is Koksiak going to attack? Now he goes for a drill run, getting maximum energy he can before Azumarill will get to another play rough here. It's a decision time for Elepfandflasche. Does he shield or not? No shield, banking all on the Claydol, which is now revealed. Icy Wind is going to deal super effective damage to the Claydol, but nope.
It is not. The question is now, can you reach another Icy Wind on the side of Koksiak, or are you getting farmed down? Does not even want to find out here. Goes immediately into that Corviknight, which is not even that good of a matchup for the Corviknight, even though it is flying versus ground. Rock Tomb is just such a strong attack. Elepfandflasche does not want to risk getting Icy Winded in the endgame, so lets this go.
Yep, lets this go, and the Rock Tomb is now going to come through, making Corviknight less of a threat here. However, the main damage out will come from that Rock Tomb, and that didn't really do a lot either, so this matchup might take a while. Koksiak's now looking to get to the Sky Attack. Is he going to launch it in time? Yes, he does. This is going to do a little bit more damage. Does Elepfandflasche respect this charge attack from Corviknight?
He does not, and I want to say that at this point I'm a little worried that Elepfandflasche might get into Ice Shard farm down range from the Dugong as well. He's going to farm up a lot more energy, but if this is being let go,
then Dugong may be able to have a play here, and Koksiak recognizing that Corviknight actually survives. Instant swap into the Dugong here, trying to race to the Icy Wind. There's nothing he can do. Rock Tomb is going to be shielded. It might lower the damage. However, Koksiak is one Ice Shard away, regardless of the debuff, and down goes the Claydol.
Dugong is back. Koksiak wins this game in a very decisive manner. Yes, applaud for yourself. That's the way to go. A previous regional champion taking down the Titan that is Elepfandflasche there with a very strong line. He has had ferret problems with his team before in this tournament, and he found such a good solution around it.
Yes, he really did. The trainer has been an experienced champion before. He has been trying to get back into that kind of level. He hasn't been able to replicate a championship since then, and how cool would it be for him to be able to go, I've not done it once, I can do it again, which means I will be a threat in tournaments going on and on and on, forward and forward into seasons to come.
Yep, he has had quite some good runs recently. We've always seen him on stream, basically, so I think the Worlds run for Koksiak is also looking rather good, but this is such an unique tournament here, because this time, I think this is the first time that the secret pick Pokemon for the tournament, which I think was Shadow Typhlosion, came out of nowhere and all of a sudden 25% usage on day one, that's crazy, has been revealed before, and players were finding adaptations to it immediately because Koksiak was running that Shadow Typhlosion, and it was also brought in this matchup, and it found the best target, which was the Incinerate using Pokemon that was used before it.
Yes, and that was Talonflame here in this example, and this is an example of where Talonflame does struggle against Typhlosion, and this is why a lot of trainers have been leading to that fabulous catch there by Koksiak. That was a play and a half, and I think Koksiak's celebrating there because he knew that was going to be a significant catch in this matchup.
Yeah, it's what got him back in this game, and eventually, if you're looking at the HP on the Dugong, that's also what won him the game, because if that was a play rough, that would have knocked out, that would have not even been close
No, it really would not have been. Yeah, definitely not. And you can see here this is the thing where trainers sometimes forget about how much HP they have or don't have in this case, and so they save their shield, but they take too long to actually deploy it. And then when you're shielding against something where you're going to be knocked out in a few fast attacks anyway, that shield is useless. You need to have a good amount of HP to protect in order to use your protect shield. So make sure if you are battling, you don't wait too long to use your shields. It's good to not be too blasé about using them and use them all straight away, but there is a balance to be had. Be careful how you use those shields. Calculate the risk and make sure you do not get farmed down while you have both shields available to you.
Elepfandflasche made a call there, just saying that this Dugong might reach another Icy Wind when Claydol tries to farm it down, so he decided to keep a shield for that. In the end, Corviknight applied too much pressure, and Koksiak at any point in this game, he knew exactly what he was doing in a rather tough matchup, and that is absolute world class. Of course, we want to show you every single world-class play that we can. So we have a video prepared for you. If you want to get to world-class level, take some notes, because we have the World Sizzle video for you.
Welcome to the Pokémon World Championship 2024! We're so excited to come together and celebrate Pokémon!
Amazing video here showing what the World Championship can and might be every season. This was from Worlds 2024 in Hawaii. I really enjoyed that tournament, and even though there are a lot of competition going on, you could also see that there is so much other stuff than not the main event.
I mean, I saw a little cameo appearance of you in that video as well. And then coming from that, getting to see the highlights of the event here in Utrecht as well, I think is really, really sort of a fun extra thing. Always, we get to see all of these really intense battles, but sometimes you don't get to see the fun things that are happening or the side events that are happening at the different places, the different, actual cups that some of the trainers who are already knocked out of the tournament are participating in today. But that is not the big moments that we're looking for right now. This is what it's coming down to. We have a grudge match here. Maximilian P, who knocked Zzweilous down to the losers side of the bracket here, running, I don't even want to call it an unconventional team, but really bringing back the Azumarill Drapion core. He said he wanted with his team to really punish all the Tinkertons that are in this tournament, and it looks like it's been pretty successful for Maxy so far.
And this matchup between Maxy and Zzweilous, when we saw it on the winner's side yesterday, it was one of the best sets of the entire day. So I'm really excited to see how these players, maybe they're adapting or adjusting. I believe Maxy yesterday was playing Typhlosion, Drapion, and Azumarill a lot.
A Talonflame, yes.
Talonflame, yes. And Zzweilous is playing the Typhlosion, he has the jump up with the energy ball. I'm not sure what picks he's going to bring here because the Corviknight is so risky if it's on the Talonflame.
There's a lot of different scenarios that these two trainers can play out. Typhlosion obviously has really decent matchups against a lot of Pokemon that people have been bringing to this tournament. We saw Zzweilous just earlier on in the day powerhousing through some tough matches with that. But in the meantime, I mean, the Talonflame is really able to negate a lot of energy, and also with the jump up on Zzweilous' side, I don't think that it still has a lot of play and a lot of targets.
I think it's necessary for Maximilian to bring the Dropion to control the Ferret, because a Dropion as a Dark type resists the Sucker Punches, and Dropion also up shields can do so much into Zzweilous' team. We also saw Maxy run Malamar, if I remember correctly, yesterday, and you know, I love that wishy. So I hope to see more of Malamar, and I don't think it looks bad here either, but it doesn't have as clear targets here as it has in some of the other teams.
I think that these two trainers, I was talking to them a little bit backstage, they're ready for the matches. They want to see who's going to be moving on. We're getting very close to the finals here. This is losers round 4, which means whoever wins this matchup is guaranteed to get a medal here in Utrecht. This is very important. One thing to note is obviously beforehand that Skullbash would have been doing so much of the Zoom, pivoting out into that Ferret that you were talking about from Zzweilous' side.
And this is where Skullbash on the Lapras comes in so handy against the Azumarill. Zzweilous wanted none of that and swapped in the Ferret. Maximilian has his Malamar in the back. It's going to take this Trailblaze and then outpace the Ferret to its next charge attack. And now, after taking the Sparkling Aria, this foul play from Malamar will threaten a knockout on the Ferret.
Got this shield coming up. Zzweilous wants to keep a little bit of health left on this Ferret. It is already at a charge attack of his own. It's boosted from that first Trailblaze, just going ahead. Great timing here by ZZ, throwing before the next foul play is available, and Maximilian decides to return his shield in kind.
I wonder if Maximilian is considering farming, side-waving all the way down, but the Ferret gets to another attack, so Maximilian needs to throw his energy. But Zzweilous can come in with the Azumarill and sponge up all the foul plays and superpowers for Malamar.
Maxy was the one who knocked Zzweilous down to this. This is called a redemption arc for ZZ if he's able to get there, and he is able to mudslap down before the next foul play is available, getting ahead on energy and being able to throw this Rock Tomb to lower the attack of the Azumarill, putting Zzweilous in a very comfortable position, even though the Azumarill has a decent matchup against this Claydol.
Zzweilous has not managed to flip up the order of the Pokemon. He still has the Claydol on the Azumarill. Oh, and ZZ tries to make a catch, but Maximilian is patience himself and goes and answers the Azumarill with his Lapras.
This knock knock, who's there? Turns out it was no one. It was almost a simultaneous swap at this point. Play rough coming through. Since the Skullbash is not reached yet, they still do a nice chunk of damage to the Lapras, but you can see now the Skullbash will be reached. This is heavy hitting attack, and this is going to not only hurt the Azumarill, it's going to boost the defenses of that Lapras. First one coming through.
Azumarill being so tanky, it can handle one Skullbash, and now with the additional Sucker Punches that Lapras took from the Ferret, the Lapras is threatened with a knockout. Oh, but it hangs on.
Hangs on by thread, able to get this Sparkling Aria off. We know that it's not going to do that much, but chip damage is very important as well. As the Azumarill gets lower and lower, knocked into the red. Another Azumarill comes back in here. Now, throwing the Ice Beam, I like this play. At this range, most likely able to knock out, and even if ZZ is able to get to an attack, the Azumarill still from Maxy's side is in good range.
What CZ needs here is to just get Azumarill as low as possible. Maximilian, he knows that he needs his health point on the Azumarill, and here takes the last shield away from the Claydol. Claydol will now throw a Rock Tomb and debuff the Azumarill.
Azumarill using the Protect Shield as well for the rest of this portion. That means the Azumarill's attack is going to be down for the rest of the game. The Ice Beam is super effective. It is reached ahead of time. No Protect Shields remaining. The question is, since this is debuffed, will this still knock out?
I'm not sure. Claydol is a very tanky Pokemon. I believe it's getting its Rock Tomb off. And can Azumarill withstand this Rock Tomb from Claydol? This is not over, trainers.
This is going to be down to the wire. It does hang on. Claydol goes down. There's one bubble left, but unable to get there as Maximilian takes one.
What a game! Even in this first match, as we promised you, trainers, this is one of the matchups you cannot miss. If you're not having your eyes on the screen right now, you need to switch your focus and get back into this, because Maximilian P is threatening knocking Zzweilous out of the tournament, and this is an incredible set.
Zzweilous is one of the trainers that when his back is up against the wall, he comes up with some pretty unconventional ways to be able to wiggle around and play, but Maximilian has had his number this entire tournament. Between these two trainers, both have top cut in the past. Zzweilous has top cut many tournaments this season alone, also getting second at the European International Championships. Maxy still wants to get his first championship title, and this could be it in Utrecht. He's one game away from at least a medal finish.
I'm interested in reading into Maxy's line a little bit, because he went with Lapras, Malamar, and Azumarill, 3 Pokemon that doesn't threaten the jump bluff from Zzweilous so hard. And the jump bluff from Zzweilous is running Energy Ball.
That's right.
Not Acrobatics. So that is, the jump bluff could have hit Maximilian's Pokemon with super effective damage with the Energy Ball on the Lapras and the Azumarill, or the Fairy Winds into the Malamar. So is this a mind game from Maxy? Is he baiting Zzweilous to run the jump bluff?
The jump bluff, while most of them are running Acrobatics, ends up being able to at least hit the Talonflame back for some heavy damage. If you're running Energy Ball, that's such a risky play. We'll have to see if they want to do this, because this is the big moment here for him. Both of these trainers are locked in. Let's get into the battles here. We do see it. We see that jump.
We see the jump up, and we see a Dropion and a Talonflame for Maximilian. His strategy seems to be working for him. He does not necessarily need switch advantage in this matchup. He needs to align either his Dropion or his Talonflame on that jump bluff.
Now getting that first Aqua Tail, super effective damage, but the Claydol still in the green. Now coming in with an Azumarill here, one of the counters that I think Zzweilous would have liked to see the jump bluff in at the very beginning. The problem is now, as this Azumarill continues to take energy, it will be able to get to an Ice Beam to even throw back the jump bluff should it come in.
And Maximilian, with the energy that he threw into this Claydol, has softened it up, so it's a lot easier for Maximilian to handle. Now, Maximilian wants to come out of this matchup with some energy to threaten the jump bluff if it makes a return.
This is double debuff, but this is enough at this stage. Claydol has come in, Claydol has gone out, and in comes that jump bluff, only to be met with one of these Ice Beams.
I believe this is pretty clever from Maximilian, but will he stay in with his Azumarill, allowing the jump bluff? No! Maximilian decides to swap in his Dropion. Zzweilous, I think he's going to realize what is going on.
At this stage, a lot of times, there's not a lot of time between when the charge attack is going off and deciding to shield or not, but Zzweilous said, okay, I've already invested one shield in the jump bluff. There's a Pokemon on the other team that, you know what, I think that jump bluff might want to avoid. There's potential here that I can just stay in, get some chip damage, and getting a shield is a good indication as well.
And Maxy decides to let go of his Shadow Dropion. Can the Talonflame and the low health Azumarill do? Oh, and Maxy hangs on, but gets to the crunch, but Zzweilous catches the crunch on his Azumarill. Not effective damage.
Not very effective damage. It could cause a crunch debuff, which could prove costly, but no, that is not the case. Here comes the Talonflame into the matchup that's not the greatest for it, but the Azumarill still has a shield to hide behind, just like that Talonflame. Throwing its first charge attack here. Zzweilous throwing a nice time. He doesn't want to let an extra Incinerate, that extra damage, go through.
And this is where Maximilian would like Brave Bird on his Talonflame, but he has forgone that charge attack and gone for Fly. This does not threaten a knockout on the Azumarill, but he can get to more of these.
Coming in now with his own Azumarill at this point, trying to maybe get a catch, but Zzweilous says, actually, I'm okay with this. You have to use a shield at some point. Is this your choice? Are you going to protect it up? And yes, last protection from Maxy being used. In comes that jump bluff again, and I think the jump bluff is more than happy to take this, try to get it off the field.
But will Zzweilous shield up this Pokemon? Yes, he does. He wants to double up on energy on this Jump Bluff and use Jump Bluff as an answer to Talonflame in this endgame.
Zzweilous says, oh, you had a Drapion? Oh, you have a Talonflame? I'm not scared here.
I have a Jump Bluff.
I've got a Jump Bluff, and let me show you what it can do. Aerial Ace to take out the Azumarill, going for the Flame Charge on Maximilian's side here. This will be enough to knock out. But will he be able to outpace the Azumarill, or will the Azumarill be able to bubble down?
In my opinion, this is maybe a misplay from Maximilian. Oh, but can he live? He doesn't get there anyway. Very, very well played by Zzweilous. Thing is, Maximilian, he wanted to boost up the damage on his Talonflame, but Flame Charge costs slightly more energy than Fly. So Talonflame can reach 4 flies in 3, 2, 2, 2, 9. 9 incinerates, but it cannot reach Flame Charge and 3 flies in 9 incinerates. So if Maximilian wanted to increase his chances of reaching a fly to take out the Azumarill, he needed to throw a fly into the Jump Bluff. But as it turned out, the Talonflame got bubbled down anyway.
And at the very end, it really still came quite down to the wire. And once again, have to applaud Zzweilous for that play there. You look at that team composition, a Shadow Drapion in the lead, which has a fairly positive matchup, especially over the Jump Bluff, who's running Energy Ball over Acrobatics. Also, a Talonflame, which also has an advantage over Jump Bluff running Energy Ball over Acrobatics, and then an Azumarill, which already had Ice Beams loaded to throw at it. Still, Zzweilous was able to maneuver around that to snatch a victory here from the jaws of defeat, and now we are going into a decisive game number 3.
Maximilian got exactly what he wanted in this game too. In game 1, he was showing that he was willing to risk going weak against the Jump Bluff, and then punishing a potential Jump Bluff with his Poison and Fire types in game number 2. But Zzweilous manages to use his Claydol to flip things around, and he ended up winning that game. And here we see Azumarill into Malamar. This is not great for Maximilian.
A lead for Zzweilous here, this time as the Azumarill and Malamar start to face off against each other. Psywave's doing the bigger damage here, as neither one of the fast or charge attacks from the Malamar are going to be doing that much, but coming out with a ton of energy is going to be a nice thing for Maxy later on in the game. First play rough coming through, and fun fact about these two Azumarills is they have the exact same attack stat. So when they are going for charge attack priority, it is basically a coin flip to see who is going to be able to throw their attack first.
That is very curious. I'm excited to learn that. But how does Zzweilous now play this? Because he has not been bringing a proper Azumarill counter in this matchup. And now his Azumarill is about to get lower. So how is he going to handle all the energy on the Malamar?
Such an interesting play. We see both of them staying in. The switch timer is not up for Maxy at this point. Going for a play rough as Zzweilous was ahead by a bubble here. This is not enough to knock out, but the Azumarill is going to be very, very low.
And in comes a Typhlosion, and Maximilian decides to save his Azumarill and go straight into the Malamar. But look at the damage from these Incinerates.
Yeah, Maximilian P and max out energy here on the Malamar, because look how much energy that had. Able to throw first, and now the Typhlosion getting ready to ramp up energy, throwing its own, getting the Protect Shield off of Maxy as well.
Very curious to see how Zzweilous decides to play this, because this Typhlosion is going down either to this foul play or the next. He needs to bank everything on his trusted Claydol in this final matchup here. Oh! Typhlosion lives. That just gives Maximilian more Psywave energy.
I would say that's even better for Maxy. They're getting one more Psywave. You see him chuckling a little bit, go hee hee, that was great. Able to now put off this foul play into the Claydol. Super effective damage here. Zzweilous still not using that last Protect Shield. Going ahead and just trying to mud slap down, maybe recognizing that he'll have to take 2 regardless, and that's exactly what will happen.
Very important foul play to get to for Maxy there, because he needed to strip away the shields from the Claydol. But here's an Ice Beam from Zzweilous reads what's happening. He's the one catching the Ice Beam on his Azumarill now.
So many trainers have been getting the Ice Beams from Zzweilous, but this time he said, oh, I think I know how to do this now. Catching his own Ice Beam on the Azumarill, and both of them are looking like going for the same attack here, not bothering to throw a charge attack. Now whatever is coming in will get an attack here, going for the play rope, but he's not able to get it as he's sidewaved down by the Lapras.
And this is setting up Maximilian for the sweep with his Lapras. He even decides to no shield the first Rock Tomb. This Lapras can hang on.
Hang on for sure.
And it does not, like a Claydol hanging around in the air, but Lapras is going for the Skull Bash, and Maximilian knows he can finish out the game with a heavy-hitting Skull Bash, boosting up the defense of Lapras, but also not even taking out the Claydol, but side-waving down for a finishing Game 3 between these two titans.
Maxy did it once, he did it again. Zzweilous out of a tournament with an incredible run. Maximilian P continuing on at least a 4th place finish here in Utrecht. Very happy to see such a talented trainer making it so far in this tournament.
Maximilian does not roll over. He does not want to give up. He has his eyes on the prize. He is eyeing up the title. He does not want Zzweilous to be the one knocking him out. There will be more opportunities to knock out Maxy, but who can do it? He looks poised to win and go on, and he finds the win conditions in tough scenarios.
I think that Maximilian P played all of his matches really fantastic. He had the great call with his lineup game number 1. He had the right call in game number 2, just wasn't able to finish because Zzweilous is, let's face it, Zzweilous always playing around, ducking and weaving, but in the end, Maximilian P had his number. He saw no Protect Shields remaining, he saw a low health Claydol, and he saw a Skull Bash opportunity.
So Maximilian, I believe what has impressed me the most with him this tournament is how he has constructed his line to trick the opponent into bringing what he wants them to bring. And that is a true skill and a very impressive one at that.
He has already made it farther than he did previously in Utrecht. He's had podium finishes in the past, but of course, if you make it this far, you want to continue on winning. At this point, he's doing a fantastic job knocking out one of the hardest competitors, I would say, in this current meta. Maximilian P has been playing absolutely great. Keep an eye on this trainer for the rest of the tournament.
And Maximilian, with his creative team building and bringing back some old favorites in Drapion and Azumarill, he's a threat to everyone here. Even though he's in the losers bracket and some people are still left in the winners bracket, Maximilian, I can see him going all the way.
There's a fun thing about the people who are left in this tournament. On the winner side of the bracket, we have AMindJoke, an Italian trainer who has also made many top cut finishes, but has never been able to win a championship. Up against Nickname, who's already won one this year and a previous championship in Bremen. Then we have Koksiak, who won in Warsaw a couple years ago, up against Zephymastyx, also a regional champion from Malmo. So basically, Maximilian P and AMindJoke are the only trainers left who have not won a championship yet. AMindJoke coming in from that winner side of the bracket, feeling and looking pretty confident, but I agree. I think a lot of people's money's on Maxy as well.
I believe that all of these trainers left, they do not want to give up the chance to win this title. As you mentioned, a lot of winners and champions still left in the tournament, but the two players who have not yet won, they are eyeing up the prize.
They are for it, right?
Exactly. They've been waiting for this moment more than anyone for so long. And I know AMindJoke, he came to this tournament to win. And now he's getting closer than maybe he's ever been, because I think AMindJoke has a couple of third place finishes.
I think so.
But he has never came there from the winner side of the bracket.
Okay.
He's arrived in both from the loser side of the bracket when he's finished third. But now he's on the winner side, and he's giving himself as many opportunities as he can to hang on in the tournament.
I know that AMindJoke as well is really popular and likes to do his local cups and challenges. You see a lot of organized events there in Italy. They usually have at least 5, sometimes up to 10 plus trainers at these events competing in their local cups and challenges to try to get that 50 extra CP, to try to get that 15 extra championship points. And if you are also looking for maybe a way to play in your cups and challenges, make sure to watch this video.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
And these are the local challenges and cups that AMindJoke and other players are attending regularly. If you want to have the opportunity to test yourself against some of your local talent, to see if you have what it takes to make it onto the big stage, scan this QR code here and find the closest event near you, and you never know, you might get a lot of new friends as well.
I know that for a fact that we're in the Netherlands and there are so many different cups and challenges here where so many of these trainers who have participated here in Utrecht have been trying out different Pokemon, and it is a very big gauntlet to go through just at these local challenges and cups alone. You have trainers like Totectical, Inadequance, Status Stan, Colin 6, his brother Kelio. There's so many good trainers here, and there's still so many good trainers left in this. Once again, we have 2 former champions here. We have Zephymastyx on that left-hand side against Koksiak on the right.
And what an interesting team from Zephymastyx. I spoke with him briefly earlier today, and it was 2 weeks ago he realized he did not have a team ready for this tournament, but he decided to just throw some things together that he knew how worked and that he liked to play, and it was comfortable. He has not changed his team for 2 weeks. Now he's just running Pokemon that he enjoys running.
Our fellow caster and friend Lou the Pikachu took a look at that team and said, I have to be cheering for Zephy in this. There's a Furret and a Gastrodon on the team for sure. That is my guy. Koksiak, on the other hand, running a little bit of a less conventional team as well. We haven't seen many Dugong in this tournament, and Golisopod, while it was quite popular in Seville, has not been making as much of an appearance here in Utrecht.
We also see the Shadow Typhlosion, one of my favorite Pokemon this weekend, and we both have it on our caster prediction to do well. I'm also very soft for the Dugong. I've loved Dugong for so long, and I think it can be an incredible Pokemon if you use it correctly, but Koksiak has not been using Dugong that much. Maybe it's almost a liability against some of these teams.
I feel he used it against a Unova Stunfisk, knowing that he could tank that extra discharge. Dugong has a lot of bulk to its name. Not only that, it does have Icy Wind, so it's going to lower the attack. So there's a couple Pokemon on Koksiak's team that can lower the attack of his opponent. That Cordili with the Rock Tomb and the Dugong with the Icy Wind being those 2 here. We're hopping right into battle number 1. We talked about Cordili. There it is on the screen up against that shiny Dusclops from Zephy's side.
And this is a deviously good matchup for Cradley, actually. I believe that with the debuffs, Cradley have the opportunity to win this. You would think that maybe the Dusclops with his Ice-type charge attacks usually wins, but Cradley has so many tools in his toolbox.
I like this waiting a turn here, making sure that this Ice Punch wouldn't be caught on something less impactful, like a Goliath, like basically the whole right-hand side of the screen that's not in it here. But now going in, first Ice Punch going through, second one going through before the next Rock Tomb is even ready.
And Dusclops charging up its Ice Punch here. We see that the next one will threaten a knockout on the Cradley. Maybe the Dusclops can hang on through this charge attack and get to a final Ice Punch. But does Zephymastyx want switch here? He seems a little soft against the Corviknight in the back.
Going ahead, going for that extra Ice Punch. This is double debuff, but there is still no protection on Koksiak's side. I think that at this point, it's so low, it's still not able to knock out. You see Koksiak nodding his head, pumping his fist. He knows this matchup, and he knows Cordili's coming out on top, and he has an alignment issue now, so he gets to see what comes in and dictate what is going to come in on his side.
But this ferret cannot threaten any damage on the Corviknight. And Zephymastyx, has there been an oversight from him? This Corviknight looks so strong into the backline of Zephymastyx.
Coming in now with the Trailblaze, this will boost the attack, so at least the fast attacks will be doing a bit more, but this Corviknight just still charging up a ton of energy, now going for a Sky attack.
I believe Zephymastyx needs to shield up his ferret here to have a shot at winning this game. And Zephymastyx needs to rely on the ferret to take out this Corviknight, because the Clodsire in the back is not going to help that much, throwing only resisted attacks.
Going for yet another Sky attack here, and will we see the second shield? We do see it because it's been boosted. Ferret has a ton of energy here. Now in comes the Typhlosion. Wonderful timing by Zephy. They're not letting an extra Incinerate go through, and he's got so much energy on the Ferret. This is going to actually cause the Koksiak to use his shields here because he doesn't want that Typhlosion to go down low.
And Koksiak, this Ferret is now boosted up, and Zephymastyx will want to swap in his Clodsire now after. No, he decides to not swap in immediately. He may actually have reached another charge attack on the Ferret, but Koksiak throws his Blast Burn into the Clodsire. This will not knock out Clodsire from this range.
But it does a lot of damage. Clodsire is so bulky, but he is able to hang on. Not only that, able to get to another attack here. But even though this looks okay for both of these trainers, it really depends on energy on the Corviknight, because the Corviknight will be able to possibly farm down this Clodsire, come out with an attack onto the Ferret, or will he be able to get to this Earthquake?
Oh, and Zephymastyx threatens the Earthquake. Koksiak realizes he needs to throw the Iron Head to take out the Clodsire before the Earthquake is reached. Zephymastyx can now come in with a Ferret. Is he going for the Swift? Is he going for the Trailblaze? He needs to finish off this Corviknight before it reaches an Iron Head.
This is not going to be doing that much damage, but the Corviknight is super low with fast attacks afterwards. The little Ferret might be able to do it. Almost at an attack on Corviknight.
And it takes out! Incredible! Incredible play by Zephymastyx. He looks at the camera, realizing what a close match this was.
Zephy was laughing at me a little bit earlier on. He told me, you know that you always comment about how expressive I am during my matches, and I said, well, you then stop being so expressive, because you can just see on his face the moments. He's so entertaining to watch. Koksiak also, he's, you see in between each trainers, they'll sometimes look at the camera when they know that they have a good moment or they've done a good play, and it's like breaking the fourth wall, saying, okay, yeah, I also acknowledge this.
Very impressive to see Zephy managing to find a way around the Corviknight that looked to be such a big problem for his backline. You know what? I was not a Ferret believer going into this tournament, but
really,
I've never enjoyed playing Ferret myself.
I see.
It's always felt like a little bit underwhelming. You have to go down in shields to get the full potential out of it. But now, seeing how it can fight back even against something like a Corviknight, it's making me question some of the opinions I've had previously.
I also want to give a little nod to the plushies on Zephy's side of the stage there. We see that Clodsire and Gastrodon, which we see on the field, but we also see that Gliscor, and that was the Pokemon that helped secure him the #1 victory, making him the champion in Stockholm. So really, or Malmo, I think.
Malmo, actually,
being able to just give a little callback, give a little throwback to Pokemon that has previously helped him on his journey.
And in Malmo 2023, I believe that Zephymastyx probably was the only Shadow Gliscor player in the entire tournament, and he used it to win the entire thing. And here he's ready for game number 2 against Koksiak, and he has Clodsire into the Corviknight.
Now, this is a much better position for the Corviknight for Koksiak here, being able to hit with some nice damage on the fast attacks, and a quick pivot out into the Dusclops to be met with the Dugong. Now, actually, the pacing is a little bit better. Obviously, that Dusclops doesn't want to be throwing its ice type attacks, so we'll be able to go to the Shadow Punches a little bit quicker.
What is troublesome for Dusclops in this matchup, in my opinion, is how many charge attacks Dusclops have to throw, because Shadow Punches don't do a lot of damage, but they come quick. But as Dugong is also throwing 3-turn fast attacks, that means Dugong gets a sneak every time you throw an attack. And Dusclops throwing many more attacks than the Dugong will give Dugong more fast attacks than Dusclops gets back in return.
That's absolutely true, and not only that, each of these punches that are coming in are going to be doing a little bit less and less as the icy winds continue to lower the attack here. Already at 2 punches, and you're absolutely right. If you're watching the screen, you see those fast attacks from the Dugong going through, but will this be enough? I don't even think so. With the next one coming through, I think he'll try to throw actually on charge attack priority.
Oh, but Zephymastyx decides to let his Dusclops go. Even though it had a lot of energy, he wants to farm down on something else, on the Charge Bug. Oh, and the Charge Bug is looking so good for Zephymastyx here, because now the bug typing on Charge Bug can threaten the Cradley for heavy damage.
And being able to get there first, because he was a couple volt switches ahead, is going to be a really nice extra addition for Zeppy here, getting that first Protect Shield off of Koksiak's side, and we're have to see how they want to play that out. Actually, an immediate pivot back into the Clodsire, but now the whole team composition of both of these trainers has been revealed.
And Zephymastyx needs to find a way with his Charge Bug in the endgame to make it land so much energy on the Cradley that it can win this game. But Zephymastyx needs to know he cannot spend a shield on anything but the Charge Bug, protecting it from Rock Tombs on the Cradley in the endgame. So I don't think there will be spent any shields in this matchup.
Just trying to get as much damage off as possible onto this Corviknight here. You see him throwing Earthquakes. This is going to be doing more damage because of the steel typing of the Corviknight, although the flying type kind of, negates it a little bit. But still, we've seen it time and time again. Getting a little bit of damage in at points can prove very vital in the end game. Meanwhile, Koksiak, patient, trying to go ahead and throw a Sky Attack here. Does Zeppy think that it's an Iron Head?
Whatever it is, it's not going to get shielded from Koksiak or by Zephymastyx. And this is what Zephy has been saving his shields for. It's the Rock Tombs from Cradley. And Zephy needs to land some X-Scissors into this Cradley, and he needs to do it quickly. This is now a double debuff Charge Bug.
Yes, and also both shields have now been used up by the Charge Bug. Charge Bug just continuing to try to ramp up energy at 2 X-Scissors, going a little bit above here, going to maximum energy before the next Rock Tomb is available. Does Koksiak want to use his shield here? It is double debuffed, and he says, nope, not the first one.
And not maybe the second one, but I don't think this threatens a knockout. It doesn't. Zephymastyx, he is so debuffed that even the super effective X-Scissors are not knocking out.
You see them waiting there a little bit. Well, I don't know. It's at this point, the Cradilly's pretty low. The Corviknight already expended its energy onto the... Now coming back in, there is still a shield to hide behind on Koksiak's side.
This looks so tough for Zephymastyx. The great lead that Koksiak got in the start of the game is proving too hard to overcome. Can Zephymastyx reach the Earthquake and get to the knockout? Koksiak gets there first. This Sky Attack, will it knock out the bulky Clodsire?
Going ahead, making sure he's swiping all those bubbles, because Clodsire is all that's left on Zeppy's side, and it can't hang on. Koksiak ties up this series here, taking game number 2 with the bird from the sky.
I think Zephymastyx made a pretty good game plan, and getting the farm down on the Charge Bug was really, that could have been the decider in this game, but he gave up an entire so much energy on the Dusclops.
True, yeah.
To maybe set him up for that endgame. I'm curious if Zephymastyx could have played it differently, but maybe this was his best shot.
It was a difficult decision to be in, because I think that the extra farm on that Dugong when the Charge Bug came in was really impactful in the game. So he kind of needed to lose that matchup to be able to get at least 2 volt switches in. But you're absolutely right. With just such a strong backline, with that Cradilly being able to negate a lot of the team compositions that Zeppy can play, I think if I'm Koksiak, I'm bringing that absolutely every single game. It can hit hard against a Charge Bug. We saw Grass Knots from it going to take out that Gastrodon, and those Rock Tombs will knock the Talonflame from the sky. Zeppy has to really dance around how he wants to play it and really hope that he gets alignment in what could potentially be some rock, paper, scissors scenarios.
I think that Zeppy's best plan to deal with the Cradley is to try to get shields down as soon as possible, because the Charge Bug, if you throw the X-Scissor immediately, as soon as you get to it, yes, you are giving the Cradley an entire free bullet seed, but you land, if you land it in the zero shield scenario, if you land undebuffed full power Exeter, you will win the zero shield scenario, but you need to throw on suboptimal timing.
Yes.
Because you will get to Exeter number 2 before Rock Tomb number 2. And Charger Bug can withstand one Rock Tomb because the Bullet Seeds aren't doing that much.
Yeah, that's a hard one to call, especially when you're a 4-turn attack like a Volt Switcher, like that Charger Bug, going up against a 3-turn. You always kind of have to throw in suboptimal timing in those types of scenarios, or you're letting them gain up too much energy. We're hopping into this decisive game, number 3. Let's get going here. We see the Charger Bug once, we see the Charger Bug again. This time, this is a great target for it at the beginning here on even energy.
And Koksiak has decided to bring his Shadow Typhlosion in the back.
If Zeppy is thinking about this, if he's been watching Koksiak play at all, whenever Koksiak has his Shadow Typhlosion, he's always saving the shields for it. So it could be a good indication to Zeppy being able to know which will be able to be in the back here at maximum energy, throwing this discharge, no protect shield from Koksiak's side.
And how does Zephy decide to play this? Because he must realize that the Charge Bug is not looking bad in the back. But I assume Koksiak is letting this go and wants a farm down on his Typhlosion.
See what's coming in. You see Zeppy immediately clicking on that Dusclops, hoping that whatever is going to come in, be able to negate that energy. In comes the Typhlosion to be met with the Dusclops. You talked about some fast attack pressure here, trying to catch that Shadow Punch on the Credilli, but Zeppy, patient as ever, goes for the Ice Punch instead, refreshing for this Credilli.
I believe that Zephy has a clear win condition here, and that is saving all his shields for the Ferret, trying to ramp up the damage, and then Sucker Punch down the squishy Shadow Typhlosion in the endgame. Koksiak needs to strip him down off his shields.
You're going for Rock Tomb number 1, getting that attack ball, but there's still so much on this Dusclops. Ice Punch number 2 going through, not going to threaten the knockout, but as you can see, this Credilli is getting lower and lower, and the next Ice Punch is already ready.
The difference in this matchup from the lead matchup in game 1 is that Dusclops had an advantage going in with more energy. And now you see Zephy realized that he could win that matchup spinning no shields, and now he needs to whittle this Typhlosion so low that he can finish it off with Dusclops or Charger Bug.
Whittle by whittle is going to be whittled down here with just fast attacks alone. I like this play. There's still 2 shields to hide behind on the side of the Typhlosion. And at this point, if he can get it so low with the Ferret, it's going to be doing wonders for Zeppy. There's still 3 Pokemon remaining. The second Thunder Punch going through. This is going to threaten the knockout on the Ferret.
Zephy realizes what he needs to do, and that, and the Ferret lives, and the Sucker Punches are going through. Koksiak does not get an opportunity to spend another shield, and Zephymastyx is through.
He said, you want some expressions? There's some expressions at the end for you there. Zephymastyx continuing on, getting another podium finish here, at least 4th place. He said, I was a regional champion once. I want to add a special event championship to my name as well.
And he is still in the running to do so. All the ground types on Zephy's side, I suspect he's favorite typing is of those ground Pokemon, but he benched the ground Pokemon in this final game for the Charger Bug, the Ferret, and the Dusclops, and it paid dividends for Zephymastyx.
Zephymastyx. I almost want to call him Zeppy Master after seeing those games because he just played so well. Recognizing his win conditions, and you absolutely called it, Marcus, you said he just needs to save all those shields for the Ferret there. Ferret on fast attack damage alone was able to just threaten the knockout onto the Typhlosion, and I know a lot of people who have been watching these tournaments for a while probably already know this, but for newer viewers, Zeppy had so much energy. Why did he not throw a charge attack onto that Typhlosion?
So when you throw a charge attack, you spend 1 turn in game to let the charge attack come through. That means your opponent gets those turns to throw their fast attacks. Zephy knew that Typhlosion had 2 shields. He would need to get to at least 3 charge attacks to take out the Typhlosion. He did not think he could get to another charge attack on the Dusclops. He did not think he could get to another charge attack on the Charge Bug because both of them were dry, completely energy dry. He realized that his best chance to win was just going for fast attacks, not spending turns or time going for charged attacks in this position.
And I know you said you weren't a Furret believer before this, but I hope that these plays had maybe changed your mind. Furret taking out that Corviknight in game number 1, also winning game number 3 for Zephy there. Koksiak played really fantastic through this entire tournament. He was able to play, he was able to beat so many different trainers, only losing earlier on to his friend Nickname, who dropped him down to the loser side of the bracket. But this guy has been showing a masterclass about how successful Typhlosion can be.
But here we see the Furret, how successful it could be. Zephymastyx nodding his head, yes, and he's popping off, showing how happy he is, believing in the Furret. When he benched the Furret in game 2, it was tougher for him.
It was indeed, and I think, again, Lou the Pikachu might be pretty happy. Gastrodon, we didn't see an appearance of it, but it was at least bench pressure on that team, and we saw cute little Furret there being able to do so much. Speaking of Gastrodon, it was quite popular at the beginning of this championship series, but we haven't seen it so often until Zephy really brought it back for this tournament.
And as a water and ground type, this Gastrodon only has a single weakness in the entire game, and though that is grass type damage. So getting rid of a Gastrodon quickly if you do not carry any grass type attacks is very, very hard.
One of the big problems, I think, for Gastrodon is the fact that Jumpluff is the #1 used Pokemon here in Utrecht. Now, most of them have been running 2 flying type attacks, so it's not going to be threatening the same way that the Energy Ball would be. Even still, it's a high-risk scenario because you can't throw those, Earth Powers at it. You're just going to have to go for Body Slam Spam.
Gastrodon relying so much on on ground type damage makes Jumpluff an incredible counter to the Gastrodon. But someone who knows its Gastrodon matchup is Zephymastyx. I believe Adelian is ready with an interview.
Thank you, Marcus. And yes, I am here with Zephymastyx, who's come off another win, now pushing in to the top 4. Congratulations, Zephymastyx, an amazing performance. So, you are a former regional champion. You've already won in Malmo a few seasons ago. How does it feel to be this close in Utrecht? How does this tournament feel for you?
Feels very good because since Malmo I didn't have such a good run at all. Like I made top cut twice, finally love it both times at UIC. And this is by far my best run I've had. Also very tough opponents, so compared to Malmo. I think it's maybe a little more stacked. It's a great experience doing this great again after a while.
And
It's my first time on the couch even since Malmo, because I did win a few matches on stream, but they were over without interviews, so it's the first time on the couch. It feels good to be back.
Oh, yes, it does. So that was the reason why you've been winning all this time, is to sit here, right?
Yeah,
with
of
me,
course.
of all people, right?
Of course.
Now, you have a Pokemon that the casters and indeed many of the viewers have been talking about. You brought in Gastrodon. I know Lou will be very happy with you, but for everyone else, why do you think Gastrodon is so good for you? Why have you brought it? Because not many people have.
Main reason is I started bringing Gastrodon at the beginning of after the last Worlds update when Mudslap got buffed.
Yes.
And it was very good. Then there have been a few meta shifts. Like I do believe it's not as good as it was maybe at the beginning of the summer or autumn when it got originally buffed. But I just played it in OGL, GBL so much, and generally that I know how to play it, know its matchups, know every matchup perfectly. So I decided to continue running it. Also for team building, I took a break after UIC, and especially the new meta is, I think, especially rough for Gastrodon. But the first time I practiced, I just put some Pokemon together. I knew how they work, and Gastrodon was one of them. It worked, and it also works in the real tournament. So apparently it was a good call.
Yeah, it seems like it was. You are in the top 4. Are there any trainers that you would like to give a shout out to that you scrimmed with and practiced with that allowed you to realize how good Gastrodon and indeed any other Pokemon were?
Not one trainer specifically. There were a lot of trainers I practiced against. Also, most people who I told to watch me on stream told me they bring bad luck because they missed the match I won and they only saw the match I lost, so they don't want to watch anymore.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, shout out to anyone who's still watching anyway.
Yes, shout out to those that are supporting Zephymastyx anywhere, wherever you are in the stands or indeed watching from home. He is in the top 4. He's in contention to be your Utrecht champion. Shout out of support, and we'll send it back to the casters.
Do not worry, Zephymastyx. We're here and we're watching you win and battle your way all until the top of Utrecht.
There's been some really great battles, and like Adelian pointed out, we are now in our top 4, so that means no matter what, all of these trainers who you'll be seeing from here on out until the end of the show are going home with a medal. The real question is, what is the order? Who is getting that first place? Who's gonna get that second place? We're about to find out as it gets later and later into the tournament. But I pointed it out a little bit earlier, but I want to say it again. We have 2 trainers in this competition who have not had a championship title to their name yet. One of them is AMindJoke, and the other one is Maximilian P.
And they're still competing. They're not getting knocked out just yet. AMindJoke still on the winner's side of the bracket. He's on stage getting ready for nickname, and that is going to be a fierce battle. AMindJoke, a veteran of the competitive scene, but he lacks that first place finish against Nickname, a 2-time regional champion.
If Nickname is able to keep his success up, not only would he be a 2-time, he'd actually be then a 3-time regional champion. He'd be the first in Europe to win 2 in one season in this season. So he is hungry for it. He was saying last night that he feels like this is his tournament to do so. He's been really feeling on form this season, and it's definitely been showing as he's been able to knock out trainers left and right.
I'm getting chills just like discussing Nickname's rise to the top of Europe, because he had an incredible tournament in Bremen in 2022. So that's a while ago, but now he's come back to claim the throne here in Europe, and how he's just crushing every opponent, every round. You know that Nickname has not dropped a game since round 1 of day 1. Nickname has gone undefeated, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 5 times in a row. He's only dropped a single game the entire tournament.
After he dropped that game, he picked up a broom instead, and he just started sweeping. Let's see if he can keep up this momentum against AMindJoke here, because he is someone who's been hungry for a win. He talked about how confident he feels that this could be his tournament. Both of these trainers are locked in. Let's jump into the battle.
And here we see the jump left from Nickname into Tinkaton from AMindJoke. This would be okay if it was a regular jump left, but this is a shadow jump left.
Shadow jump left doesn't like to take those play roughs, not being able to take it as hard. Acrobatics will be able to hit quite decently. Both of these trainers going up a little bit ahead and still managing to throw at exactly the same time.
Some of these trainers are thinking in exact same ways, and you can tell that it's a masterclass we're seeing here, trainers. They are realizing what they need to win. Nickname's jump left will get knocked out by 2 play roughs, but he has a ferret in the back, and the ferret does not want to see that Tinkaton at all.
Going a little bit soft ABA weak to this Tinkaton, having 2 Pokemon on the same team. Actually, if you think about it, Azumarill doesn't really have that great of matchup against Tinkaton either. Just going up to basically maximum energy on AMindJoke side here. This will definitely be enough to knock out, and Nickname lets the jump bluff go.
You see, Nickname's strategy here is to overload the Tinkaton to make sure that he gets a good alignment somewhere. And the ferret is looking very good if not aligned to the Tinkaton. But can it deal with this Lapras?
Tinkaton has a decent amount of energy popped out here. Lapras says, hello, have a sparkling Aria. Knocks that down quite low.
It does a lot.
You see that the Trailblaze here is going to be reached. This is a water type attack against, or a grass type attack against Lapras here. And not only that, it's going to boost that ferret up.
I think Nickname needs to farm down this Lapras. He needs energy to threaten the backline. He knows he needs to put up the shield on this ferret.
Going ahead for a Sparkling Aria, number 2 here. Furret just getting up to that Swift, going up for the pass of Trailblaze, going even more. If he's counting, he's going to throw right beforehand.
Excellent counting by Nickname, but he's grimacing. He knows that he needed this energy to handle the backline.
He didn't want to go down a shield, had to expend a little bit of energy, but at this stage, would that Swift be enough to knock out the very low health Tinkaton?
I think it is. I believe that. Oh, and this is a cat from Nickname. He's deciding to save the Furret. This could be detrimental if he gets a defense debuff on this Azumarill.
Going for the bulldoze here, and now in comes the Shadow Feraligatr. He does get it. You see Nickname shake his head a little bit here as the Feraligatr takes the field, starting to just charge up energy, throwing the Hydro Cannon before the Play Rough is even available.
And Nickname, he has seen this double water line from AMindJoke so many times. It's been the trusted choice of AMindJoke in this tournament. He had to have something prepared for this, and he did with the Furret. But now, look at the power of the regular Feraligatr and the regular Lapras. They're so tough to take out.
Going ahead and shielding this up, knowing that this could cause the most damage here, and just charging up a ton of energy. Again, we always talk about how this looks on paper like a good matchup for Azumarill, but really it's in the favor of the Feraligatr, as the next Hydro Cannon is already thrown here, going to be able to get to this Play Rough off at the very last second. Does AMindJoke want to shield this up? It will do a nice amount, but Trailblaze would also put the Feraligatr so low.
And this is the strength of Furret, because Feraligatr cannot fast attack down the normal type Furret. Can Nickname win this after all? Can he sucker punch down the entire team of AMindJoke?
Going ahead and trying to get a little bit of damage coming in now with the Tinkaton. There is a shield left, but the Swift will connect if AMindJoke doesn't use a shield, has to use his last shield here at this point. He's hoping for a fairy wind down, but he's not going to be able to get it.
Can AMindJoke get to a Hydro Cannon and take out this Furret? It was looking so bleak for Nickname with a debuff on the Azumarill, but the Furret, can it pull through? The Feraligatr cannot hang on. Furret clutched it up for Nickname.
You saw Nickname kind of slouch over mid-game and perk up at the end as the Furret continued to just do Furret things, saying, oh wait, you know what, I'll just knock out this Pokemon, I'll knock out that, I'll just knock out the rest of the team.
Furret knocking out, taking knockouts left, right, and center. But we have to remind the viewers, this is not just a best of 3, this is a best of 5. AMindJoke has more opportunities to punish this Furret from Nickname. And I want to just note how weak Nickname was to Tinkaton in this matchup. With the Shadow Jump Bluff that gets knocked out by 2 Play Roughs, the Furret that cannot hit the Tinkaton even for neutral damage, and also the Azumarill with only resisted charge attacks. But what Nickname did was overload the Tinkaton so that his Furret could have great matchups in the endgame.
I think that Nickname just really put AMindJoke on the back foot, even though that Azumarill was a little bit lower on the defenses because that Bulldoze drop. AMindJoke had to figure out, I have 1 shield left. Do I shield up a Play Rough, or do I shield up a potential Trailblaze? Trailblaze would definitely do more damage, but having to not shield that Play Rough put it in farm down range for that Furret in the later game. And then the Furret still had 2 attacks to be able to throw at that Tinkaton.
The momentum that Furret managed to stack up with a Trailblaze and the Sucker Punch damage doing so much, it really was what changed this game for Nickname. Maybe the double water line from AMindJoke, his trusted and most used lineup in this game, is not as efficient against Nickname as it has been against his other competitors.
Nickname still, as a reminder, like Marcus said a little bit earlier on, has still not dropped a game since round number 1 of this tournament yesterday. He's been doing so well against all of his opponents, and he just theoretically would need a regular sweep. He just needs 3 points. He needs 2 more games to solidify his spot in the grand finals. AMindJoke coming into this battle here, we see that jump up against a Shadow Typhlosion. What a call by Nickname!
And this is the last thing you want to see as AMindJoke, because now, and he even gets a Fairy Wind in, and this is horrible for AMindJoke because he's answered by the Azumarill into the Diggersby.
This is going from hard counter to hard counter here, but going for that Scorching Sands, AMindJoke's not giving up. He knows that everything can be flipped. It depends on how your opponent plays out. An attack ball is a great way to get a little party started here for that Diggersby. Ice Beam #1 coming through on the Azumarill, and no shield on AMindJoke's side.
I wonder if the Diggersby can threaten the Azumarill to shield. Even still, would Nickname shield that up, knowing that he has his own jump bluff for the jump bluff in the front, and he has an energy lead on his Typhlosion?
Oh, a double attack ball is something that could be very interesting, but still an Ice Beam at this range with such a low health Diggersby could still be enough. We're gonna find out because here it goes. Super effective damage. Down goes the Diggersby. Back comes in this jump bluff. And it's going to be ahead on energy. I think if AMindJoke wants to, he'll be able to throw beforehand, but he chooses to let that energy from the Azumarill go through and even puts a Protect Shield up on the jump bluff.
Very brave, shielding his jump bluff here, knowing that there's a Shadow Typhlosion in the back just waiting to get in and start cooking up the Pokemon on the opposing side.
Look at this, even an undercharge here. He wants to be able to try to potentially fairy wind down the Azumarill before he gets to an attack, so he comes out with almost maximum energy. And now this is a threat to the Typhlosion because Acrobatics would threaten the knockout, and no shield! What a call by Nickname!
Incredible shield, no shield decision here. This was just an aerial ace. And now the Shadow Typhlosion is onto a Blast Burn, but Nickname has the answer in the back for this Malamar. It's a Shadow Jump Bluff.
Still 2 shields remaining on Nickname's side, calling an incredible bait there from that, oh my goodness, from that jump bluff, being able to still stay in, and now his own jump bluff is getting up so much energy, throwing a bait of his own now into the Malamar on, and AMindJoke is choosing not to shield.
Oh, he puts
last second
shield. And this is so good for Nickname now because what he wants is to just land the Blast Burn on the jump bluff. If he's able to do that, then there's no way for AMindJoke to protect his jump bluff anymore.
Going now, if you're paying attention to that energy, there's 2 foul plays loaded on AMindJoke's side. The question is this going to be enough to knock out? It is able to, so this is actually kind of interesting. He's throwing another aerial ace. He's going to get some shields here if the Typhlosion doesn't. The big problem is Typhlosion wins charge attack priority on almost everything. I'm so excited to see how Nickname wants to play this out.
Nickname should load up 2 Blast Burns and then just blast both of these Pokemon out of the field, and he's going for it. The Shadow Typhlosion is maxed out on energy, and he can now start throwing attacks into all of AMindJoke's Pokemon. This is a Thunder Punch. It's neutral, but it should be enough to knock out this jump bluff from this range, and there will be another Thunder Punch coming in.
Coming in now, combination, going for 1 Thunder Punch for the jump bluff, 1 Thunder Punch for the Malamar, 2-game win for Nickname. But again, this is a best of 5 series. He's got 1 more to go if he's going to go into the grand finals.
I'm curious as to why Nickname decided to not throw the Blast Burns, the harder hitting attacks. He trusted his Typhlosion to knock out just with the Fire Punches, but he could have thrown the Blast Burns. Very curious play.
He wanted to, so you could have the clip to say, you know, a 1-2 punch.
Sometimes, maybe you just need to lie down and rest for a bit.
I have to tell you what, after this matchup, I almost feel like I have to because my heart is racing. What a call by Nickname. If he didn't shield and it wasn't actually an Acrobatics from AMindJoke's jump bluff, that Typhlosion would have been history. It would have been wiped off. It would have been able to get those attacks in at the very end, and it would have been up to Nickname's own jump bluff to be able to sweep in the end game. It could have been a completely different story, but it took a lot of grit and it took a lot of guts, and he was able to call that bait.
We discussed previously how Maximilian has tricked his opponents into playing this or that, and Nickname, with how well Furret was performing in game number 1, expected AMindJoke to adjust for that in game number 2, bringing his jump bluff and the Diggersby, and that made Nickname trust in his Typhlosion, and that Typhlosion just was so tough to deal with for AMindJoke.
If you look at AMindJoke's team composition, even the water type Pokemon that he has doesn't want to take the Thunder Punches from that Typhlosion. The only Pokemon that can really hang on, even through a Blast Burn, is that Diggersby.
But even we saw that previously, that Shadow Typhlosion landing a Blast Burn into the Diggersby can still do detrimental damage into that bulky bunny. I want to see what Nickname has cooked up for us in this game number 3, and if AMindJoke has the answers. There is a water type into the Shadow Typhlosion. Is this good or bad, Amanda?
It's sort of neutral. At least the Psywave damage is starting to like wither away at the Typhlosion's health here, but already at a Thunder Punch, which is going to be super effective damage. At least the Lapras is a little bit bulky here. It can survive at least one and will be able to throw off its own attack. Coming in with the Azumarill, knowing that there's no Skull Bash on this one, so it won't be able to comfortably take this. And what you come in with, that's 100, that's a max energy on the Lapras before swapping out into the Tinkaton.
This energy on the Lapras can be incredibly valuable for AMindJoke in the endgame. And this Tinkaton will wall off the energy from the Azumarill, but as you'll see, Azumarill can still put in a lot of work into this matchup.
Tinkaton says, if I'm going down swinging, as you see another play rough going through saying, you throw one, I throw one, guess what? Mine's gonna hurt you just a little bit more. Azumarill already down into the yellow.
I think this could be perfect for AMindJoke because I believe that the Azumarill might be in perfect farm range after the next play rough. And AMindJoke, he wants to come out with some energy here to threaten the Typhlosion with a Bulldoze after this matchup is done. But can the Tinkaton actually knock out the Azumarill before the third play rough? And can it hang on? That is what I'm wondering.
The next one's coming through. We're getting closer to the wire. We're about to find out. We're not even going to find out. A quick swap back into that Typhlosion. Bet now with that Lapras. Lapras has so much energy to its name here. Nickname doesn't even shield.
He decides to just let the Typhlosion go and put it all on his Jumpluff in the back. This is a very brave play from Nickname. He's going to have to shield a charge attack from this Lapras because it's an Ice Beam. It can take out the Jumpluff in one go.
Nickname shaking his head. No, he recognizes that this Lapras has put in work against this team. Hasn't even seen the third Pokemon here. And one shield down. There's a little bit left on the Tinkaton. There's a full health for Alligator with 2 shields to hide behind. Then it's still mid-game.
What do you come in with there? I believe it comes in with, he comes in with a Tinkaton. That is curious. Maybe he just wants to get rid of some of the energy on this Jumpluff. That is very smart from AMindJoke. And now he needs to land an Ice Beam with his Feraligatr. And he gets a Feraligatr. He will get a farm down on this Azumarill. No shielding, an Ice Beam. Incredible play by AMindJoke here.
I like that little shake of the head of no on that Feraligatr saying, nope, not gonna do it. Not gonna shield, just gonna get all of that energy. Yum, yum, yum. Back comes in the Jumpluff, but still 2 shields to hide behind. Going straight for the attack. AMindJoke is done messing around here. He's done taking the losses. He's saying, Feraligatr, it's time!
The only way AMindJoke could have lost this game is if he got a Hydro Cannon bait, no shielded by Nickname. So he goes straight for the Ice Beam, just wants to freeze this Cotton Ball out of the sky.
Already at the attacks on Nickname side, going for one right beforehand, getting the last shield from AMindJoke. When Shadow Claw away, and Ice Beam will do it. Is he at it? Will he do it? Now it's there.
It's there, and the best Pokemon for AMindJoke, the regular Feraligatr, his most trusted Pokemon in this tournament, is winning him game number 3 here. Shoring up the game to 2-1 and keeping AMindJoke in the winner's bracket for now.
Jumpluff, you need to cool off a little bit there. I'll take it from here. I'll take game number 3. I'll stay on the winner's side of the bracket for now in this best of 5 matchup.
It's Gator feeding time, baby, and the Gator is hungry. And AMindJoke, he lost game number 1 running the Feraligatr, and he brought it back game number 2 to counteract what Nickname was running in game number 3 to counteract Nickname's win. And Nickname stuck to his guns, leading the Typhlosion, but AMindJoke had a response in that Lapras.
The Lapras also, if you think about that play by AMindJoke, it wasn't like a you swap, I swap, I have to swap quick scenario. He saw what came in. He got maximum energy on that Lapras to be able to get a shield off the jump bluff, take out the Shadow Typhlosion, and basically set up the Feraligatr in the back.
That Lapras proved so valuable for AMindJoke, and that Ice Beam, we've been discussing Skull Bash versus Ice Beam a lot this weekend, and here you see the value of Ice Beam threatening that jump bluff, because Ice Beam is cheaper than Skull Bash, and it does a lot more damage into that flying grass type.
AMindJoke has just taken the first game off of Nickname since day number 1. Definitely the first game of day number 2. And maybe if you're AMindJoke, you now say, oh, what is this? Is this a momentum swing? Is this a refreshing breeze sweeping in my direction?
I believe that AMindJoke knows that he needs to capitalize on this momentum. He needs to show himself that he can still do this. He just showed himself that he can do it. But can he do it again? He is getting ready to take on Nickname, and he gets a terrible start with Tinkaton into Corviknight.
Okay, we'll see what he is going to do for the swap here, because I don't think he'll stay in that matchup. No, immediately going into Feraligatr to be met now with the Ferret. Hydro Cannons are going to do a nice chunk of damage to the Ferret, but this is a regular Feraligatr, not a Shadow, so the Hydro Cannons aren't going to threaten as hard. And actually, the fast attacks are barely doing anything.
But we see the Feraligatr doing enough damage to shut the Ferret. So if Feraligatr can hang on here and get to another Hydro Cannon, then the Ferret will have to shield if it wants to keep switch advantage. And you know, Shadow Typhlosion, it needs those shields.
It looks like Nickname's deciding. He's decided that the Ferret will go down. This is a great play here. Now he gets to decide what will be put onto that Corviknight and what will be onto the Typhlosion. But this is the problem for Tinkaton. It doesn't have any good matches in this matchup.
And this is brilliant by Nickname. He realized he doesn't need switch advantage. What he needs is to just keep his Ferret away from this Tinkaton. And here comes AMindJoke with his Tinkaton into Typhlosion.
Just keep swinging here, going for that Bulldoze, getting a Protect Shield off of the side here. And you have to, Nickname's maybe wondering which Pokemon is in the back. He might have an inkling it isn't that Lapras, but honestly, Corviknight has a pretty decent matchup against all of AMindJoke's team here. Having that in the back is a very safe place for it to be right now.
I think Nickname, he knows that his Typhlosion can win him this game. Just keep on pushing the buttons, Nickname. Throw the Thunder Punches. AMindJoke needs to shield, and the Incinerates are burning down the Lapras tick by tick.
Lapras is only one left for AMindJoke here. The only possible way that he can still stay on this winner's side of the bracket. He needs to take this game to be there. Nickname looks like he's in a comfortable spot already at another Thunder Punch here. We're dwindling down. This Typhlosion looks so menacing with the purple flames throwing a Thunder Punch after Thunder Punch.
And AMindJoke knows. He's shaking his head. There's no way that his Lapras can win out against the Corviknight in the back with this low health. So Nickname coming in with the Corviknight, and he can just sand attack down the Lapras, but he's going for the Iron Head just for good measure. Nickname undefeated going into Grand Finals.
You see him there. You saw him earlier on in the season. He wants another title for his name. Nickname hugging it out against one of the hardest opponents that he's had to play so far. The first loss that he's taken in quite a while, but he is feeling confident. He's holding up that Shadow Typhlosion saying, yes, this is the Pokemon that has been giving me such a good victory so far.
And I'm excited to learn from Nickname how he put together his team, because I've been looking at teams that are similar to his, and both him and Zzweilous are running the exact same team, except for that jump bluff regular versus Shadow.
So I actually have a little insight about why
really?
Zzweilous was running the jump bluff that he was running. Because as you see, the one was a shadow, one was a regular, one was running acrobatics, the other was running energy ball. Zzweilous made a prediction earlier on that he thought he would see more Unova and Stunfisk in this tournament, such as there was in Seville, such as there was in other tournaments. And he wanted to be able to have an attack that threatened that Pokemon a little bit more because flying type attacks don't do too much to it. So that was the reason for Energy Ball. The reason it was a regular instead of a shadow was he was scared there was going to be more Shadow Primates than there were. And Shadow Primate running Ice Punch, especially after a Rage Fist boost, would be able to completely knock out a Shadow Jump Bluff, but a standard Jump Bluff could hang on.
But I'm curious to ask these trainers, how do they come up with these brilliant teams? Because, as you say, there are so many reasons behind, for example, Zzweilous' decision to run the regular jump bluff. Why is Nickname running the shadow jump bluff? He ran it into the Tinkaton game 1, and it paid off for him. As we see here, this was the game where Furret just took it all for Nickname.
Being able to just get down so low at this point. And my favorite part is that Nickname just kind of shakes his head no. You see his posture is so low at this point, but when he recognizes that it's a shadow for Alligator and he has so much energy onto the thing, it just completely changed for him. He started to perk up through this game 1 once he realized he still had a lot of winning potential.
And this Furret double resisting the Shadow Claws really put him in a winning position in game number 1.
Oh, this was a big moment.
Yeah, the game 2 where he no-shielded an aerial ace was an incredible play by Nickname. He really decided that he could also do without his Typhlosion, but if he got the call right, he was looking to win the game.
AMindJoke fighting back as hard as he could, being able to tank this Ice Beam on the chin of the Feraligatr, sealing a game off of Nickname here, saying, I'm still on this winner's side. I want to try as hard as I can, but in the end, Lapras did so much game number 2, unable to take out all 3 Pokemon in game number, the last one, cinching the deal for Nickname, bringing him into the grand finals on the winner's side of the bracket.
And as Zzweilous said, who has a very similar team to Nickname, their team is tailored to beat AMindJoke's team. Because AMindJoke has been running the very similar team to Out of Pocket and Nighttime Clasher, and Zzweilous and Nickname, I don't know if they've been building together or if they just, both of them, came up with the same solution.
There is a saying, great minds think alike, and so it could be potential for a situation just like that.
And this was a very tough matchup for AMindJoke. I think Nickname has a very strong matchup into this team in particular, and it made it so hard for AMindJoke to get out of the situation when he got a bad lead. So AMindJoke needed to take some risks. He got it with the Lapras when he was leading the Lapras and having the Feraligatr in the back. That worked out really well.
Yes, even with the Typhlosion lead.
Exactly, because he didn't have to shield the Lapras because the Lapras can take a Thunder Punch, and then he could threaten the Typhlosion with its Sparkling Arias. And he ended up winning that game. So maybe that is something other players can learn from AMindJoke and how to compose their teams against a Nickname.
Right, it's so hard, right? You think you have a team composition that is going to be the one that breaks everything else in the tournament, and then you find out that there's a team that's actually made almost to completely counter the team that you brought. We're seeing very, very dynamic gameplay between all of these opponents. AMindJoke just played against Nickname on the winner's side of the bracket, but in a double elimination tournament, that means AMindJoke is still in the tournament. He has been dropped down to the loser side of the bracket, still in top 4. And let's take a look at this gauntlet that these trainers have had to go through. One thing I do want to point out as well, you said that Nickname's team and Zzweilous' team is made to counter AMindJoke's, but it is not made to counter Maximilian P's, because Maxy knocked out Zzweilous with essentially that same team. If he is able to make it up past the losers semifinals, past the losers finals, into the grands, it could have a shot.
I believe that both of these trainers, they came in from the winner side of the bracket. They were top 8, went out to the losers bracket, won their matchup, and now is facing off in the losers semifinals. That's Zephymastyx and Maximilian P. I believe both of them have a better shot at beating Nickname than probably AMindJoke has, because he has a very tough team composition. So let's see, who will it be between Maximilian P or Zephymastyx who will get the chance in the loser finals facing off against AMindJoke and then potentially going into the grand finals?
The big thing is, now that Nickname has cinched the deal that he is in the grand finals for yet another tournament, that means that even if Maximilian P beats Zephymastyx, he's going to play AMindJoke in that round, and both of those trainers are the ones who haven't won a tournament title yet. So if Zeppy is able to knock out Maximilian P, there's still potential either way, but this is going to get so exciting, and this is the moment that we're gonna find out for sure. Let's take a look at this once again. A really unique team from Zeppy's side, running that Gastrodon, that Charjabug, that Dusclops, and Maxy going for counters for that Tinkaton that we've seen so popular, going on that tried and true Azumarill Shadow Dropion core, and adding in a little bit of Talonflame for flavor.
I believe that Zephymastyx is going to lean into his Ferret here. The Ferret has good matchups into the Claydol, Lapras, Azumarill, and also is fine into the Talonflame. It really only needs to worry about the Dropion and the Malamar. And I believe that Zephymastyx has several ways to deal with both Malamar and the Dropion. Most commonly is probably that Gastrodon. So Gastrodon Ferret core is looking very good for Zephy, in my opinion.
Now, if we take a look at Maxy's team, Maxy opted to run Talonflame over Shadow-type Typhlosion because of the different coverage that it has. I did ask him earlier on, if you had a Shadow-type Typhlosion that you would want to use, would you have used that over Talonflame? And he said, actually, no. Because of all the Claydols that are around, I would have had to swap out Dropion or Shadow Typhlosion. I couldn't use that much Mud Slap damage onto one of my teams. Shadow Dropion's really been proving so vital for Maxy. It's such a good counter as well for that Ferret being able to at least hit back at about the same pacing. So I think Maxy's very happy about his tournament run and the team composition that he's been putting together.
So I think we're going to see a lot of Gastrodon and Ferret, as I mentioned, from Zephymastyx, but that also means I believe that Maximilian will be leaning into that Dropion to counter the Ferret, but also potentially Malamar. Malamar doesn't have a lot of bad matchups into Zephymastyx's team, and I don't think we'll see a lot of Dusclops because of that from Zephymastyx.
Want to talk about it? It's on the field there. That Shadow Dropion is definitely there, taking a peek at the backlines, just calling it right here. We got that Ferret and the Gastrodon, two of the favorite picks of Zeppy, two of the Pokemon that are on the screen with him here. Now the Crunch coming through, potential debuff here, and no shield on that Charjabug.
Charjabug can take this Crunch, but it cannot take another attack after this. So Charjabug, even though it threatens some damage on the Dropion, will not be able to take it out, and Dropion wins this matchup in the 0 and 1 shield scenario.
Going ahead already at the Aqua Tail, since the Crunch landed here, Shadow damage as well. This might be enough to knock the Charjabug out if all the bubbles are swiped, and they are. Down goes the Charjabug, but in comes the Gastrodon, and a quick pivot out to that Malamar from Maxy's side.
This is better for Zephymastyx, in my opinion, because now he can keep the Ferret away from the Malamar. Gastrodon really threatens this Malamar with the Mud Slap damage, and Ferret can win the 2-shield scenario against the Talonflame.
Going for the heavy hitting Earth Power. This is the big attack. This is what Gastrodon is known for, and a last-second shield from Max's side. A small nod, recognizing that's what Zephy was trying to go for. Just getting up a ton of energy here, now throwing, but not even knowing that this is a body slam. Do you think we'll see another shield? No, Maxy letting that go.
I think Maximilian needs to put up shields to make sure that the Ferret will not just 2-shield through his entire team. So Zephy, he wants to conserve his shields. So I believe that the best play for Zephy here will be to shield up the Ferret, and Maximilian will need to force this Ferret to start shielding so Talonflame can land a hard-hitting fly.
That's a good way to do it. Getting shield number 1 here with that foul play. Immediate pivot into the Talonflame. The Ferret is a little bit ahead on energy, but those Swifts will hurt. They are on even shielding scenarios here. First one coming through from the Ferret, and I don't think we'll see a Protect Shield at the very first one from Maxy's side, although we might know he's going to let that go through.
And these Swifts will not do enough to take out the Talonflame immediately. Zephymastyx knows he has to try to get the Sucker Punch down on the Talonflame, but no! Maximilian, no, Zephymastyx no shields. He knows this is game, and Maximilian takes game number 1.
I mean, if you look, Maxy had double flies at that point, so even if that first shield was used, he would just immediately deploy that second one there. Zeppy, being a talented trainer that he is, also recognized the position, Talonflame, just a little too strong, a little too much energy in the back. And I just want to bring up the fact, something that you said a little bit earlier on, where you thought maybe a misplay by one of the players was when they opted to go for a flame charge to boost their attack instead of the flies. If Maxy went for a flame charge instead of the flies there, he wouldn't have been able to double up in that scenario. So it's a good time to realize when you want to throw your charge attacks.
Exactly. I think Maxy, he just knew that he needed the damage on the ferret as soon as possible, going for fly, because fly does more damage than flame charge, because flame charge, even though it doesn't do as much damage and costs more energy, it does ramp up the attack stat. And Incinerate, being such a heavy damage fast attack, can really benefit of that flame charge buff. But fly, doing that more damage was what Maximilian needed in this endgame.
He needed to do damage, he needed to do it quick, and that's exactly what he was able to accomplish, taking game number 1 in the losers semi-finals. As a reminder, we just came from the winner's side where that was the best of 5. We're back down to the traditional best of 3s at this point, so Maximilian needs one more game to take it. Zeppy's going to potential for a reverse sweep scenario.
I wonder what the players are locking in. Is Zephy going with the same team? Is he benching some of the Pokemon that he brought to this game? What is Maximilian doing? Is he going for the same strategy to try to deny the ferret? I'm very curious. These trainers are locking in and getting ready to fight for their losers final.
Going in, coming with the charge of bug here against that drop-in. Looks like almost the same team from the beginning of the matchup, but if you take a peek at those backlines, they are very different than what they were before. Dusclops, I think, is pretty glad to be avoiding this drop-in. Meanwhile, maybe that Gastrodon would have liked a chance to play.
It's very brave by Maxy to bring in the Claydol after Zephymastyx showed the ferret in game number 1. If Zephymastyx can align his Dusclops onto the Claydol, this is looking very good for him.
Being able to do about the same thing that was happened last time, going right away again for that Aqua Tail. We saw it just like in game 1. This will be enough to knock out the Pokemon. I assume in will come the Gastrodon, and we might see how different the Pokemon are in the back as this comes in, and the Malamar comes in one more time.
This is better. This is what Zephymastyx wants, because now he can keep his Ghost-type Pokemon away from the Dark types of Maxy. Maybe Zephymastyx will just throw Body Slams this time to chip the Malamar down and conserve his shields for the Dusclops.
Here's the problem if you're Maxy at this point. Even if you think it's the same team as last time and it's a ferret, Claydol is a problem no matter what. It doesn't want to face the Dusclops. It doesn't want to face the ferret either. Maximilian has to be able to get this matchup through.
And Maximilian, he probably knows this is a Body Slam, but he decides to shield it anyway. This is better for the Dusclops, but he's assuming that there will be a ferret in the back.
It's still, at this point, the Shadow, or I mean the regular even Dusclops has a decent matchup against that Claydol. This Gastrodon goes down. We're going to take a peek at that backline as now it comes in here against the Malamar with no shields left to its name. Coming in with the Claydol, just saying, okay, I'm going to start trying to do as much damage as I can.
I think Zephymastyx just needs to land these Shadow Punches, and he needs to land them quick. But he also must keep some energy and health on these Dusclops to take out the Malamar and the Dropion in the back.
He's going to be able to pace here. Another punch coming through. Nice damage to this Claydol. Even a Rock Tip won't be able to knock it out at this point. I mean, can the Dusclops do it?
I think Zephymastyx needs to shield up here, and he needs to come out with energy on his Dusclops. Oh, but he decides to no shield. Can the Dusclops hang on? He can. This does nothing.
Nothing for it. Their attack may have fallen, but there's still so much shields to hide behind. Dusclops putting in the work here.
Zephymastyx knows he needs two Ice Punches to win, or a Shadow Punch and an Ice Punch. This needs to be shielded. If he can throw 2 charge attacks, Zephymastyx can keep himself in the tournament.
It looked like it was maybe a charge attack prior. No, going for it when really nice catch by Maxy here, but with no shields to hide behind and the Poison Stings not doing too much damage to the Dusclops, it still could be in the favor of Zephy, just continuing to farm down. Aqua Tail comes through.
But this, Zephymastyx still has a shield. If Maxy now has a move on Malamar, he can win charge attack priority. Or does Zephymastyx get the farm down? Oh, what? Zephymastyx thought that the Dropion fainted. Zephymastyx, he's looking up to the sky. Can Malamar get the Psywave down or get to the charge attack? He does get to it! Zephymastyx, he had the opportunity, but Maxy takes this game number 2.
Superpower coming through onto the Dusclops, not very effective. Maximilian likes to throw these little winks at his opponent at the end there, skull bashing a Claydol, superpowering a Dusclops, continuing on into the losers finals. Maximilian P is on max energy.
Incredible endgame we got there, trainers. Zephymastyx, slight miscalculation on the Dropion and giving Maximilian the opportunity to take game number 2, and Maximilian did not give up that chance.
You saw, I think Maximilian thought that he was going to lose that matchup, but when that Shadow Punch was thrown, when he saw that there was not going to be enough energy in time, it just changed his whole demeanor. And it's heartbreaking to be in that position, especially as Zephy. You think that your attack knocked out the Pokemon. He was trying to have the quickest reflexes that he possibly could to throw that Shadow Punch at the Malamar, but that Dropion hung on. He threw it into the lowest health Dropion that there was available.
I think the best way to safeguard yourself in these situations, let's say you know that you will reach 2 attacks. If you throw the Shadow Punch into the Dropion, that could be detrimental. But he could have thrown double Ice Punch. And Ice Punch would have taken out Malamar and also would have taken out Dropion. That would have been the safest play for Zephymastyx to play this game. But he got caught on in the perfect timing, and it aligned perfectly for Maximilian.
It was looking so good for Zephy. There are 2 shields to hide behind at this point. Great matchup against the Claydol here, but unfortunately just a little bit too little in the end. Dusclops barely able to not pull out this end game scenario.
And this was the detrimental moment where Zephymastyx threw a Shadow Punch into a low health Dropion, and that gave Maximilian the opportunity to outpace the Dusclops in the end game, and Maximilian having some fun and throwing the superpower into the Dusclops.
Super well played by Maxy there, continuing on to the losers finals, where he will play against a friend and teammate, AMindJoke. A reminder again, neither one, AMindJoke or Maximilian P, has won a championship title. One of them's gonna knock the other one out, but whoever is left has a chance to face off against Nickname in the grand finals to see who will be our next champion.
I believe that neither Maximilian nor AMindJoke ever has played a grand finals before. So this will be either of these trainers' debut in a grand finals.
Oh boy.
I wonder if Nickname's experience with these best of 5s will give him an advantage in the potential grand final, or if the newcomers can overcome the nerves and rack up the wins in this incredibly exciting endgame.
Honestly, this season has been about newcomers. I know that we're seeing Nickname do so well in this tournament, but if you take a look at a lot of the European leaders, many of them were first-time champions, first-time day tours even, to be able to make it this far. Even our last special championship in Seville, we had someone coming out of nowhere, HK Assassin, taking on that championship. And maybe that's a little bit of motivation for you guys in the crowd, for you at home thinking you could be a champion yourself. Let's hear a little bit from him. Champion, give it up for HK Assassin!
HK Assassin is crowned the champion.
We are grand champion, HK Assassin!
My name is Philip Ho. I'm feeling good from winning today's championship. First thing I came across Pokemon was Pokemon Yellow on the Game Boy, so which I enjoyed playing the whole storyline as well as battling with my friends in school, so which was very fun at those times when I played. I started playing the Pokemon GO 2016 and waited till the battle system, which I am a competitive person in general. And when the first regionals, like 2022, started in Liverpool, which was my first tournament, I loved the occasion and the passion of the Go community doing those regional tournaments. Yeah, the person that I usually talk to a lot was Kazim33. He was like my roommate doing the Dortmund regional, and I was with him when he won Dortmund regionals. So I hope I follow him and win a title one day for myself as well. Yeah, the Pokemon community is a very helpful community. So any questions that needs to be answered by content creators or your friends or close friends that could help you develop yourself as a player, as well as maybe helping all the other players who keen to reach to the top. The advice to new players I would like to give is try believe in yourself, as well as go into more local tournaments, play more battles, like grassroots or Go Battle League, or even more regionals and internationals that you could go to.
Welcome back, everyone. We are so close to finishing this tournament, to crown another champion, to have another player immortalize their name. My name is Koning Lionheart, and I'm joined by Adelian to deliver you these fantastic matches.
Oh yes, I'm so excited. There are only a few trainers left in the running to be your Utrecht champion, and I also want to congratulate Koning Lionheart on being a next fashion model, because after that little skit that you put in there, I think that's going to go on many different pamphlets all over the country.
I mean, Bidoof just had a lot to say. Was a very good interview partner there. Fell in love a little bit, I gotta be honest there. But yeah. We have two trainers. When you're talking about fashion, they are all going to wear the same outfits on stage, actually. AMindJoke versus Maximilian P with a fantastic matchup here. Both trainers are on the loser side of the bracket, playing the losers finals now. The winner of this match will advance to the grand finals and play versus the new final boss, perhaps Nickname. If you want to become a future champion, if you want to play versus final bosses like Nickname or Colin Six, then attend the future events. We have Bologna coming up in just 2 weeks, so definitely try and compete. It's so much fun.
Yes, it really will be. I will be there in Bologna. Leo might be there in Bologna. So you need to be there in Bologna as well. 2 weeks away in Italy. Lovely time of the year to be there as well. So what's stopping you? Go for it. Check it out. See if you can sign up and enjoy the best of what Bologna can offer. Now, these two trainers, AMindJoke and Maxy, are both trainers that are very close to my heart. They're both teammates as well. They've competed against each other. They've competed with each other. But now it is really down to the wire, because this will determine who is going to go into those grand finals. And that is a big, big deal.
I want to say that after the match of AMindJoke versus Nickname, I was sitting in the crowd, so I overheard their conversation where Nickname say, "Hey, AMindJoke, sorry that I'm putting some pressure on you now just after this game, but can you please win so we can play in the finals again?" Because Nickname is very confident in that matchup. AMindJoke previously has had big problems with this Shadow Typhlosion plus Ferret core, because the only answer to Ferret on that team really is the Tinkaton and maybe also the Shadow Jumpluff, and both are really covered by that Shadow Typhlosion.
Yes, this is an example of a core that is difficult to break with AMindJoke's team, but before that he does have to overcome Maxy with a team that is vastly different. No Talonflame to be seen, but instead you... sorry, no Typhlosion to be seen, but Talonflame is taking to the skies instead to provide that incinerate damage. It may not put out the damage output that Shadow Typhlosion has, but it does have one luxurious advantage. It does not take super effective damage from ground type attacks.
It's resisted, in fact, so you don't get Mud Slap down. It's really difficult for trainers to prepare for both of these Pokemon. The only recipe you have there is just throwing bubbles at it, which is why maybe Azumarill has increased in popularity again. The game is starting, and that is a lead for Maximilian P.
Maxy's very happy to see that. Talonflame likes to burn Jumpluff out of the sky, responding with a Feraligatr here, which is an advantageous matchup. So now Maxy swaps and goes, no, I'm not going to give you that advantage. I'm going to bring in this Lapras, which can handle all of the Hydro Cannons that AMindJoke will throw at it.
And we thought it was out of fashion a little bit, but this Lapras focus is actually on Skull Bash, which is huge in the Shadow Feraligatr or regular Feraligatr matchup, in fact, because it hits for neutral damage, it raises your defense, and of course you still have the Talonflame with 2 Incinerates worth of energy.
Yes, and so Maxy now has to consider how much more energy can I farm up here. Does actually go for the Sparkling Aria here. This is a bait attempt, expecting a AMindJoke to shield. Does a AMindJoke make that call? No shield, and he's not going to be happy with that outcome. And he's like, this is not what I wanted. Now Maxy might have to consider shielding here.
Yeah, but keep in mind, the Feraligatr is rather low. It doesn't have the same fast attack pressure. Oh, tries to go for the Sparkling Aria, needs one more turn for it there and gets knocked out. But this might be the biggest bubble down we've ever seen.
Yes, it will be very useful for Azumarill to have that energy, because there is a Jumpluff available on a AMindJoke side, and that Pokemon will struggle against the Ice Beams. Now it's a response here with the Lapras. Now, Lapras is an interesting matchup for Talonflame because the big threat comes for the Sparkling Aria, but that is water-type damage that comes from a charge attack, not a fast attack.
Yep, but there is energy advantage on the side of Maximilian P. Connected 1 Flame Charge, and now we have seen this time and time again from him. Actually 2 shielding the Talonflame versus the Lapras, boosting its Incinerates. After landing 1 Flame Charge, you can try to Incinerate down Go to so much energy, but he has the energy advantage, so why not throw the Fly? You're not getting outpaced.
Yes, you really are not. So Maxy is going to launch that Fly. A shield does come out from a AMindJoke side as he wants to get another Sparkling Aria off. Will he get there in time? It's the question. Both trainers are over farming a little bit. Sparkling Aria is now launched. A shield comes out from Maxy's side. Maxy is out of shields, but with a Talonflame with energy and a boost.
Yep, there is a lot of energy in there. The Feraligatr comes in, but there is no HP left. Talonflame is sitting on so much energy. It is attack boosted. The AMindJoke does not really know what to do in this situation. There's also an almost full HP Azumarill in the back for Maximilian P. AMindJoke goes unshielded here.
Yes, he's hoping that Jumpluff can withstand 1 Fly, but it does a huge amount of damage.
And the Fly is going to be... Oh, this even knocks out the Incinerate down on the Shadow Jumpluff, knocks it out of the sky, and the AMindJoke goes down a game just after losing the winners finals, being behind in the losers finals as well.
Yes, it was so tricky for that. That Talonflame, in the end, just became too much of a threat. The issue is, even if a AMindJoke was to shield that first Fly, the Incinerate would have gone through and done a good amount of chip damage, especially with Talonflame having its attack boosted. But the other thing is there was another Fly pretty much ready to go. So that second Fly would have landed, and that would have knocked out the Jumpluff anyway. So at that point, I'm going to use a word that I only just learned recently. It's called Zugzwang, where you're in a really tricky... We're in a really tricky position. You can't get your way out of that, no matter what. Is that how you say it?
Yes.
I am educated, and hopefully many are too.
It's German, right?
I think so, yeah.
It's Zugzwang, yeah, where you're forced to make a move.
Yeah, you're forced to make a move, but regardless of what you do, you're going to get in a bad situation regardless. So I will learn from you. Whenever I have to say the word, you will say it for me, right?
All right, that definitely works. So, Maxy, this is how he has shown that he can punish Lapras save swap against his team. He is running the, I don't want to say unconventional charge attacks in Flame Charge and Fly, but it's surely not something that everyone is running, because you can 2-shield down a Lapras, and that has proven to be so strong. I don't know if it is specifically for a Shadow Lapras, but with a little bit of energy advantage, it also worked against this Lapras. So Maximilian P is definitely prepared for this tournament.
Yes, and he does look, if you're looking at the behavior of both these trainers, Maxy seems pretty chill, pretty unfazed. This is quite significant because this is the furthest he's ever been, and yet he doesn't seem to be out of sorts. The confidence seems to be there, and AMindJoke seems calculated. He has his pen ready, he's ready to make notes about the battle and get an advantage here. Drapion coming in against the Diggersby here. This is going to be an interesting matchup because both trainers have the ability to score super effective damage upon each other.
Diggersby is definitely in the situation it wants to be if you're looking at the backline. Flame Charge, Incinerate, Talonflame punishes it really hard, and the Azumarill is also a big problem for Diggersby. Shadow Drapion is the Pokemon you wanted to be on. Now we're relatively late swap into the Feraligatr versus Azumarill.
And this is actually very nice for Maxy because he has lured out the hardest answer to his Talonflame in the back. And I think that was what Azumarill was brought in for, to lure that in. He's making that prediction that whatever's in the back is going to be difficult difficult, and in the sense that Talonflame will be able to deal with that very easily. AMindJoke, has he fallen for a trap here?
Huge play from AMindJoke here, by the way, is throwing the Hydro Cannon just now, because Maxy can't do another bubble or he will go over 100% of his possible energy.
Yes, and that's a very good observation. Nonetheless, this play rough does a good amount of damage. Will he be able to get to another charge attack first? Yes, he is, and that is going to force a shield or force the AMindJoke to abandon his Feraligatr.
Can AMindJoke let this go and bring in the Lapras to farm down? He decides that he can't, because the Azumarill is going to be dry here now as well. So AMindJoke can go for way more Shadow Claws, deal some damage, and actually leave with a full Hydro Cannon slot, unless Maxy decides to shield here.
No, he decides not to, because this Feraligatr is so low. There is a possibility he could bring Talonflame in, and with one Incinerate, might be able to knock out the Feraligatr. This first Hydro Cannon is going to go shielded, but is the Incinerate enough to knock out before Feraligatr gets another Hydro Cannon off? Let's see. Yes, it is!
That is a huge Incinerate down there. Lapras is going to come in one Incinerate behind the one shield scenario, though. So you are pacing quite quickly here. Is Maximilian going to go for the play that he's throwing a Fly here, while AMindJoke is predicting a Flame Charger, then swaps out into the Shadow Dropion again?
Yeah, so let's see now what happens here. No, staying in this matchup. Here comes the Sparkling Aria. Is there going to be a shield here? Maxy has to consider Sparkling Aria would not knock out his range, but nonetheless, shield does come through. Now what does Maxy do?
Maxy is going to go for yet another Fly. I think that he has some moves stored on that Shadow Dropion. A Protect Shield is being put up by the Lapras. Is that the moment for a combo play here? Swaps in the Shadow Dropion. Does not have a Charge Attack stored.
And it's a Charge Attack priority event! Wow!
Wait, that is possibly really huge for Maximilian P. If this Scorching Sands gets close to knocking out, the switch timer is so far from being up. Can he get an Incinerate down on the Diggersby?
That is going to be a tricky one. However, Talonflame has one lovely advantage here. It walls off all of Diggersby's charge attacks, and so now it's a pressure for AMindJoke just to get as much off as possible in terms of fast attacks, and then see how many charge attacks he can throw. Here we see it, the first Scorching Sands coming in. Will there be a debuff though?
Wait a second, is AMindJoke actually in a position where he can possibly knock out the Talonflame just with his Diggersby? Can he go for two more, throw another Scorching Sands and deal a lot of damage? This is looking like a few quick attacks will knock out after this. All this energy on Maximilian P does not help him anymore if the Diggersby is just quick enough.
It's going to be so close, and he has thrown a charge attack here. Fly is going to knock out the Diggersby, but it leaves Talonflame so low on energy that now Lapras can come back in and wipe out the Talonflame with a Sparkling Aria.
The win condition for Maximilian P in that scenario was basically to hope for a combo play from AMindJoke, swapping in the Lapras there and getting knocked out from that Fly, because the Diggersby was so strong with his quick attacks. I don't even know if it would have not knocked out.
Yes, I mean, it was the only win condition Maxy could have played for, and unfortunately he did not take it because he did go for the Fly while Diggersby was on 1 HP or close to that. So it was a tricky one. I know I said that Diggersby's matchup against Talonflame gives a huge advantage to the Talonflame, but nonetheless, we also have to not just consider typings, but also bulk. Diggersby's quick attack on Talonflame does do a good amount of chip.
And of course, he can't just go into that matchup and throw the charged attacks like he wants to. He has to preserve energy for that Lapras in the back. Was one Psywave away from a Sparkling Aria, which is going to knock out from that range on the Talonflame. But also, if quick attacks get to knock you out, then you're in a pickle as well, because if two Pokemon knock you out and you only have one charge attack, problem.
Yes, definitely. Bear in mind, though, for those of you watching at home or in the stands, this is a losers finals, which means this is a best of 5 in this scenario. Normally, you have best of 3s going up into this tournament. However, as we get right to the very end, these trainers, because they are so close in their skill levels, they have worked so hard to get to this stage that best of 5s are needed to really determine which of these two trainers can be that slightly better on the day.
it just gives the players more information overall, right? If you're playing a best of 3, it is so easy to play a line that is rather sacky against your opponent, that just tries to throw them off, and this is maybe a little bit risky. In a best of 5, it is way easier to bring such a thing because there is less consequences if you lose.
Yes, there is. That's absolutely right. So you can feel the behavior of your opponent, take a bit more time to sense what's going on, and we have seen many reverse sweeps, but here it's one apiece. There are 2 wins needed by both sides, and it seems to be a bit of an advantage for AMindJoke. Malamar, the dark type, going up against the ground and psychic type Claydol.
Undebuffed foul play does about 50% here. Of course, Psywaves do add up just a little bit because they are actually resisted. Immediate shield put up by Maximilian P because he does want to stay in this matchup, wants to throw a Rock Tomb soon to debuff the second foul play.
Yes, and this is the sensible play. I like this idea. Rock Tomb means foul play is less of a threat. Claydol is now able to tank those foul plays a little bit more easily. The question is, when does AMindJoke choose to maybe switch out or maybe preserve that Malamar, or does he decide to let it go after it has weakened this Claydol sufficiently?
I think that actually Maximilian P might be forced to throw a charge attack here, or else AMindJoke gets to another foul play, which is so big. It does, I think it barely does not knock out. So we're going to see a Rock Tomb thrown from the Claydol into the next Pokemon as well. But this is a decent amount of farm down.
Yes, it really is. So I think Shadow Claw will be will require just one Shadow Claw to take out the Claydol, is my guess. Going for the Lapras here instead to get a bit more farm, which I like this idea. The downside is you do have to tank a super effective Rock Tomb and be debuffed here. So let's see how much damage this does. Taking around 60%, and here comes Maxy's Lapras here.
Maxy knows that his own Lapras is very, very safe, so brings it in there. The Feraligatr is always an answer here to that Lapras, but now, as it doesn't have an energy advantage, the Lapras of Maximilian P can threaten with a Skull Bash, puts up a Protect Shield against a non-super effective Hydro Cannon because he wants to go for a Skull Bash here and raise the defenses.
Yes, because once these defenses are up, especially with Hydro Cannon being a resisted attack from a non-Shadow Feraligatr, these Hydro Cannons are not going to be as concerning going forward. Nonetheless, quantity might top quality here. You might be able to resist all these Hydro Cannons, but if enough of them come, you're going to be washed away regardless.
Maxy puts his last shield on that Lapras, knowing that it is a huge win condition for here. There are so many Hydro Cannons, AMindJoke throwing yet another one. The Feraligatr is still very well in the green HP. Another Hydro Cannon might take out the Lapras. One more shield left remaining for AMindJoke as well. And I think at this position, oh, that's even a Sparkling Aria bait here. I think in this position you might want to shield this here to preserve some HP on that Feraligatr.
And indeed, AMindJoke does fall for that bait. Here comes another Sparkling Aria. This is going to significantly weaken the Feraligatr, but I don't think it's enough to knock out.
No, but AMindJoke swaps immediately into his own Lapras, which is also only at half HP here. Gets the full farm down on that Lapras of Maximilian P, who brings in the Azumarill. And Azumarill is always threatening at this point with play roughs.
Yes, but the thing is here that I don't actually mind the fact that AMindJoke got a lot of farm, because if you're Maxy, that extra energy is only going to go towards a Sparkling Aria or an Ice Beam, both of which Azumarill more than happily tanks. Second Sparkling Aria coming in here to hit on the Azumarill, but again, I don't think this will even take Azumarill into the yellow. It doesn't.
Nope, and the Psywaves that Maximilian actually used there, swaps in the Claydol, expecting a possible charge attack to try and catch it. It actually brought it into play rough range here, so very huge damage from those Psywaves of the Lapras. Azumarill is standing strong against Lapras, knocks it out, and what is a Feraligatr gonna do here?
Yes, Feraligatr is able to get to that Hydro Cannon. However, at least 2 will be needed, and AMindJoke just doesn't have enough in the tank to keep Feraligatr healthy enough for it to launch those 2 Hydro Cannons. Maxy makes it 2-1, which means one more win, and Maxy is into the grand finals.
AMindJoke has been on the back foot already in this matchup. Even against Nickname, he clawed his way back for a game when he was playing a very, very tough matchup. So, Maxy is in the lead, yes, but it doesn't mean that AMindJoke is out of this game, because he has shown strength, mental strength here to combat his friend and rival in this situation.
Yes, indeed. AMindJoke is one of those players that he has all the experience. Bear in mind that I think AMindJoke has been in this situation a few more times. When I say situation, I mean to get as far as the losers finals. He's been in here a bit more frequently than Maxy has, and that extra experience might prove advantageous in performing what we call a reverse sweep, where coming from a losing position to get 2 wins back to back and therefore win the overall best of 5. But it is close. It is, as far as Maxy is concerned, so-called match point. 1 more win is all it will take for Maxy to punch his way into the grand finals. For AMindJoke, 2 wins away, a bit more of a mountain, but I believe AMindJoke does have the talent to do it.
And I know who Nickname is rooting for right now, because he has told AMindJoke before that he wants him to win, because the matchup looks significantly better for Maximilian P with a rather more difficult team composition that could be a big upset in the grand finals. AMindJoke versus Maximilian P.
Both trainers are considering, deliberating, deciding on what Pokemon to go for. They've acknowledged each other. Both trainers locking in now. This might be a match for the ages. Trainers, get your eyes glued to the screens as we go into the next battle. Lapras facing off against Talonflame.
Oh, and Maxy has played this matchup before. Flame Charge and Double Shield is the way for him. Brings in the Lapras after getting 2 Incinerates off, so energy advantage on the Talonflame against whatever might be in the back. And AMindJoke, he is throwing Sparkling Aria here. I was thinking that he might go out into his Feraligatr, keeping a Sparkling Aria onto his Lapras, but no, he actually... Oh, that's Acrobatics range, though.
Correct. That is exactly why that AMindJoke did that. You want to weaken and use a long-term combination play. You want to weaken the Lapras of Maxy, safe in the knowledge that Ice Beam is not a threat here. Remember, both trainers are aware of each other's movesets. Acrobatics now is in a position to either knock out or bring Lapras so close into the red.
Oh, the thing is, the defenses are boosted up here. This is not even farm down range. We're already at another charge attack on the side of Lapras. Was that a miscalculation on the side of AMindJoke? There's so much energy. Another Skull Bash is being thrown instead of just the Sparkling Aria.
Yes, and Skull Bash is more than enough to knock out. Does raise the defenses even more from the Lapras, and now AMindJoke's able to bring his own Lapras back in and get a good amount of farm here, but now responding with the Malamar and the threat of a superpower.
That is so well played from Maxy, just getting Switch here with a little bit of energy disadvantage, but having the Malamar on that Lapras here, and Maximilian P goes for multiple side waves here. I think that at some point, oh, we're going to even go for a foul play here.
Yes, I think this is sensible. You want to start teasing away shields from this Feraligatr so that Talonflame can have a better chance in the endgame matchup. So now makes a catch here. Is this a sensible catch? I don't think it is, though. Hydro Cannon means a shield has to go through.
You have to shield Hydro Cannons at any point. The good thing about this catch was he got a full Incinerate through. So basically, Maxy cheated out 4 free turns for himself. That was genius.
And this is an unusual scenario. Normally, you make a catch in order to take resisted damage on your opponent from your Pokemon. Now, he's actually using it to earn extra energy. Another Hydro Cannon coming through. No shield this time.
Oh, this would have been enough for a charge attack onto that Lapras. Malamar is staying in here, knowing that there is little HP on the opposing side. They're about pacing to the same. Is Maxy a double superpower here?
That is a key thing. If Maxy is able to get 2 superpowers off, this will be huge for him. The first one is shielded. Is there a second one? There is! Superpower is being launched, and this is going to absolutely annihilate the Lapras.
AMindJoke puts his phone down. The superpower from Malamar comes in, and it farms down the Feraligatr. Maximilian P advances to the grand finals.
I am lost for words watching that battle. Maxy and AMindJoke exchanging friendship, demonstrating how close their bond is. The respect that AMindJoke has for Maxy and his victory was incredible. Wow, what a match.
That was sheer incredible. The Lapras action there. I want to say that, of course, if you're playing Lapras mirror matches, if you have Skull Bash, you have a big advantage. But then the Lapras of Maximilian P got onto that Shadow Jump Up, and this is the point where you really want to have Ice Beam on your Lapras.
Yeah, you really do. And despite that situation, that Skull Bash actually was all right, because the second Skull Bash was able to go through, which allowed Lapras to knock out AMindJoke's Jump Bluff despite the lack of Ice Beam.
Yeah. What is your favorite charge attack set for Lapras?
Oh, I have generally rocked with Ice Beam just because I like how it paces a bit more quickly, but generally I have run with Shadow Lapras where the additional bulk isn't all that useful, where you're just trying to get more hits and do more damage and chunk away more with the Psy Waves. That being said, Maxy is making a strong argument for Skull Bash, and he is also proving that Talonflame is the fire type of choice, because that is a pick that I suggested as opposed to Typhlosion.
Yep, we're going to see it in the grand finals, Typhlosion versus the Talonflame, actually. If they're paired against each other, usually Typhlosion comes out on top because of the faster pacing and super effective damage. But here you could see an Incinerate down on the Feraligatr Lapras coming in, and Malamar again and again is such a good Pokemon in this meta. Look at the Incinerate.
This was ridiculous. This was absolutely crazy to see a full Incinerate going through because of the catch with the shield. He was looking to get energy there. He got it. This is a high-level play, and this is not something you see all the time. Catches made for energy gain reasons as opposed to mitigating damage. Brilliant.
Because you always have to shield the charge attacks from the Feraligatr. I keep saying Shadow Feraligatr because I'm so used to it.
Well, AMindJoke just really wanted to make things difficult for you. That's why. That's why he brought it.
That was personal reasons from AMindJoke.
Oh, yeah.
But actually, it was because Nighttime Clasher, who built that team with, I think, Out of Pocket, who got first and third place at Milwaukee with some minor shadow differences.
Yes.
He told him, hey, I think right now the regular Feraligatr is better. There is a lot of Ferret being used, and regular Feraligatr wins the zero shield scenario because you actually do hang on to a Trailblaze. We have seen this earlier.
Yes, indeed we have. And so these subtle differences can make all the difference, and that was demonstrated here. It's been demonstrated early in the tournament. Commiserations to AMindJoke, but let's not take anything away from him. This is one of his best finishes in this season so far, and I'm sure he will be very proud not only of the medal that he gets, but the additional championship points, those booster packs, and the accolade of being one of the top tier trainers in this absolutely stacked Utrecht Special Championship.
He already went to Top Cut in Dortmund, and now he got the third place medal. The question is now, who gets to second place and who will be crowned the Utrecht champion? And we're going to find this out rather soon, but first let's hear it from the finalists and Amanda.
I'm with the two trainers whose names will be written on the wall of history here in Utrecht, but only one of these names are going to be written in gold. We have Nickname coming in from the winner's side of the bracket, and Maximilian P just having a phenomenal win in the loser's side. Gentlemen, first, let's start out. How are you feeling, Nickname? Are you feeling pretty confident?
I'm feeling pretty confident, yes. However, Maxy's team is quite annoying to deal with, and it's not gonna be. It's definitely not gonna be an easy match, but yeah, I'm feeling good.
And Maxy, you knocked out a similar team earlier on in the tournament with Zzweilous. How are you feeling? Are you feeling the confidence in this round?
Well, there's a big difference. Obviously, it doesn't look like it, but there is a significant difference between the two teams. I'll see what I can do. That's all I can really do. I can only try my best in this tournament. A couple of his picks are very difficult for me to deal with, and I feel like I have a little bit less safety than I'd like to have in this matchup.
You said you can only do your best, but you have literally done your best. This is your best finish so far. This is a potential for you to get your first championship title. I know you just played against AMindJoke, and he's a good teammate and friend of yours. How do you go about playing against someone who you're very familiar with, and then maybe an opponent that's a little bit different?
So Alessio is, yeah, he's a teammate, but he's actually the first of my teammates that I've actually beaten a regional, so so I guess it was nice to finally get some kind of W there, I guess. But a different approach to well, firstly, the matchup's completely different. The water types are different. The water types in general have been clearly the highlight of this tournament. I think Azumarill has risen a lot this tournament. So we've got some nice Resident Sleeper mirrors. I've been trying to check the time, during these mirrors, because yeah, I've been here much longer than I anticipated to be here. So yeah, I guess yeah. So the approach I just go with is Just sometimes I close my against Zzweilous, I close my eyes and pick 3 Mons in a couple of the games. So maybe I'll have to do the same approach here.
And I know that, yeah, Maxy, you have a lot to prove, being this your first championship title. Nickname, you also have potential to make a little bit of a name for yourself as the first European to win 2 regional championships in 1 season. So what would that mean to you and your run and your notoriety here in the Play Pokemon and PvP scene?
It will be absolutely crazy, and I would also do it in back-to-back tournaments because I didn't attend Seville, so it will be basically back-to-back for me, which would be absolutely crazy. But I just want to play the games and see what happens and not hype myself too much just yet.
Well, I think that you're getting a lot of hype in the crowd for both of you. We're not going to delay it any longer. I know everyone wants to see these very exciting battles. They want to crown a champion. We're going to let them get back onto the stage, and we're going to see who will be the Utrecht Special Champion.
That's right, Amanda. I cannot wait to see who is going to be the Utrecht champion. Will it be Nickname or will it be Maxy? Obviously, the tactic Maxy has to use is just pick 3 random Pokemon from his team of 6 and just go with it, because apparently that seems to be working. So hey, why change the habits of a lifetime, eh?
Listen, I feel incredibly validated now. 2 years ago, I was not that familiar with all of the strategies, so I suggested on a broadcast, hey, I think sometimes if you just pick 3 Pokemon, your opponent might not be able to predict it. And Martijn was laughing at me for it. No, this is the winning strategy. This gets you medals.
Yes, and a medal is guaranteed for both of these trainers. The key question is who will get the gold or who will get the silver. The accolade of being in the Hall of Fame in Utrecht is so, so close. 2 trainers stand ready to grasp that final step. Nickname versus Maxy. Nickname from the winner's side of the bracket.
Yep, and they have very different teams. So what's similar in those teams? There is a Claydol.
Yep.
There is an Azumarill.
Yep.
That's it.
Yes, there's so much variation apart from that. Notice differences. Talonflame instead of Shadow type Lotion. That's a big difference already, because we know that the type Lotion has an advantage with that Thunder Punch. That being said, Talonflame does have a greater number of resistances and does not need shields quite so much as type Lotion does. So that's one other thing to consider. We also saw how useful Forret was for Nickname, even dealing with other matchups like Corviknight and whatnot. But Maxy doesn't have that. Instead, he has Malamar, which has been a shining star in so many matchups for him, and that superpower can be a threat to the Forret as well.
Malamar is a interesting matchup into Forret. I think I would consider it definitely positive because you have this huge superpower.
Yes.
But if you don't time it well, it gets a little bit difficult. Also, if the Forret player is easily investing his shields into the Forret, you might have to swap out at some point, because then you're super debuffed. So if there's the right calls, Forret can actually do kind of well in that matchup. Other than that, there's of course Azumarill, with which if you invest a shield is crazy. Claydol is a very good matchup for you. Lapras is also, I want to say, positive. Forret demands shields sometimes, but it can just play so well if it gets them, which is why it's almost confusing to me why Forret and Shadow Typhlosion are such a great core together, because usually the zero shield scenario for Forret is not ideal against most of the Pokemon where you would think it would be great.
Yes, of course, but then it's just avoiding that scenario, right? Just keep a shield for the Forret if you're Nickname, and you will be at an advantage in many cases.
Yeah, but then you're using shields that are not used on the Shadow Typhlosion.
Oh, well, you have 2, right? 1 for each. Sure, be fair, right?
When was the last time you saw a Shadow Typhlosion thrive with only 1 Protect shield?
Yeah, that's a very good point, although we have seen Typhlosion actually tank moves in rare occasions, but just not very well. And anyway, we see no Typhlosion so far. We see Claydol into Malamar, an advantage for Maxy here because of the threat of foul play, but it's not as crystal clear as that. Claydol's Mud Slaps do chip away quite well onto Malamar.
Yep, they almost do as much as a foul play. Let's see if Nickname takes the same approach as Maxy last game. Shields up. The first foul play, very smart choice, would deal a tremendous amount of damage. Also, you're playing a very, very bulky line here with Azumarill and Corviknight in the back. So there is no Pokemon that really needs shields. You can just use them for pure value.
Yes, for sure, and it's deciding where to use the shields to get the most utility out of them. Foul play coming in here. This is now a debuff foul play, which means Nickname decides to no shield and tank the second super effective foul play, which doesn't even bring Claydol to half health.
Oh, and this looks like it is going to be a Claydol farm down. Azumarill catches a charge attack here. That was such a good catch by Nickname because he actually needed 12 more turns to farm down with the Mud Slaps.
And now Azumarill is coming in here, which actually is good for Maxy because that means his Talonflame in the back can avoid this Azumarill. The downside is Maxy needs to stay aware that Claydol has a Rock Tomb banked, and that Rock Tomb will one-hit KO the Talonflame, so he has to be guarded around that. Play Rough now coming through. We've also learned that Maxy's Azumarill wins charge attack priority over Nickname's, which might be useful information in this best of 5.
Actually, I will be honest with you, I think that Talonflame might be able to hang on to a Rock Tomb of Claydol.
Oh, okay, but you really don't want to take
really
that.
Not good. Don't find out.
So now both trainers are rushing to another play rough here, another charge attack priority event, again demonstrating that Maxy does win that tie-up. So play rough is coming to. There's a bit more health on Maxy's Azumarill as well, which we hopefully will be a little advantage to him in the endgame.
Yep, Maxy has the time and also the protect shields here because he didn't have to use one on his Malamar versus the Claydol, but Malamar unfortunately is already back to the Pokeball, so everything is now on Talonflame. And if you're going to play that out in the endgame, it is going to be debuffed so incredibly quickly.
But now with a swap, here comes the Incinerate. Does Nickname swap out? No, he doesn't. He's staying in and he's trying to get the Ice Beam off. Does he manage to do it? No, the Incinerate takes out Azumarill. That is a huge farm down for Maxy.
That is massive. He has the shield advantage. He can clear a possible debuff later on, even though he's going to buff himself up again. There you're going to see the first Rock Tomb. We're not going to find out if it would have hung on here, because also you're severely chipped, but he goes for another Incinerate and now a Fly immediately, because that might actually knock out from that range.
And it's such an efficient, it's a more efficient charge attack here, and Claydol does need to be removed because we do not want to take more Rock Tombs here. Now the final Pokemon is revealed. It is that Corviknight. Maxy is looking very happy here. Flame Charge now coming in to boost the damage output of those Incinerates. Corviknight's main threat is that Sky Attack landing on the Talonflame here, because the Iron Heads are resisted, the Sand Attacks are resisted, and there's nothing more Corviknight could do as Incinerate burns through all that steel.
So well played by Maxy. Also with a little bit of luck or a great line call instead, with the Corviknight in the back on the side of Nickname. If it was any other Pokemon, Nickname could have had a chance there, even though Maxy, identifying Talonflame as the win condition, played it out really, really nicely. Got the energy on that Talonflame with the Flame Charge, showing just how strong fast attack pressure is.
Yes, and Maxy is demonstrating a skill that a lot of trainers have, especially at this high level, and that is about so-called predicting the backline. You mentioned this earlier. Predicting the backline is because you have a team of 6 Pokemon and you've seen the first 2, you can then make a guess what makes logical sense to have as the third. Yeah. For example, if you have a, to use an example, not necessarily from these teams, if you have a Talonflame and you had an Electric type, and those are the first 2 Pokemon that you saw, it's pretty likely that the third Pokemon would be a counter to the counters of the Typhlosion and Electric type. So one common weakness they have is ground. So you'd maybe expect a grass or a water type to be in the back. And this is an example of predicting a backline based on typings. It's a bit more complicated than that, I will admit, because there are Pokemon that have...
That's a good example though.
Yeah, but it's a nice example for those of you just tuning in, trying to get a basic understanding of guessing the backline. This is the way to think about it as a first step.
Listen, Adelian, sometimes it's not even more complicated than that. If we're taking a step back to Seville, the line that HK Assassin ran the most in the Grand Finals was Talonflame, a Fire type.
Yep.
Unova Stunfisk, an Electric type, and Superior in the back, a Grass type.
Yep, and that is actually a classic example that won him a championship. And of course, these 2 trainers are looking to replicate that. They too want to be a champion, a special Championship winner here. Nickname versus Maxy. Nickname has the advantage because in a double elimination format, he's on the winner's side of the bracket, which means Maxy has to beat him twice in 2 best-of-5s in order to claim victory. But this is the best result Maxy has had so far, and he may push it one step further. Game 2, lock and loaded. Shadow Drapion faces off against Shadow Typhlosion. Clash of the Shadows.
And that is, contrary to my belief earlier, not a good matchup for the Shadow Typhlosion, because usually you can't farm it down when you're using 2 shields. So Nickname is immediately going to throw a Thunder Punch, forces out a shield from Maximilian P.
But the nice thing for Maxy is that it has given Drapion 1 extra full Poison Sting, now responding with an Azumarill where the Drapion's extra energy isn't going to do too much. Maxy launching the Crunch here, which is the better attack to go for. Both are resisted, but this is same type attack bonus and has the chance of a debuff. Is there one? There isn't.
Oh, I think you can do 3 more Poison Sticks and then go into your Lapras. Exactly what is happening. Nickname has to throw the energy here, which is not so well used onto that Lapras as it would have been onto that Shadow Drapion. Has a huge energy advantage over that Shadow Typhlosion, and also the backline of him is now energy-loaded Shadow Drapion and Azumarill to combat that Shadow Typhlosion.
And what's really nice is Maxy's Lapras is running Skull Bash here. Skull Bash gives an opportunity for Lapras to do some real damage to the Azumarill and weaken it, but Maxy's actually not shielding any of this, just wants to use the Skull Bash to take out the Azumarill. And does he have enough energy for the Typhlosion when that comes back in?
Well, we're gonna see, because I think he's now only at 2 sideways. The Typhlosion comes in here. Is there going to be an Incinerate down? He's going to reach that sparkling area while going down on that the Lapras HP here.
This is the downside of Skull Bash. It's actually raised defense, but it's allowed Typhlosion to have extra farm here. And there is a beautiful switch in and immediately trying to go for the Aqua Gel and tease that final shield. Nickname now shieldless, and Typhlosion is defenseless after this.
I don't think that Maximilian P wanted to hang on with 1 HP on the Lapras there, because that is 1 full Incinerate. Second shield used on that Shadow Drapion here.
Yes, but now Typhlosion is dry on energy. And look at Maxy, the clever thing he's done. 1 Poison Sting, then launching the Aqua Gel to avoid taking any damage from the Incinerate. The damage registers on the 4th turn of an Incinerate. Claydol coming in, which will get the farm down here, but not before Maxy can get another Aqua Tail off. How many Aqua Tails have we seen this match?
So many already. 2 Poison Stings, so the damage doesn't register yet. The Claydol is already really chipped. And there comes Azumarill, which is a huge matchup for Maximilian P, with also only a 1 HP Azumarill in the back for Nickname and his own Lapras that is at 1 HP. It is looking like Maximilian P really, really wants to reset that bracket.
But the careful thing that both these trainers have to be mindful of is the potential for a catch. There was an attempt made at the catch. Lapras comes in to make the counter catch. That's not successful, but the chip damage on the side waves is very useful here. More bubbles, and Nickname has had his Azumarill knocked out, and there's nothing defending that Claydol. Ice Beam coming in, no debuffs. This surely blasts the Claydol back into its Pokeball.
2-0 for Maximilian P already. Nickname has to be happy that this is a best of 5, because if it was any other match other than the final in this tournament, he would have been knocked down to the losers bracket already. Maximilian P is looking like he's not going to give up anything in this tournament. It is a really, really tough task to come back from the loser side and reset that bracket, and this is looking good for Maximilian P.
But we saw that momentum shifts like the wins. We saw in Seville how much of a back and forth it was between the champion and the eventual champion and the finalist. So I would not count Nickname out. Nickname could do that so-called reverse sweep. 3 wins in a row doesn't seem like that, but within 15-20 minutes it could all be over. So Nickname really needs to consider, what can I do differently here?
Medallion, what would be the line that you would run in the place of Nickname? What would be your Pokemon that you would bring here?
Against Maxy, I would run away. But no, in all seriousness, we have seen the Talonflame be dangerous. We have seen the Drapion also be very useful here. So the thing is, Claydol with a bit of energy might be a play, because the thing is, Claydol's quite slow to get to the Rock Tomb. Once it has a Rock Tomb or is close to it, suddenly all those defenses of, having Aqua Tail or Crunch, they kind of slip away from Drapion, because it doesn't matter if you're going to throw a Crunch, I'll get to a Rock Tomb before you, and hopefully I can debuff you enough that the Crunches are not a threat. But that's the thing, getting into that position, allowing Claydol to have a nice bit of farm is going to be decisive for Nickname, in my opinion.
Yep, I do agree that the Claydol is looking so good right now, even though there are so many dangerous Pokemon on the side of Maximilian. You have some Pokemon that are becoming incredibly dangerous if they have energy. You have the Azumarill, and you of course also have the Malamar. So I think, because all of these Pokemon are difficult to handle for Claydol with energy, I think that Nickname is very tempted to lead the Claydol, as he did in the game before, but that was read by Maximilian.
Yes, it really was, and now Talonflame is coming in. This is a read. Oh, it's a read and a half. Corviknight versus Talonflame. Talonflame is going hunting time.
Oh, but wait a second. Wait a second. That is not something that Maxy appreciates here. The Azumarill save swap is really, really good, but he can, of course, go for the good old play, the chip and dip. Throw a fly into the Azumarill and then go into your own Azumarill. You don't get the energy advantage, except for a little bit, but you can secure a switch here with your Azumarill.
Yes, the thing to be mindful of is that Nickname's switch timer will run out earlier than Maxy, so Maxy needs to be conscious of that. Nonetheless, this play rough is going to bounce off the blubber of Maxy's Azumarill here, and he can respond with his own play rough, which is potentially going to bring Nickname's Azumarill into the red.
Yep, I think that Maxy is almost guaranteed at this point to keep switch, to have the Talonflame on the Corviknight. So, as you said earlier, Nickname will have to put it all on that Claydol. He needs to get a farm down with Claydol, and he's trying to enable that by chipping on this Azumarill from Maximilian P, but the HP disadvantage that he has is just so huge. Actually, Maxy is going to exit that matchup with a little bit of residual energy, so even if you're bringing in your Claydol now, it's gonna get ice beamed.
Yeah, that is going to be a threat, so let's see what happens. No, Corviknight's coming back in, because the idea is for Nickname that you don't want to, you're happy to take the damage on the Corviknight, which is going to get burnt by the Talonflame anyway. Might as well take the damage with this Azumarill on the ice beam. So I like this play by Nickname. Can he utilize this advantage to the best of his ability?
The question is, does he swap out into the Claydol now to get energy? No, he wants to have residual energy on the Corviknight to threaten some damage into that Talonflame and perhaps get a shield from a Sky attack. Iron Head is going to be used now to finish the HP of Azumarill here.
Yes, and now Talonflame, I expect, will come back in. There comes an Incinerate. They're both, I think Maxy waited a little bit as well to see if there would be an immediate swap out. There wasn't. Maxy, considering whether to shield or not, decides to no-shield the Sky attack, which takes a huge amount of damage onto the Talonflame, and now it's a Claydol mirror matchup.
Which one wins the charge attack priority? That is the huge question that you have to ask yourself. Both go for the Rock Tomb immediately. Charge attack priority tie win by Maximilian P. All the stars seem to align for him.
It really does seem to be working out very nicely. These trainers now exchanging Rock Tombs. Bear in mind that the first Rock Tomb is going to cause the debuffs, which means that Nickname's Rock Tomb does less damage, immediately giving an advantage to Maxy. That's compounded by the charge attack priority event.
At least you're never going to be in a situation where your Mudslaps are more debuffed than the ones of your opponent, because they're pacing to the same time. This is also not a coin flip. Maximilian P's shiny Claydol keeps winning charge attack priority.
And the thing is, even if Maxy loses and allows his Claydol to go down, if he leaves the Claydol of Nickname quite low, that means Talonflame can incinerate it down. So this is looking very good. You can see that Maxy's Claydol is actually a little bit lower, got to the red first. They're over-farming Lilian, trying to get a catch, and there was no, that wasn't been caught. Corviknight now coming in, Talonflame trying to burn it down. It is a race, a shield comes out right at the very last minute here. Is Corviknight going to be able to break through after this shield?
Maximilian P has another shield left. He's going to throw that fly into the Claydol. Claydol sits there and wants to continue playing this game. He does not give up on this winner's side spot, but he is going to throw a Rock Tomb here. No, doesn't reach it, doesn't knock out the Talonflame. Fly is going to connect, and Maximilian P with a 3-0 resets the bracket.
Absolutely incredible. I cannot believe Maxy has been able to pull that off so decisively. Trainers, for those of you watching at home, a bracket reset has taken place, which means Maxy is the first trainer to issue Nickname with a loss across this entire tournament.
Now something is going to happen that I find absolutely hilarious. That is because both of these trainers who made it this far in the tournament get an L to their name because they are both now in the losers bracket.
Yes, and so with this bracket reset, these trainers will get a few moments to consider, to consolidate their thoughts, because this is a fresh new set of 5 battles potentially. So this is where it's going to be, you know what? What worries me is that the thought process, because the pressure is really on, especially if you're nickname.
Yeah.
Pressure's on because you're like, I've lost 3 in a row, just bang, bang, bang like that. How am I going to get myself out of this? And I have to wallow in that worry. So let me swap that around though on Maxy's side. Maxy has never done this before, so the pressure is really on that. Can I do it? Can I do it once more?
He has just won basically. For him, this is just a winning thing, right? But, yeah, he has to go for 3 more wins against Nickname. We're going to see soon how he achieved the first wins in this best of 5 in a whopping 3-0. But we've also seen in Seville that even though Pataman 3-0'd HK Assassin in the first set, after the reset, that was a 3-0 back.
Yeah, and of course, Pataman was so good. This was a sublime catch. I really like this. This was very predictable for Nickname to recognize that, you know what, just before Claydol goes down, it's going to try and throw a foul play. What's the best answer to take all the charge attacks of a Malamar? Of course, it's got to be Azumarill.
Yep, Azumarill is walling this energy, which is a reason why people disregarded Malamar before Sevilla, and after that it just rose in popularity after Borja MN danced his way to a medal with the Malamar.
Yes, indeed, he did. And also, you have to consider that Tinkaton going down in usage means that actually there's a little bit more space for Malamar, because Tinkaton is a harder answer to Malamar here, but not as useful into the rest of the meta. So it's interesting to see all those relationships between different Pokemon in the meta and how it almost stops being like this beats this, beats this, and becomes a web of this kind of beats this kind of beats that, and this really does beat this. But then, of course, that's all assuming a standing start. What happens when you give a little bit of energy to this Pokemon or that Pokemon? That is what makes a difference when trainers know and expect the outcomes based on a little energy gain.
Exactly, and of course, it always sounds easy to say, hey, if
yeah,
you're giving your Shadow drop you on some energy, it just goes through the entire team of your opponent. You're asking yourself, how do I get energy? Because my opponent is just going to get the same amount of energy.
Yeah.
And the secret to that, the secret sauce, is soft losing matchups.
Yes, yes. In fact, why don't you tell me a bit more about soft losing matchups? Because I would actually like a refresher.
I will be glad to. So, if you are playing, for example, a lead matchup or a base haste swap matchup, it's just any matchup that you're playing, and your opponent wins that matchup, so it knocks out your Pokemon, but only leaves with a slither of HP and not a lot of energy, just so to a point where your next Pokemon that comes in can farm down that Pokemon with fast attacks, so knock it out with fast attacks and generate energy to carry on into the next matchup, then you are in a very, very good spot if the matchup isn't alignment dependent. So if you basically know that the last Pokemon that you're having is a superior, and you are giving up switch by losing the lead, and your opponent has a Talonflame, you know, then maybe playing for a little bit of energy is not the right play for you. But if you are playing in a matchup like these trainers where you're knowing, hey, this might be a slightly positive matchup for him, but if I can get some more energy on my other Pokemon, then I can flip that matchup, and this is how these trainers operate.
Yes, they do. I mean, we have seen many, many Azumarill mirror matchups, and that's often determined by who decides to launch their player off first. Charge attack priority and a little bit of additional bulk may make the difference. But, so the Azumarill that wins, you might think, oh, great, I beat my opponent's Azumarill, but your Azumarill is left on quite low health. Then a Feraligatr comes in and can Shadow Claw your Azumarill down, and then suddenly you've got a Feraligatr that you're facing with a bit of energy, and we've seen how many Shadow Feraligatr sweeps just because they had a huge energy advantage. That is the beauty of being able to farm down and farm down a Pokemon that's already quite weak.
And in this specific scenario, most of the time, which other Pokemon is bulky and resists all of these Hydro Cannons if it is not the Azumarill on your team?
Yeah, that's true.
So you are in a very big pickle if that is the case. So, we're going to be able to start the bracket reset soon. Nickname versus Maxy. Nickname was undefeated so far, and now Maxy comes in from the loser side of the bracket and crushes with a 3-0 versus Nickname.
Yes, and Maxy seems to be in the driving seat so far. However, momentum shifts so easily. Nickname has recently won a regional in Stockholm and is experienced at this level, and it's a recent experience as well. He also has done it before in Bremen many years ago. Maxy has never ever got this far, but has come close many times, and I just know how much it would mean to him to finalize his victory, finalize one of his last efforts this season with a championship medal.
We almost even saw a rematch of the Bremen finals from back then. Zephymastyx going to 4th place in this very tournament.
Yeah.
Who played the finals versus Nickname in Bremen that he won. But now, Maximilian P knocked him out just by the slightest of margins. 1 HP survive on the Shadow Dropion versus the Hex forced Zephymastyx to throw another attack there. It was a very, very close matchup. And now Maxy versus Nickname. Maxy has shown dominance here. He has played out of his mind, especially when he was playing versus Zzweilous, who's also nobody to scoff at.
Absolutely
and he's
not.
beaten him twice.
And Zzweilous often plays the mind games himself and is a fabulous trainer in his own right. But right now, there are 2 titans in Pokemon Go standing tall. Nickname hailing from Poland, Maxy hailing from the UK. Both of these trainers very, very keen to get going. Now it's the start, the reset for the grand finals. One of these trainers will be your Utrecht champion. Game 1 starting now. Malamar versus Azumarill.
Trainers, let's play some Pokemon Go here. This is a positive matchup for Nickname. However, we have seen how players attempt this. This is not an immediate swap out. Your Psywaves deal a lot of damage to that Azumarill. This might come down to a potential catch attempt here. Not happening on the watch of Nickname. Brings in the Ferret, saves the energy on his own. Azumarill there is actually on more energy than the Malamar. That might be useful later. Now Nickname is going to throw a Trailblaze here immediately. Actually, Azumarill wins this matchup in the straight zero shield scenario.
But I really like the fact that Nickname has chosen to bring his Ferret here because he makes sure, alignment-wise, he keeps that Ferret away from the Malamar. A Malamar with all that energy with the superpowers would be a threat. So this is actually quite good, not to mention the the attack advantage of Trailblaze being a grass-type attack facing off against the water-type Azumarill.
But you can see here how much Nickname values the Ferret, that he didn't even bring once in the first set, so changing things up already. Doesn't deal enough damage to knock out the Azumarill. Azumarill goes for one more bubble, and a player of this one probably will go unshielded. And then, of course, Nickname can farm down with Sucker Punches. This Azumarill gets a lot of energy out of that matchup, but there's still energy on the Malamar from Maximilian P. Keep in mind, also a lot of energy on that Azumarill.
Yes, and Sporit is actually able to launch that Swift first. Maxy opting not to throw his charge attack straight away. I was expecting Foul Play to come through very quickly and get the knockout, but no. Now there is the Foul Play coming through, and this is going to be enough to knock out. This is why there was no need for a superpower here, despite it dealing super effective damage, because Foul Play is enough and the energy required for both is the same. Now Lapras comes in against a weakened Azumarill, but with a lot of energy on Nickname's side.
But Nickname can also follow this up with the Claydol. Of course, the Azumarill is still very healthy, so you don't have to have exactly one charge attack stored to beat Malamar in that endgame, especially at this low HP. And now, of course, if you're having one shield only, I think you're tempted to use it now once this is undebuffed. You're going to throw a Rock Tomb very soon.
Yes, and Rock Tomb is coming very, very soon. Now we're here. As soon as Nickname has it, he's launching it. Maxy has to use his shields here. This would guarantee a knockout otherwise. For now, because of the shields, only the debuff goes through. Down goes the attack of Lapras, but that Sparkling Aria is still going to deal a lot of damage.
I see one potential play that Maxy can do here, and that is go for the Sparkling Aria here, farm up a little more energy, and then go for the Foul Play knockout on that Claydol. Get rid of all of this precious energy there, and then have a 2v1 versus Azumarill, because you still have a lot of energy. Oh, it actually hangs on here. Azumarill is being brought in. Can it get the bubble down here?
Yes, I think it can. I think Maxy needed to farm up a little bit more with that Lapras, but didn't want to take more damage on his Lapras at the same time, so swapped in early. Didn't get the knockout he wanted. Azumarill gets that bubble in. There's so much energy on this Azumarill now.
Oh, the big question is, can Azumarill outpace? It is going to throw an Ice Beam into the shield. Is that the win condition for Maximilian P? That this is an Ice Beam bait? Does he call it? No! He actually does not call it. Puts the Protect shield up, and now the Azumarill is going to rush to that play rough. You're going to throw a Sparkling Area on Charge Protect priority.
Yes, Charge Attack priority. That Lapras does win, but Sparkling Aria is a Water-type attack. Azumarill does have the bulk to withstand, and here comes that play rough. Unresisted. There is nothing Lapras can do. It's a sitting Pokemon here as the play rough comes through, absolutely wipes out the Lapras, and just like that, momentum seems to be shifting in a positive direction for Nickname.
Both trainers laughing it off right now. I love the camaraderie, the sportsmanship in this Nickname showing, hey, I am not out of this. Furret did a lot of work here, and I think that there was a slight moment where Maximilian realized, oh, this was not how I planned it to be, and that was a miscount on the Furret of Nickname, because when Furret knocked out the Azumarill, it was one Sucker Punch away from the Swift. Maximilian P did not throw a foul play immediately.
Yeah.
He actually went for 3 sideways, then was maxed out on energy and still had to throw without getting anything else.
Yeah, so that really didn't work out. I also didn't like the fact that Lapras didn't farm up a little bit more energy to weaken the Claydol and bring it into foul play knockout range, because of course Claydol did survive. But I will give but credit where it's due, that is a hard thing to calculate in the heat of the moment. And there may also be another concern that Maxy had, that if I do farm up more with Psywave on my Lapras, it means that I will be taking more Mud Slap damage from the Claydol, which will make my Lapras even more weak, and that might have been a concern.
Another concern was that the switch timer was not up yet. I think that Maximilian P wanted to completely deny a potential catch, even though with 1-turn fast attacks versus 3-turn fast attacks, you can basically always guarantee to not get caught.
Yes, that is very true as well. And of course, these trainers are aware of each other's talents, are aware that catching is going to be a very common thing that these trainers try to do to each other, because we saw earlier in this tournament with both of these trainers and with others just how decisive one catch can be to completely change the direction of a battle. So trainers are considering, you can see how much thought is needed at this level, because Maxy needs to bring momentum back to his side after that first loss he's suffered so far against Nickname.
Is Furret going to win a special championship in this first match of these winners grand finals? Nickname did not bring the Furret, it didn't work out, and now the Furret is on the team twice. He's already won one game, he's 1-0 up versus Maximilian P, and now it's Azumarill versus Shadow Drapion. I know that matchup, I've seen that somewhere.
Yes, this matchup is quite common. Drapion does have the advantage with the Poison Stings, however the charge attacks from Drapion are not that great against Azumarill. The Fairy typing resists the Dark type Crunch, the Water typing of Azumarill resists the Water type Aqua Tail. Crunch coming in, a debuff would make things very nice here. No debuff this time for Maxy though.
And I think if Maximilian P shields up this Shadow Drapion rather soon and gets a debuff here, he might be in a really good spot, because look at the backline of Nickname. There is no Claydol that can farm you down.
And the debuff has indeed happened, and now the Poison Stings will be able to do more damage. A play rough coming through. Maxy actually opting to no shield this, maybe expecting the Claydol's going to be there and doesn't want to give too much farm. It is a charge attack priority event, which Drapion wins, and Crunch is going to get the knockout here. Now will Maxy realize, is there a Claydol in the back? He's about to find out.
If there is a Claydol in the back, it could have already come out, to be honest, to try and Mud Slap down the energy of that Shadow for Alligator. But Nickname has a Jumpluff in the back, and now this is where Maxy starts smirking, because he has the Talonflame as the hard answer.
Yes, he does, and a swap out into the Furret. Actually, Talonflame staying in, wanting to weaken this Furret even more. Go for even more Incinerate damage before a Swift is launched at the Talonflame here. Does Maxy opt to shield this, because this is a very important Pokemon? No, trusting in the bulk of his Talonflame here.
But he farmed up a lot of energy and now is going to throw the fly here. Could also opt to throw another fly immediately afterwards. Has the Azumarill. Keep in mind, Azumarill, especially if the Jumpluff is chipped a little bit, can deal a lot of damage with Ice Punch. Nickname does not go for the immediate Swift. He actually farms up more energy with these Sucker Punches and goes for a Trailblaze.
I really like this. Nickname was expecting the swap and has actually saved his energy to get that Trailblaze off. It's not going to be enough to get any more significant damage beyond one Trailblaze, but now Jumpluff does have an advantage with because it's going to resist the bubbles, but the Ice Beam is still a concerning aspect. Maxy actually trusting in his Talonflame, keeping both shields for it. Here comes the Acrobatics. It does not knock out.
Oh, that is not a bait. This is absolutely massive for Nickname, because now he can start spamming Aerial Ace against everything. Acrobatics is not a charge attack for him anymore. Aerial Ace will knock out every Pokemon that there is.
That being said, Azumarill is able to get to those Ice Beams quickly. He's a charge attack priority event. Jumpluff, despite being so defensive, is able to win it, but Maxy, recognizing that, says, I want to clear all your shields. I'm going to launch this Ice Beam at you, and you have to shield this. Charge attack priority. Maxy gets the Ice Beam off. Nickname shielding it. Now we're going to see what happens. There's no shields. Is Talonflame in a safe position to come back in? Yes, it is.
I think you do one Incinerate to take this damage, knowing you're going to win any charge attack priority that could ever happen, because you want the Incinerate damage, and now you're going for a Fly, hoping that this knocks out the Jumpluff immediately. The question is Shadow Jumpluff bulky enough?
Is Shadow Jumpluff bulky enough? Let's see. Let's find out. Is it enough? It is! It just about survives on 1 HP, but one more Incinerate takes it out. Jumpluff is wiped out. Maxy brings momentum back to his side. 1-1 apiece in this reset of the Grand Finals.
Nickname going for a soft loss in the beginning. They're getting some energy in, but he got the energy on the Shadow Jumpluff, revealing that he's so weak to that Talonflame in the back for Maximilian P. And then if you're playing this alignment-dependent backline, soft losing is not for you.
No, it really is not. And Maxy has done this many times to Nickname in this matchup, not just in the reset, but in the previous 3-0s. How many times have we seen Talonflame just go right, boost, hit, boost, flame charge, boost, fly, boost? It just keeps going. This is a tried tactic that Nickname seems to be struggling to deal with. And I think part of the reason is, if you look at Nickname's team, the only real hard answer to that Talonflame is the Azumarill and the Typhlosion to an extent.
Yep, I mean, is it that hard of an answer? It's a very good answer. If there is Brave Bird, Talonflame can actually win the Zero Shield scenario. In any case, Talonflame is going to get 2 flies off against the Azumarill to possibly soft lose that matchup as well.
Yes.
Ferret also has play versus Talonflame. If you have a very defensive Ferret with a lot of HP, then you might hang on to Incinerate.
Yes.
But this is, of course, a very free Pokemon there. If Maximilian gets to win leads and gets to have the Azumarill on the Pokemon that he wants, Talonflame is always going to serve him well. But there is, of course, I think one harder answer to that Talonflame, and that is Shadow Typhlosion.
Yes, and Shadow Typhlosion could come in and be very useful here, but it's such a risky thing for Nickname to bring in, because the Drapion outpaces with the Aqua Tail. The Lapras is able to threaten and tease shields with Sparkling Aria. There are so many other Pokemon that can be a threat here that's going to cause Nickname to go, oh, I don't want to risk it. Well, don't forget that Maxy has a Claydol as well and his own Azumarill. The Azumarill is a little bit more hit and miss because it's not going to threaten with any charge attacks, but the Bubble Chip is problematic. Let's find out. We are 1 apiece. Shadow Drapion against Claydol. We've seen this before. This is a very interesting matchup.
This is such a strong lead for Nickname here. Forces a swap out, immediately answers the Azumarill with Ferret, showing, hey, I have a game plan. I want to keep switch here. I might go a shield down just to have my Ferret rather healthy with a boost and a lot of energy.
Here comes the first Trailblaze that should not be shielded because Azumarill has the bulk. It might be super effective, but it's not a hard-hitting charge attack. But the boosts afterwards are going to help it become a hard-hitting charge attack. Play Rough coming in. You are right, Leo. The first shield used early to protect Ferret and get a lot of health preserved on this Pokemon.
And I think both of these trainers have kind of found the solution to this matchup now. Nickname going, hey, I try to win with energy. Maxy also did the same thing basically, but now we're going alignment dependent in the backline, because if Nickname keeps switching, which I'm very sure he will, actually, unless he stops tapping.
Yeah, if he stops tapping, then let's see what happens here. I've noticed Nickname undercharged slightly on that Trailblaze. Maxy jumping back in with the Drapion to get some extra energy. Keen to prevent Azumarill getting farmed down here, and that extra energy means the Claydol coming back in is now going to take a bit more damage. Let's see what charge attack is launched. Maxy opting for the Crunch here, which is the harder hitting attack. Does Nickname use his final precious Protect Shield? No, he doesn't.
but Claydol is going to withstand all of those poison sticks. And in the backline, there's Azumarill waiting for the Malamar, so Nickname really just needed switch here. By swapping out into the Shadow Drapion, Maxy guaranteed that switch again, even though Ferret would have just Sucker Punched down that Azumarill. There's a possible catch opportunity here, but oh, Nickname actually going for 2 more Mudslaps, throwing Eruptum here, maximizing energy.
I actually like this because Nickname had to do that, use that, build up that extra energy. He was safe to do so. He knew the counts of the...
Perfect.
Yes, and this is where Nickname is able to get that Rock Tomb off on the Malamar here and weaken it a little bit more, and then he can perhaps consider swapping out if he wishes to.
Yep, he does not even have to, but he very well can. I think you're dealing a lot of damage with those Mudslaps. It makes it easier for Azumarill to go for a bubble down here. We're going to see a foul play eventually launched at this Claydol, but there is Azumarill in the back. The water and fairy type that has dominated the meta for years and years is back, and it's looking to close out this game.
And Maxy realizing that I do not have enough firepower to deal with my opponent's Azumarill. There are so many answers that he might have on the team, but he doesn't have any of them on the field anymore. His own Azumarill knocked out early on, and he was often using Azumarill to deal with his opponent's Azumarill here, and now that's just not there. Malamar able to do nothing as it is ice beamed down.
This is a very Azumarill-centric matchup for both of these trainers. You have a specific target for your Azumarill. In the case of Maxy, it is the Azumarill of Nickname actually that he wants to lock down with his own, because Shadow Drapion has problems with his energy. The Lapras is very good against the Azumarill, arguably. You don't want it on the Talonflame, you don't want it on the Claydol, you don't want it on the Malamar. You need your own Azumarill to be on that Azumarill. And now that Nickname has figured this out and knows how to keep switch with the Ferret, for example, this is very hard for Maxy to achieve. I think that Nickname might have cracked the code.
Yes, and this is what practice and playing against your opponent regularly and multiple times over this last grand finals, and as well as the first 3 matches of the reset, has allowed Nickname to gain that pattern. This is all about observing, watching your opponent's play style, and this is what, for those watching at home or those on stage, watching from at the stage, you can see what the tactics are from what your opponents do in prior matches, and use that to your advantage when you play them if you end up on stream against them or on the Pokemon Go Hive playing off stream.
Now I want to see if Nickname uses this information advantage that Maxy just gained against him immediately. Is he going for a rather energy important backline there? Because there is the chance to play the offensive core of Ferret and Typhlosion and show how flexible Ferret really is by actually not winning the matchup that it plays, but soft losing them against something like an Azumarill and then get a huge Incinerate down. And once Incinerate down happens, with 2 Incinerates, it's very hard for your opponent.
Yes, it very much is. This is the time to bring Shadow Typhlosion, I think, if you are going to. So let's find out what these trainers are thinking. What is in the minds of these 2 trainers? What adaptations will be there? Does Maxy opt, because he saw how iffy that Claydol was and how much of a struggle it was to deal with that matchup, does he go with it back to that double water strategy he was running with the Azumarill and the Lapras? Does he trust that Shadow Drapion and the outpace? We are about to find out. It's 2 matches won by Nickname. He's looking for 1 more to be your champion. Maxy needs 2 more wins. A relatively safe matchup. We've seen this before. Drapion into Azumarill. Those poison stings dealing super effective damage to the fairy type Pokemon.
Nickname, I think, still might be a little happy to see this. Another catch attempt for an Ice Beam or a Play Rough here does not happen. Ferret is the answer. There is a lot of energy on the Shadow Drapion. Keep in mind, no Claydol on the line of Nickname.
Yes, but Maxy doesn't know that the Claydol isn't there, but nonetheless, that extra energy will be useful for whatever's in the backline in some way, shape, or form, because the energy is most useless against the Azumarill of Nickname, and that Azumarill is still on the field. So this, that Azumarill is, we have to remove the alignment from it if you're Maxy. So Maxy's bringing in his own Azumarill to try and weaken this Ferret and try and at least allow for more farm down later on, maybe.
Ferret is now going for a Trailblaze here. Maxy, of course, no shields. This Nickname wants to have multiple ways to set this up for a win, because he kind of needs the Azumarill to be on that Shadow Drapion. So I think even though you have a Shadow Typhlosion in the back, you might want to shield this. He decides not to, wants to maybe go for a Fandon here. Is this the Incinerate down that I was talking about earlier against an Azumarill?
Yes, so let's see what comes in. Here comes that Incinerate. Is that going to be up? No, he gets 2 Incinerates, which is perfect for Nickname. He now has a Thunder Punch lock and loaded, and a third one coming through. Aqua Tail, though, so much energy. This is going to tease that shield from Typhlosion because it cannot handle any sort of Aqua Tail damage.
That is gonna be all the Aqua Tails in the world. Immediately throws a Thunder Punch. Full Poison Sting sneaks through here. This is going to be, of course, another shield for Maximilian P. Using that one. Should have another one in the back. Both trainers at one. Combo play from Nickname with an Ice Beam onto the Shadow Drapion.
And that is really, really tricky for Maxy because he needs to preserve that shield for Typhlosion. Does actually preserve it and switches back out. Lapras now coming in to one shield apiece. Lapras does have that Skull Bash, which means that Azumarill is going to struggle to deal with it, but the play roughs are going to come in and weaken this Lapras as well.
This is kind of looking good for Maxy because now the Lapras is very strong in this matchup against Azumarill. This is what he wants to target it with, and he wants to exit with a lot of energy, get a potential farm down there, force the last shield from the Shadow Typhlosion to finish the next attack with Shadow Drapion.
But Nickname is aware of this and shields the Azumarill, valuing that the Azumarill needs to weaken this Lapras even more. And is the idea for Nickname to bring Typhlosion in to get a farm down afterwards. But this Playrough has not done enough damage. Here it comes. Is it going to be able to get it? No! Typhlosion has to launch the Thunder Punch here.
He launches the Thunder Punch, but the Lapras is going to be able to reach that sparkling area. Does 3 more, doesn't even take that damage if he wants to. Could have done 1 more and take the Incinerate damage, decides not to. There is the Azumarill in the back for Nickname. The win condition for Nickname here is Azumarill again. It is so low on energy, it might even be outpaced to a Skull Bash. Maxy throws the sparkling area.
I think this is a really good play by Nickname, by Maxy, because the sparkling area will bring the Azumarill into Crutch Rate. Is there going to be a combo? No, there's no combo here. Going to the Ice Beam. What is going on? Is he going to go for the Side Wave down? Is he forcing the energy? Sparkling Aria comes through twice over. What a way to find a win condition. There were so many, and he went for the one that got us by the edge of our seats here. Sparkling Aria annihilates Azumarill, and it is 2 apiece in this grand finals reset.
Lapras hangs on and gets to that sparkling area. It is game 5 of the Special Championship in Utrecht in the grand finals reset. Maximilian P has been playing out of his mind the entire tournament, but so has Nickname. Nickname going into the grand finals completely undefeated, then being swept by Maximilian P and identifying, hey, this is not me. I'm not losing 0-3 here. I'm going to come back stronger. Gets into the lead twice against Maximilian, but Maximilian is fighting back. He is crawling back in this matchup. Every time he loses a game, he just comes back stronger in the next one. Finds the alignment that he wants. Knows that he has to target down the Azumarill.
Yes, and so this is it. This is where it has all come down to. Both of these trainers, 2 wins apiece in a reset. The match comes down to this final battle. The next 3 Pokemon they pick are going to be their potential championship winners. What will be the adjustment in tactics? What will be the last call they make, as this is it? 1 step away. You can see Nickname shaking his head. He's worried. He's thinking, how do I deal with this? Maxy doesn't seem to show any emotion at all, which I find surreal.
I think he's just going back to the good old strategy of just locking in 3 random Pokemon. That's what his face tells me.
Of course,
right now. But no, I do think that at this point you know how to play this matchup. You know what the risks are, and you know that this Azumarill of Nickname is going to be there every single time. You need a Pokemon on it that can handle it. You need your Azumarill or you need your Lapras on the Azumarill of Nickname. That has to be the strategy. The thing is, Nickname has been leading that Azumarill in 2 games. Do you call that it's in the lead or is it not?
Yeah, that is the tricky thing. Of course, for us watching here, we get to see both sides when the battles eventually start. However, for the trainers, they are thinking, what could my opponent do? They're thinking and then counter-thinking their own thoughts, and you end up going into almost like a 3-way thought process as to, if he leads this, I should lead that. If he leads this, I should lead that. But we don't have to wait too much longer because the grand finals are here. Battle number 5. Match Azumarill versus Claydol. Advantage to Maxy early on. He's looking happy with this one.
That is huge, but that Furret save swap is absolutely really powerful here. Of course, you might be able to chip it with an Ice Beam or a Play Rough here at some point, but your Azumarill is going to take some damage from that ferret already. Maxy now has to figure out how to deal with the ferret. It's boosted already. It has some energy. You need to deal some damage to it. Maybe then go into Talonflame?
Maybe. Let's see what Maxy does. Play Rough coming through. It's immediately no shielded by Nickname here. This is going to bring Ferret into the yellow. Does this allow for a swap out? It does indeed. And Talonflame comes in looking for that farm down. Swift, however, has been boosted. And this is a neutral hitting attack. So Talonflame, while it can tank this, it will not be able to tank another one.
Is he going to reach too Swift here? Will 2 Incinerate knock out? It does look like it won't. Actually hangs on there, goes for another Sucker Punch. He knows that he's going to lose the charge attack priority. Flame Charge is going to come through. Are you shielding this? I don't think so, but actually got rid of the energy on the Talonflame. And that is very important. This might be a huge farm down here.
Yes, but what's really nice is that Fly is able to be launched first, and it is a boosted Fly. Azumarill is going to take a huge amount of damage here unless a shield is used. Does Nickname use a shield? He respects it. The shield comes in. Azumarill maintains its bulk.
Damage doesn't register, and Maxy gets a shield from it. That is absolutely massive. Now the Lapras is on that Claydol. He has switch advantage. He can go out into the Azumarill. Gets another shield here. Swaps into the Azumarill immediately. The backline matchup is 2 shield advantage for Maxy with Lapras versus Azumarill.
Claydol is going to launch a Rock Tomb to try and lower the attack of this Azumarill's Ice Beam, and it is a sensible play here. Maxy recognizing, respecting that he needs the HP on the Azumarill. There is the debuff, but the bubbles are chipping away even more. Azumarill is able to get quite a few in. Ice Beam is super effective. This will not knock out, but it's another nice chunk of damage dealt onto the Claydol. Nickname is struggling here.
Azumarill is the bulk monster. It barely reaches the Ice Beam now. Can you hang on to a Rock Tomb there? Or are you going to shield it to handle that Claydol? Shields it up here. Just wants to get rid of the Claydol. Perhaps a catch here. Oh, the Azumarill is coming in from the side of Nickname. This is double debuff Play Rough. Does Nickname still have play in this?
Nickname is coming through. Maxy is going to launch the Play Rough here and cause a little bit of chip damage, but it is a charge attack priority event, which is great for Maxy because he's how happy to lose this Azumarill here, and Lapras is coming in. Don't forget, Lapras has Skull Bash on Maxy's side, which means it will deal neutral damage with Psywave, neutral damage with Skull Bash, but it's a race. Who will get to their charge attack first?
That Claydol has a little bit of residual energy left there. The Azumarill starts to outpace the Lapras. Can Nickname knock it out with 2 Play Roughs in the process and maybe a Mudslap, because Maxy needs to find a lot of energy to handle that Claydol in the back?
Yes, and he hasn't farmed up a lot of energy here. He could have done a little bit more, but there was a concern about that potential catch. Skull Bash coming in. It does not knock out, and now it's
comes in.
Claydol. It is a race to those charge attacks. Who will get to the move first? Will it be Talking Aria over farming a little bit? And there is Maxy, having lost count there, has just allowed the Rock Tomb to come through and wipe out the Lapras. Incredible plays here.
Nickname is your Utrecht champion! Maximilian P with a crucial miscount, and Nickname, he can't even believe it, throws the Rock Tomb into the Ice and Water type and wins the big finals.
I'm just at a loss for words there. How close was that? It just goes to show at this level how much a small difference, a small miscalculation by Maxy allows Nickname to be your victor, your Utrecht champion here. Take nothing away. The reverse sweep did happen despite being annihilated early on. The reset demonstrates that Nickname does have the tenacity to be your champion.
Nickname is not even celebrating right now. I think he's still in utter shock that in Game 5 of the bracket reset, this happens to Maxy. He did not throw the Sparkling Area, even though the Azumarill still also had some residual energy left. I think maybe it actually didn't. You could have thrown a Sparkling Area back-to-back that deals some more damage with those side waves. The Lapras was in a decent position to win that game for Maximilian P, but he did not throw it, and Nickname is just shocked after even being set on the back foot. They had a huge farm down with the Azumarill against Talonflame, but the damage of the bubble didn't register. So Maximilian P actually got a boosted fly-off.
Yes, that's very much the case. The thing is, with Sparkling Aria, it we are watching it here along with you watching at home, and you're thinking, why did Maxy not go for more energy when he could have thrown the Sparkling Aria straight away and secured the knockout against the Claydol? And the key thing is this: Maxy was considering that he needs to have some energy ready for the Azumarill later on, so that he could potentially beat that Azumarill down with a charge attack, maybe with another Sparkling Aria. And he got so concerned with that he forgot that the Claydol had reached the Rock Tomb. And this is why it comes down to that little miscount. Did eventually cost him quite a bit there, unfortunately. But that's the nature of these Pokemon Go battles.
What also could have happened is that he miscounted his own fast attacks.
Yeah.
Because maybe he wanted to maximize on energy and throw on charge attack priority.
Yes.
So he tried to go up to 15 Psy Waves, but then miscounted one of his own Psy Waves.
Potentially, yes. And so we are going to be able to watch what happens later on as we see a few of these fantastic plays here. You saw how dominant Maxy's Talonflame was, and take nothing away, Maxy is a finalist here in Utrecht. He will get a medal and he will get many championship points. That Jumpluff surviving on 1 HP was incredible, but one Incinerate takes down the Jumpluff, and this is where we saw the Malamar coming in and couldn't do anything to this Azumarill.
Nickname is absolutely resilient in this tournament. You have to win a Grand Finals reset if you got 3-0 before that. This happened twice in a row now. That is absolutely insane. Nickname here, you could see he was finding different win conditions. The combo play of the Azumarill versus the Shadow Drapion was really good, and Maxy, he just knew, hey, I just need to win with my Lapras. Lapras is the key to success in these matchups there, and
this is where you saw it. You see this one more, and it's just that little bit, and you can see the reaction. Nickname is like, why do you not throw? Maxy realizing, oh gosh, what have I done here? I could have thrown, and that would have knocked the Claydol out. Oh, wow, he might be a little... It's going to be very difficult for him, because it's such an achievement to get this far, to be a finalist.
So proud.
So proud, but then a part of him is going to be kicking himself for that small error there. But take nothing away. Congratulations to Maxy for making it this far. And of course, for Nickname, you are the Utrecht champion for this season. Congratulations.
Nickname doing it twice in one season. That is an absolute massive performance. Also back-to-back, because he actually, I think he was not in Seville?
He wasn't in Seville, so he did it in Stockholm, he did it in Utrecht. He is making a name for himself, matching up with Ilum in the NA, who has won regionals in 2 regionals over in the NA region. Don't forget, of course, there were many trainers that got lots of championship points through the losers bracket as well. Those trainers are going to add to their tallies, and it all helps and adds up to the championship point leaderboard. Look at some of these fabulous trainers, and look at all the matchups that we thought could have been Grand Finals matchups. Take an example, Zzweilous versus Polasha, Maxy versus Zzweilous. We talked about the 2 Polish trainers facing off against each other in the winner's side of the bracket with Koksiak and Nickname as well.
Stone Collection versus Polasha would have also been an insane Grand Finals, but in the end, it was Maximilian P who was playing out of his mind, and then in the end wanted to be too perfect.
Yes, that is one of those things. It's close margins here. 1/2 a second turn can make all the difference. Let's also look at the winner's side of the bracket and see who managed to get all the way here and who knocked them out. You can see the journey that Maxy took, making it to the Grand Finals. But Nickname had to go through some big names himself. Nickname took out his fellow Polish trainer Koksiak. Koksiak was a Warsaw regional champion. Nickname then actually pushed Maxy for the first time into the losers bracket, and then had to deal with a AMindJoke of 4 players.
Yep, and that matchup just went so well for him. The AMindJoke even was surprised that he won a game there, because the Tinkaton was a must-bring against this, or Tinkaton or the Shadow Jumpluff were must-brings against
a Shadow-type Lotion of all.
Yeah, that one was the problem then.
That's the thing. You have just 2 Pokemon that can deal with the other threats, and so it becomes very alignment-based there, which Nickname was always able to dictate, and so he would have loved to have seen a AMindJoke in the finals. As it is, Maxime decided to make things really difficult for him, and it went down to the wire, and that momentum shift in that Grand Finals on the first set of 5 was incredible, absolutely incredible.
And you could just see the matchup for both trainers to be really difficult, and them slowly but surely, and this is what, if you're from the winner's side, is amazing about the winner's side of the Grand Finals. They were slowly but surely puzzling out how to play the matchup. They were knowing what your win condition is. And for Maxy, it was to deal with Azumarill in a proper way. So he couldn't play a team that is 2 times rather weak to Azumarill and then his own Azumarill that only works if you win the lead.
Yes, it really does only work if you win lead. So the trainers are all ready. We have, of course, many people who have made it to the top 4. The medals are ready. Let's find out and award all these fabulous trainers their medals. Take it away, Amanda.
Okay, so thank you, Adelian. I am here, and all eyes in Europe have been staring at Utrecht, here in the heart of the EU region. There have been 137 trainers who showed up to this special championship. And congratulations to all of you, and thank you for making this event historic. There are some trainers who made it a little bit further than the rest. So please, trainers, spin your windmills for Zephymastyx. Congratulations. I'm sure that you must be proud of how far you went in this tournament.
Yeah, top 4 feels pretty good. First really good tournament since Malmö, and this color was still missing in my medal collection.
So you're very happy with your 4th place, are you?
Yeah, especially as a special event, there's no prize money, there's just the glory on the line, and I'm happy with 1st place for this time.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that you see it that way. You have performed incredibly well, and it was a joy to watch you on stage.
Thank you.
Another time for Zephymastyx! We have more trainers who have outperformed even Zephymastyx. I want you all to get your tulips out for 3rd place finisher, AMindJoke! Congratulations. I hope you're proud of this finish. I know you wanted to go in to win the entire thing. Are you satisfied?
It's a bit bittersweet because now I have a very good collection of medals, but they're all bronze. So I would like to improve that at least.
Okay. I'm glad to hear, but you say that you still want to improve? You have another shot at doing that in 2 weeks' time. Will you be there?
Of course, it's my home country.
So I can see you in Bologna?
Of course.
I can't wait, and I hope that you get exactly what you're looking for in Bologna.
Thank you.
Another time for AMindJoke! And we're getting closer, trainers. Knocking on the door of greatness. A 3rd place finish from before. Coming in at 2nd place. Ring your bicycle bells for Maximilian P! Congratulations. So, Maximilian, the worst questions of all time, how are you feeling right now?
Happy to be 2nd place, I guess. It's all I can be right now. Yeah, I could have taken it all, but I guess today just wasn't my day.
I'm sure you must be feeling a little bit disappointed about the end of that. Can you tell us a little bit what happened in the end of that game?
So, I messed up by shielding the Azumarill. I should have just, because I really needed to take out the Claydol, but I completely forgot he'd done 1 Mudslap before swapping out, and the Azu was, I needed to make sure I was outpacing the Azu as well in the back. So in my head, I thought I still had a little bit of time, but in reality, apparently not.
Still, you've performed so well with your original incredible team this weekend. I'm sure you must be proud of the Pokemon that you put together.
Absolutely, actually. Very spicy team that I got to run. Very niche picks like Azumarill and Lapras.
Shadow Drop Young.
But I'm actually very relieved that there was actually no Tink in the top 2. So that was actually kind of nice. I don't really like that mon, so I'm just kind of glad that that's not here.
Congratulations again on a great finish and a great tournament, Maximilian. Another time for Maximilian. And now we've come down to the best of the best. He's been proving time and time again that he's a force to be reckoned with. A historic champion, a champion of 2 regional or special championships in 1 season in Europe. That's never been done before in Pokemon Go. Give it all up and stamp your wooden shoes for nickname!
Congratulations so much.
I gotta say, gold does look good on you.
Absolutely. That's why I got it.
Oh yeah, so because you wanted the playing, that's what it was.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, well, looking this good in gold, what other medals would you settle for now? You've got so many gold medals.
Oh, I haven't gotten a silver medal just yet. It was very close for me to get it this time, but it wasn't meant to be. So maybe in Bologna, maybe at Worlds. Well, you don't get medals at Worlds, but I can get trophy as well.
So you will settle for a trophy as well?
Absolutely, why not?
But so you're saying that we will be seeing you in Bologna as well?
Yes.
Okay, will you be, because the team that you put together, is it your own creation or were you inspired by some other trainers?
So this team is from my good friend Kaifie. He built this team, and a lot of people started playing this team, and I think it's a really good team that covers most common meta picks very well, and yeah, I'm very happy I give it a try and played it.
Tell me what this win means to you. You're now the only ever twice in 1 season regional championship in Pokemon Go.
Honestly, it feels completely unreal. Like I would never believe that could have ever happened. I wasn't confident at all in winning Stockholm before I was going there. I didn't have any hopes for Utrecht. I just wanted to get the feeling, the better understanding of the meta before Bologna. But yep, here we are, and I don't even know what to say. It's just unreal.
I remember you telling me like 1 year ago that you considered retiring from competitive play, and now you're standing here, 2-time regional champion in 1 season. How does that feel?
It feels absolutely amazing, and I'm happy I didn't retire. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here with all my friends, with all the atmosphere that's here. It's amazing.
Thank you so much for showing up and showing the rest of Europe how to battle in Pokemon Go. Give it all up. The last time for nickname.
Thank you.
So as we finish off this final event, the final day of this event, I'm happy to stand here with the champion, but now we've got to, don't go anywhere. We have the post-show going still, so see you guys in just a few seconds. What an incredible event this has been. I am Amanda. No, wait, I am Mario.
We are Amanda.
No, we are Amanda.
Are you Amanda?
That was Amanda. We can all be Amanda.
Oh, we all want to be Amanda. That's how it is.
there
No,
we go.
I am Marcus. This is Amanda. This is Leonard, and this is Adele. And we are so happy to have been here for this historic event in Utrecht. Do you guys have a favorite moment from this entire tournament?
I think it was just watching Maxy. Oh no! Let's not go into that. It was amazing to see though. I obviously picked Maxy as one of my caster picks. I absolutely adore the guy. He's a great human being, and this is his best result to date. So I couldn't be more proud of him.
There were so many moments that I really adored, but for me it was just the performance of Ferret. Ferret was so crazy flexible. You could sweep through entire teams by giving it shields, or you could just soft lose to set up your Shadow Typhlosion against Zzweilous to get 2 Incinerates, and what a Pokemon!
I think for me, it was just seeing all of the different players coming to this tournament, and there was a lot on the line, right? We saw that earlier on, Nickname, he was able to do it. He was not only a regional champion, he's now the Utrecht champion as well. But if Maximilian would have been able to pull it off, we would have had yet another champion to add to the title. There was so much to play for this weekend, and they were really impeccable battles.
I completely agree. The Ferret also stands out to me here.
Yes.
Taking out Corviknight. I was not the biggest Ferret believer going into this tournament, but I gotta say, it has proved me wrong.
Trust the Ferret.
You have a habit of making, so like not being too big a fan of certain Pokemon that do well.
Azumarill won, right?
Azumarill won.
Yeah. Who's in the finals?
So
Fill the water, fill the water.
The water.
And guys, we're in Utrecht now. Stockholm is way in the past. Please, let's move on. Let's move on. Anyway, I want to focus on the players who actually managed to win this event. And there were a lot of winners. And well, I want to see the final standings for this entire event. And we have Nickname coming out on top with Typhlosion and Ferret.
Take a look at all of the team compositions. A lot of similarities between the top 8 here. We see some teammates, some friends running very similar teams to each other. I know that Nickname said in his winner's interview with you, Marcus, that he took a team off of his friend Kalfia, who also played it in the tournament, but a lot of different picks as well that you weren't expecting, like Zeppy's, Dusclops, that Clodsire, and Charjabug mixture.
Yeah, Charjabug, insane, and also Dusclops. Those Pokemon are, I think, unique to the top 8, so those are strong core breakers. Zephy played them, got a medal with it. Fantastic.
I want to note that Amanda and I, we picked the Shadow Typhlosion as our caster prediction, and there were 3 Shadow Typhlosions in the top 8. One of them winning the entire thing.
But I mean, there were even more Paldean Tauros, right?
Yes. Well, if that's a prediction that you want to make, maybe in the next regionals or the next special championships, someone will pick it, inspired by you, Leo, of course.
Yes.
But did any of the event winners run Paldean Tauros? I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it anywhere. No, they didn't. This was Nickname who ended up first. Maximilian P with his best finish to date, and AMindJoke ending up at that 3rd place with that renowned team and that also did super well in Milwaukee.
Yeah, so the one thing I want to highlight is that all 3 of these trainers have been so. They've had their practice. This has come from attending multiple events, getting all the practice in, not necessarily doing as well in some cases, because Nickname, even though he won in Stockholm, he has had lower finishes in the past as well. But all of this practice and talent comes from repeat attrition of practice at locals and at this sort of level.
This just shows you how much talent there is in Europe. And I gotta say, I've been super impressed this weekend with seeing trainers who we haven't seen perform that well in a long time, like AMindJoke and Maximilian P coming out and putting on incredible performances. But it's Nickname that stands left, having won 2 championships in one season. That has never before happened in the EU.
It's going to be very interesting to see who will be our next champion at that last special championship in Bologna.
Yeah, so we only have one event left here in Europe. I'm sorry, what was that, Amanda?
It all comes down to one now.
It does only come down to one, and that is Bologna. Can we get a 3 times repeat champion?
Well, we'll have to ask if Nickname is going to be at Bologna. If not, there will be another face there.
Yeah, and if he's going to win this, right? He did it back-to-back. He skipped Seville, so he won Utrecht, and he won Stockholm, of course. So there can't be another champion, right?
Nickname just told me that he is going to Bologna.
All right, okay, put his face on the graph, please.
But just put him on. Just put him on.
Yeah.
Or if anyone thinks that they can take this away from Nickname, please show up to Bologna and take it away from him. If not, he's going to go home with it all. But we also have, we're leading up to New Orleans, that North American International Championship. I'm sure there are European players itching to compete over the pond as well. And then eventually the World Championships in Anaheim. But we also have much closer in time to that is a lot of stuff that I know you enjoy watching, Leo.
Yes, of course, I love the anime. It's the Pokemon series X and Y Kalos Quest on Tuesday from 2 p.m. until 5 p.m. I said it yesterday already, I want to see some Goodra action. Of course, on Wednesday, if you're a VG fan, you can watch the Los Angeles Regional Championships rerun from 2024. And on Thursday, we are continuing with Goodra. But Marcus, what's your favorite Kalos Pokemon?
Oh, I love that Talonflame, you know.
Okay, yes.
Flame Charge Talonflame?
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyone out there? Talonflame fans? Yeah, I see a lot of them.
Here. Max, Talonflame.
I was there. I put that in my list of 4 Pokemon that I thought would stand out, and Maxy showed how good it was.
But I wonder if anyone in the North American region will believe in Talonflame, because just 1 week, Portland's coming up, and you don't want to miss it. Does the meta evolve? Is it different from the EU? There are so many trainers that want to get more accolades in Portland, and I'm sure that that will be a show to watch.
We talked about that earlier. Even though we only have one more event for ourselves here in Europe, across the pond, they do have other events. But yes, it all boils down to Bologna, May 31st to June 1st. Make sure to check it out.
So if you're wondering where you can catch all this action, there is one website ready to help you out. And it's pokemon.com/broadcast. There you can find out everything that you are wondering about our broadcasts. Can you imagine that was what it's about? Well, it actually is. And don't remember to follow us on all the social medias. We have a brand new YouTube account called Play Pokemon. You want to follow that account because that is where we're putting all the battle content that you don't want to miss. And also follow us on Twitch to make sure that you're not getting lost, that you're not losing another broadcast. Because on Twitch, that's where you can also vote for the community polls, for example. So guys,
yes.
It's been incredible having you, and I hope it's been incredible for you having me.
It's been great to have you, Amanda.
Oh, thank you, Leo. And I gotta say to all the viewers watching at home, thank you so much for tuning in. I have been Arceus Aurelius, and my colleagues have been my colleagues, and we can't wait to see you in just a few moments.